1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of Weasel Moot 2022, coming to you straight from Chicago, Illinois in the United States. I am Siobhan Nolan, and I will be your cruise director today. So buckle in, listen to the safety instructions, and help me welcome aboard all of my commentators for the day. First up on the roster is one of DBN's own founders, hailing from Chicago, Illinois himself, Mr. Brandon Fogel.
Hey, Siobhan.
All right. Also, we've got from North Carolina, our favorite and DBN's own David Hood.
Hey, how's it going, Brandon and Siobhan? This is going to be fun.
Always good to see you, David. Thanks for joining us. And last but not least, new to the commentator seat and coming to us from Dresden, Germany, is Robert Schuppe.
Hello. Excited to be here.
Awesome. Thank you all for joining us. I'm really excited to get going. It looks like some good games we've got here started out yesterday with 2 rounds, and they are finishing up, still playing, I believe, even to this moment. So to begin with, Brandon, can you give us a little history of Weasel Moot, the Weasels, the Chicago hobby?
Yeah, sure. The Chicago diplomacy hobby is called the Windy City Weasels. It was founded by Jim O'Kelly some 18 years ago. And Jim was really good at creating clubs. And he turned the Chicago Weasels into the most durable and active diplomacy club in the world. They've had regular seasons for some 18 years in a row. And the Weasel Moot tournament is now in its 16th iteration. So that was started 16 years ago. And that's a tournament that was made for traveling folk to come to Chicago and interact with the group of diplomacy players that Jim had cultivated that had come to be known the Weasels and had really taken, I think, that moniker seriously, developing fangs and I think a reputation for really cutthroat really cutthroat play that where like stabbing just was sort of welcome, encouraged, and celebrated if it was done well. I joined the Weasels back in 2016, and I've been a pretty active member since then. And it's been a great incubator for learning how to play the diplomacy at a high level, and also for learning how to enjoy the game even when it's less pleasant than it could be. So that stabbing ethic, I think, is one that we value in Chicago, and we hope that we can help the rest of the world appreciate. And that's what Weasel Moot will hopefully do today.
Diplomacy when it's less pleasant than it could be about sums up my experience with the Weasels. David, you played with a lot of Weasels over your career. Any thoughts to add on that?
I absolutely love them. I was just thinking, I think Jim and I met in 1990 when he came to my tournament, and I was running World DibCon that year. So that was 32 years ago. That's how long I've known Jim O'Kelly and have had connections with other Chicago hobbyists over the years. Kevin O'Kelly and Nate, the late great Nate Cockrell, came to my tournament one time. What a great guy. So the Chicago hobby not only has given us things like this tournament and things people like Brandon, but they've also given us a lot of really good, strong players that have I would say fertilized the ground of other tournaments for literal decades.
Yeah, I will definitely agree with that. I myself have been out to Chicago twice in the past. Love Weasel Moot. As much as I give them grief, the Weasels are some of my favorite players to play with on a board. Really interesting dynamic play. Robert, do you have any experience with any of the Weasels, or is this kind of your first introduction to the Chicago hobby?
No, I do. I've played with a bunch of them quite a bit over the past year or so virtually, especially I think some of the newer Weasels, like Christian Brown, for example. I've played a couple of games with the Zach Moore as well. So yeah, I've played with some of them, have worked with some of them, and sometimes been stabbed by them. As it goes. So I'm certainly excited to see how they will do in a face-to-face tournament, to see some well-known faces that I've played with a lot in these virtual events, and some names I assume that will be completely unknown to me because they just play face-to-face.
Fantastic. Alrighty, well, before we get going into any games, there's a couple of details we want to go over. First and foremost, we have the creator of the scoring system that's being used here, Open Tribute, Brandon Fogel. Can you give us a little recap about how to play in this system?
Yeah, sure. So I first of all, I want to say that I'm one of the co-creators. This was a collective design effort amongst a bunch of Weasels. Brian Pravel gets a lot of credit here. Chris Kelly came up with some signature contributions. Jake Trotta as well, even though he's not so active anymore. The Tribute sort of family of scoring systems has been developed over the last few years, and it grew out of a desire to sort of fix what felt like it wasn't working about some of Square's. One of those things was that we thought second place was awarded a little bit too highly in some of Square's, and that did not encourage alliances to break apart when they got too successful. And so sort of one of the central principles that we thought that alliances, as they got more successful, should have some inner tension that makes them harder to keep going. Not impossible, just harder to keep going. So what that means is that topping the board alone is the most valuable thing you can do in Open Tribute. The winner, whoever tops the board alone, will get 10 times the number of centers and points. So if they top the board with 11 centers, they get 110 points. If they top it with 15 centers, it's 150 points. So significantly more. Survival also matters significantly. If you survive, you will get roughly between 30 and 70 points, depending on how many centers you have. You have more, obviously you score more. But you can see that if you don't top the board and come in second, you're likely to get less than half of the points that the topper will get. So there's a significant incentive for going for the lone top. There's no such thing as a comfortable second place in Open Tribute. But survival does matter. 30 points is significant, and tournaments like this are often decided by the survival. So you might have a player with one or two tops, two players in that situation, and it may come down to how good their survival was. If it was 40 points versus 50 points versus 60 points. So that was also important to us. In some of Square's, if you have only one or two centers, you're likely to have almost no points. In Open Tribute, that's 30 or 40 points. One last thing that distinguishes Open Tribute from some other systems is that in Open Tribute, there's no incentive to eliminate other players. You don't get any bonus for doing that. Your score doesn't increase at all. And so that's sort of, people often think about that as being one of the less pleasant parts of the game, is having to eliminate small players. It just seems mean and it's unpleasant. And in Open Tribute, it doesn't matter if you do that or not. It doesn't help you at all. You can still do it and get the pleasure of someone else's misery if that's what floats your boat, but the scoring system doesn't incentivize that.
Yeah,
Sounds
that's not
good.
why you eliminate players in other systems. You do it as a cover for being able to get bigger and bigger so you can go after the solo. But this is a good example. This scoring system, I would argue, is the best example of a lead-based system. It's way better than traditional sum of squares.
David Hood praising a scoring system in any way is a landmark moment, and I appreciate it, David.
I probably wouldn't do it if you weren't here, but you are here, so that
We have to say the nice things when you're here. And I mean, I will say I don't eliminate players to be mean. I do it out of the kindness of my heart so they don't have to stick around on one or two centers for hours just to watch me top the board. It really is something I'm doing for them.
you are a giving person.
We feel the generosity, Siobhan, every time you take one of our centers.
All righty. Well, thank you for that recap. Just a couple of other notes before we get going. David and I were taking a look at some of the past Weasel Moots from recent history. The last two Weasel Moots were virtual due to the COVID pandemics and the lockdowns. And going into our records, we saw that Russ Dennis is the most recent winner from 2021. And before him, John Anderson, who made a big hit on the virtual circuit when everything got locked down originally. And I believe that the last face-to-face winner was Zachary Moore, who I believe is playing this weekend in attendance. Did a wonderful countdown episode right before the tournament began. So if all of you haven't gone to watch that, it is probably one of my favorite countdowns that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah,
So,
they recorded it live in front of a studio audience at a bar or restaurant on Friday night.
We should probably say for viewers that may not know what that is, what countdown is, and how that actually might enter into this particular tournament. There is something called the DBN Invitational. It was started a couple of years ago by Brandon and our other DBN founders. It's an invitational virtual tournament taking place in February based upon the season results from the previous diplomacy season. So the DBN show that you just heard talking about, Countdown, is a show that we produce, that two of our guys produce every now and then, and it's showing the standings for who's going to make it into that invitational field. So it's a countdown to those standings. You know, there are significant points available for DBNI's purposes available at this Weasel Moot tournament. So that'll be another thing to keep our eyes on.
Yep. It's been a fantastic ranking system that's come out in the last couple of years that allows players to sort of get a quick view of what's going on across events, both virtual, face-to-face, extended deadline, all kinds of things are factored into this. And we will be going over all of the Weasel Moot participants as per their DBNI rankings before we get started today. So we'll have a chance to take a look at some of those top players that were talked about a couple of days ago. Before we do that, I know that Brandon has made some pretty significant changes to the interface that we'll be looking at today. So I'm going to go ahead and put that up on screen and let him walk us through what's been going on.
Yeah, sure. So again, this was a collective effort. Definitely got to give a shout out to Brian Pravel and Nicolas Taillet and Karthik Kanath. Marcus Zelstra gave some important contributions as well. Yeah, we at DBN wanted to create a signature map. Basically, we wanted to have our own map, and this is what we've come up with. We debuted it last week. We've made some adjustments in the interim, and we'll probably keep tweaking it as we go along. But you can see it's sort of a little bit abstracted from the regular map, so it looks a bit less like a geographic map and a little bit more like a subway map, which some people have commented on. That was sort of our inspiration for it. As far as the representations of the orders go, we've done a few new things this week. One of them, if you look up at St. Petersburg, and look at what Barents Sea is doing to the army in St. Petersburg. This is how support holds are going to be represented now. So in this case, the fleet in the Barents Sea is support holding the army in St. Petersburg. So you see the dotted line is going from Barents Sea to that dashed circle around St. Petersburg. And that's how we're going to represent some support holds. You can see also in Bulgaria and Constantinople, the army in Bulgaria is doing the same to the army in Constantinople. Moves are represented by a black or red arrow with the center being colored the same as the moving unit. So if you look at North Sea going into Denmark, you can see that it is a black arrow, a purple arrow surrounded by black. That is a successful move, just like the move from Livonia to Moscow. If you look at the attempted move from Ukraine to Sevastopol, you can see that the outline is red, and that indicates that the move failed. So the Ukraine army and the Armenian army are both trying to go to Sevastopol. It's a standoff. Neither gets in, and that is indicated by a red outlined arrow. The last interesting feature here is that we have found a new way to represent support moves. If you look at English Channel going into Brest with support from the army in Picardy, the support is indicated by a dashed line that is also thicker, I believe, than the support hold. It's a dashed line that goes into the head of the arrow of the move that it is trying to support. And the moving arrow now gets a little bit of adornment. There is a white outline inside of the move arrow that indicates that that is a supported move. And you can look and see that there are several other supported moves all around. So this is a sort of a quick way to be able to see that a move was successfully supported. If a move has two supports, as you can see by the fleet in Sweden moving into Finland, it will get two white outlines. So there's a sort of double white space in there that indicates that it is double supported. If there are triple and quadruples, those will also be represented. It's easier than you might think to be able to distinguish the size of the support. And that's all we got on this. If my co-commentators don't have any questions, we can move ahead to Fall of 04.
All righty.
Well, could you explain to our viewers why you created this new interface instead of just using the Backstabber data that we had been using up to now?
Yeah, so it is. We are still getting these moves from Backstabber, but it's a couple things. One, it's Backstabber's. What we had been using was a variation of Backstabber's interface, Backstabber created it. It's their property. I think they were okay with letting us use it, but I think we felt like at DBN we should have, we should have our own creation. But also, we thought there were ways to improve it, and there are ways. We hope that this improves some readability. The idea is to be able to, read things more quickly as possible. Now, part of this is a learning. This may take a little bit of time to get used to, so it may not feel as easy at first. I found it personally relatively easy to get used to quickly.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so if we jump ahead to Fall of 04, here we get a convoy. I just want to show you guys how we're going to represent convoys. So from York into Belgium, the fleet in the North Sea is convoying this army, and the convoy is now represented by a line that is the same color as the water that goes to the center of the move arrow, and then there's a little bit of like a helicopter grabbing the line and carrying it over. That's what that's supposed to represent. But that does it for the new interface. Robert, do you have any questions or comments on this?
No, looks good. I'm sure it will take a little while to get used to it if you have stared at Backstabber for a year. But certainly the convoy representation was already a big plus for your old interface, because I have messed up convoy orders myself on Backstabber because you didn't see, you just saw the little zigzag that indicated there is some convoy going on, but then I tried to convoy Ankara to Moscow instead of Ankara to Sevastopol. Nope, that's not working. So that is certainly something that makes it way easier to read.
Yeah, so seeing the move order that the convoy is intending to convoy being graphically represented is helpful. I will add, Brian has pointed this out in the comments, that we can now read data from multiple websites. So from WebDip, from Diplomania, which is a French website, and also Backstabber. And our goal is to be able to take order data from any diplomacy website and then represent it in our own map. And that's also another motivation for having our own map, is that we don't want to represent as if we are only getting from Backstabber. If we take WebDip data, it shouldn't look like a Backstabber interface. One last thing I'll say about this is that on the diplobn.com website, all of the games that we have order data for are now viewable on our new map in the website. So you don't have to go to another website in order to just look at the order data. And it's also a little bit easier to flip through. So with Backstabber, you have to do a page refresh basically every time you switch phases. With our viewer, you don't have to do that. So that's
I will piggyback on that and say that the amount of information that's available now on the DiploBN website is amazing. Not just looking at the games themselves, but the results and your results with other players. And so it's really a great resource.
Yeah, a little bit at a time. We're building that tower. I will say one last thing, is that we are looking to tweak and improve the interface basically from here on out. So if anybody has any suggestions about what could be improved, or something that just seems confusing and you're not sure, you can't think of a solution for it, but you just want to point out that you're having trouble with it, please let us know. We'd love to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Brandon, and everyone who's done the work going into that, because I know that there's been a lot of feedback over the time, and we've been figuring it out at DBN, and you guys have been doing so much work to get other websites supported, make it as readable as possible, get everything going. Loving the new interface, still getting used to it as a longtime face-to-face player. The farther and farther we get from the actual game board, the more confused I get, but that's just me and my brain's inability to abstract. So one more bit of housekeeping before we get into talking about the players and the games. We've got some events upcoming. So David, I think I'm going to give it to you for a moment to talk about what are some of the things that are coming up. I know we've got some DBNI stuff, some virtual diplomacy. What's on the schedule?
Well, the first thing after this event would be Liberty Cup in the second weekend of October in Philadelphia. And then we have sort of the big event of the year in terms of the diplomacy circuit, which is World Diplomacy Convention, World DipCon, which is I think it's November 6th through 8th in Mount Snow, Vermont. Hopefully, many of the folks watching this will have already made their plans to attend. It's going to be a really great event. The list of attendees is already awesome. And then there is, in December, something called the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, the VDC. It's in some ways a co-equal world championship to the World DipCon, which is for face-to-face, and the Online Diplomacy Championship, the ODC, which is for online extended deadline play. So that VDC, Virtual Diplomacy Championship, will be held in middle of December. I actually didn't have the dates right in front of me, but that'll be on the VWDC Discord server using Backstabber. If you go to the NADF, North American Diplomacy Federation website, you will see links to all of those events. And that's awesome. And then, of course, in January, well, I should say before we even get to January, each of those months, October, November, December, there will be another game day in the Virtual Diplomacy League, as well as one more, I think, coming up from the Tour of Britain. So those are league games that you can still play in, even if you haven't played the rest of the season. And in January, there will be a championship for the Virtual Diplomacy League. And then the regular season champ for the Virtual Diplomacy League and that tournament champ will both get automatic invites to the DBN Invitational in February, as will the winners of our other bigger events this season. And then the rest of the 28-person field for the DBNI will be made up of at-large bids based on your performance during the diplomacy season. It's really getting towards the end of that season, a few months left. And as has already been mentioned, the countdown show that was released here on the same channel a couple of days ago shows us who's in contention to make that field of 28. And of course, many of those players will be people we're going to be watching on this show because they're present at Weasel Moot.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, David. And speaking of those DBNI rankings, let's take a look at some of the players who are at Weasel Moot this weekend competing for this win and where they rank in those. So I'm going to pull this up. These names are all familiar to you, the viewers, us on stream. I'm going to start, Robert. What stands out to you right here at the top of this?
It's a nice mix of players. We've seen a lot virtually, and some players that are, I think, primarily face-to-face players and have only maybe dipped their toe a little bit into virtual. So that should be interesting. I mean, if you look at these first names, Ed, Karthik, Jason, these are players who have been going from strength to strength during the last 2 years or so. It almost feels like they've made each of them 80% of the top boards we had in tournaments and leagues over the last 2 years. Saren as well just completely rocked the circus last year. So yeah, I'm super excited to see how they're doing today or how they have done during the weekend and how they are faring with some of the face-to-face veterans.
You can't get Jason any more veteran.
Jason is obviously also a face-to-face veteran. He's one of the players who's sort of done both, right?
And face-to-face. He won the DBNI last year, so obviously has had some recent success. I was just going to point out Eddie Brisson. You cannot get more veteran than by far the player with the longest diplomacy career in history is Eddie Brisson, because he was there in the 60s when the hobby started, and he's still going strong now and still playing strong.
And I would add that not on this list is local club legend Matt Sundstrom, who is the most decorated player in club history, has won this tournament before. And if he were to play regularly, would undoubtedly be on this list.
Well, we're all hoping his name comes up at least once or twice with an opening at Weasel Moot, because we all know the Sundstrom opening. So, I mean, looking at this list, this is a lot of heavy hitters. You know, I hate to ask because we haven't seen anything yet, but Brandon, do you have any predictions from the names you're seeing on here?
You know, Karthik Kanath gets a lot of grief, and I feel like he's going to win an in-person face-to-face tournament at some point. I kind of feel like this isn't going to be it, just because people like to target Karthik right now. He's the guy I want to pick. I wouldn't be surprised if Randy Lawrence Hurt came up with a big performance here. He came close at Dixie, had some really good boards, and he's just always a threat to win.
Absolutely. Robert, any names stick out to you? Any predictions? Any matchups you really want to see?
I'd like to see a rematch of Saren and Karthik, because they have had some big strife lately. I think it was at the Summer Classic then when they had agreed upon in 17-17 and Karthik went for the solo. I think from what I've heard, Saren didn't take that all that well. So it would be interesting to see what happens if they're next to each other on a board. Yeah. And in terms of like picks to click, I have to second Randy Lawrence Hurt. I met him when I played at Boston, my first face-to-face tournament. He just went there for one round and topped a board and then didn't play the other two rounds. But I think he is a great player who is, if you play seriously and plays all 3 rounds, a good pick. And he might have the advantage that some of the virtual players who are just getting into face-to-face might underestimate him a little bit because he hasn't played much virtually. So some of them might not know how good he actually is, and which might not be the case with players like Karthik or Jason or so, maybe.
I'm going to throw out Ed Sullivan at the top of the list. I know he's ranked number 1. He won DixieCon. He's all over the place. There are people that cannot deal with success. They get targeted. They can't figure out how to redirect people that target them because they're successful. Ed Sullivan is not one of those people. So I think if anybody could handle the pressure of being a number 1 rank player coming into this in terms of the DB&I and with his hobby persona and hobby presence, it would be Ed. I would not count him out for winning this tournament also.
And I think we considered passing a rule that Ed was not allowed to win the tournament. I don't think we ended up ruling on it. So
you know why we did not end up ruling on it? Because Ed probably convinced people behind the scenes that we would not even have the vote. That's how people like that operate.
Hey, yeah, Ed Sullivan, by the way, who in a few weeks will be arguing in front of the Supreme Court. So.
It's true. And I'll have him on my deadline showing here on DBN to interview about that right after it's over.
Awesome.
Absolutely. And I got to toss in my hometown Bay Area. Eddie Bersan has had a target on his back for decades and has always known how to divert that. And when he wants to, he can play very well and very strongly. And people seemingly underestimate him sometimes, even after all these years. So I always like to see Eddie do well. I've known him for the entirety of my diplomacy career. So maybe he'll come in with a win.
I was present at the tournament where Eddie was given a conceded victory in 1904. That game is famously called the Immaculate Concession. And I was actually there and saw that, and Eddie is one of a kind.
Eddie really is. And he believes that a conceded win is better than proving the win through moves, because that shows your true diplomatic skill. Yep. So he's always one to watch out for when you see him. We do have Zach Moore. While he is the bottom of this list right here, he did win the last face-to-face moot. So you never know, maybe he's back. I did come back this year to win a back-to-back face-to-face win at Cascadia. So maybe Zach's trying to repeat that, keeping the theme. So
yeah.
Siobhan
Yes.
Nolan is a friend of mine. I've known Siobhan Nolan for a long time. Zach Moore is no Siobhan Nolan.
He's learning. I'm teaching him. He's my protege. We'll get there. All righty. Well, before we move on to a few games, anything else you want to talk about with Moot? Anything you're really excited about? Brandon, let's start with you.
I'm just trying to think of another Lloyd Benson quote I can add on to David's here, because that was just quality. I am very much looking forward to seeing, once again, this has just been a running theme now since in-person started, just how the primarily virtual players interact with the primarily in-person folk. And here we've got, a hobby legend like Eddie Brisson and a local legend like Matt Sundstrom, neither of whom has played online hardly at all, interacting with people like Karthik Coneth and Ed Sullivan, and just fascinated to see how they get along.
Awesome. Robert, anything else you're especially excited for this weekend?
I'm excited for Tommy Anderson's comment that he's not there to throw for Karthik, so I guess we have to cross Karthik off of our list for the potential tournament winners again. Won't happen like at Dixie.
No tornadoes in Chicago this weekend.
Nope. Clear sky.
And David, anything else to add before we get going?
I will say one thing, which I'm sure we're going to say again by the end of this broadcast. Thanks to Sabi Ahuja for heading up the organization and running of this particular tournament event. Sabi has done a great job of recruiting, getting people to come to this event, and then from what I can tell from the outside looking in, has done a great job in having it organized and GMing the event. Just congratulate. Without people like Sabi Ahuja and Brandon Fogel, we just said a minute ago about all the work he's done on the interface and stuff, people that are just giving back to the hobby, we would not be the diplomacy hobby we are. So congrats.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you all. We are saying goodbye to Robert for the time being as we get into some games. So,
Gone but not forgotten, Robert.
All right. First up on our roster, we are starting with round 1, board B, which I believe, David Hood, you took a look at earlier today and are going to give us some summary. What happened here? Let's talk about the players first and foremost, I suppose.
Well, sure, we can talk about them. Somebody mentioned Randy Lawrence Hurd earlier here on this board. So now lives with me in North Carolina, but was a Boston area guy for a long time. So a lot of players up there will know him from that. Ibra Condrel is a Weasel coming home because Ibra was a member of the club for a while, right, Brandon? That he played in the Chicago club for a while when he was living there, now lives in Denver. Chris Kelly, of course, is a very well-known Weasel that I have played with many times. Dave Maletsky is somebody I've known for over 20 years, is a very unique player. He is one of the best players in the hobby, but plays in such a unique fashion that he sometimes flies under the radar. And then you've got Andrei Gribikov, who really came on about a year and a half ago into the virtual world, won a tournament, got to the DBNI finals that one season, has really had some good success. We'll see if he can recreate. He's not really recreated that yet in the times he's been to face-to-face. We'll see if he can do that going forward. Jonathan and Grant, I don't know, but I'm happy to see him. Happy to see a player from West Virginia showing up in the tournament. It's great to have people from all over.
Yeah, 2 quick notes on the people. Ibra Condrel started playing with the Weasels as a high school student. His mom would drop him off at the bar and then come pick him up later in the evening. So as like a 16-year-old, he was hanging out with adult men in a bar playing diplomacy. Well done, Ibra Condrel and mom.
Yeah, I was going to say, somehow Ibra actually turned out okay, even given that experience, which is weird when you think about it.
And then Grant Smith actually is a former Weasel, has been in Chicago on and off. I've played with him. He is a chaotic player, a true agent of chaos. The first time I played with him was at Matt Sundstrom's house. He was Italy, I was France, and he opened to Piedmont and Tyrrhenian Sea, convoyed to Tunis, and then kept on going.
Well, that doesn't sound chaotic. That sounds smart to me. If you were France, but whatever.
I was just a little baby at that point.
Reasonable people can differ, I guess.
Okay,
sure. Well, I will say before we get into the Spring 01, which I'm sure we could probably get ready to in a minute, this game is called Oak Street Beach. These games are all based upon beaches in the Chicago area.
That's right.
I am calling this game, instead of Oak Street, I'm calling it Choke Street.
Ooh.
And we will find out who choked, at least in my opinion. So let's go into spring 1901, get to my notes here. Tell me, if any of you have ever seen this set of Eastern openings before. The answer, by the way, is going to be no. But you tell me if you've actually seen this particular set of, and I mean Russia's and Turkey's in particular. I mean, you sometimes see what Randy did here, leaving Galicia alone when you've got to deal with Russia. That's what you do. So that's not terribly unusual, but fleet to Armenia, Russian fleet black. Could we be seeing a Sevcon shuffle?
But
where
with
you get, yeah, I know. But could we be seeing a Sevcon shuffle where you put the Turkish fleet into Sev instead of the Turkish army, which you often do? For those learning the game, Sevcon shuffle is a way to get the Russian fleet into play in a Russo-Turkish alliance, which we sometimes call the Russo-Turkish alliance, which we sometimes call the Juggernaut. So that's interesting. You also in the West saw that there was a bounce in the channel in spring 1901, which you don't often see. But let's go ahead to the fall, where we can sort of get a better idea of what we're talking about here. It is a real live Sevcon shuffle. Again, with the variant that it's not a very good Sevcon shuffle because you're putting the Turkish fleet. Now, you said that Grant was an agent of chaos. This is chaos theory writ large, because what does the fleet do now? In theory, you could put the Turkish fleet there to kill it, but it's not the Turkish fleet that you usually want to kill for the RT. It's the Russian fleet that you want to kill. Right. So it's sort of the opposite of what, but you can see it's clearly arranged because the Turks are supporting the Russians into Romania. I mean, all the Turks move away into Ankara, which, by the way, again, sort of going the wrong direction if you're an RD juggernaut trying to do something. So that's obviously what jumps out. The other thing that jumps out at me in the West is the fact that because the Russians had moved north, the English had to decide exactly and because there was a bounce of the channel, the English had to decide exactly what they wanted to do here. Dave decided not to convoy to Norway, but to instead put his fleet in Norway, leaving the North Sea completely open, which is, again, one of those moves that only a Dave Miletsky would really think makes sense. He's trying to give messages here by moving his army to Liverpool, and we will see whether he is successful in those messages. So I think after the 1901, the question is, do we have an AR? Do we have an RT? What exactly do we have in terms of alliance structure? The one thing I can guarantee, if you look at these builds, is we have a Russia who has decided to commit to the north. Yeah. It doesn't make it obvious here whether the Germans are going to help or not. The Germans having to build their fleet in in Berlin, because of the way they have their units set up. But let's go to the spring turn and see if this RT juggernaut is continuing.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think the plan was. Again, you could theoretically have decided you were going to kill this Turkish fleet, but that's not what actually happened. So that's clearly not what was going on. But you do have the Bulgaria moving back to take Khan. It's a kind of a disaster for the Russians and the Turks. Yeah. And as if it wasn't disastrous enough, it looks to me like Randy has moved against both of them. So he's moved into Bulgaria and he's moved to Galicia.
And he's got Warsaw, I guarantee.
And so he's going to Warsaw in the fall for sure, because Moscow goes to Sevastopol. So, yeah. But on the other hand, to make it a further jumble, what is Andrei Gribikov up to? He must have assumed that Randy was coming at him, I think, because he moves to Venice, moves to Apulia. He thinks he's antagonistic to Austria, or somehow wants to make it look like that or something. I have to admit, if you look at just in 1902, it's hard to figure out exactly what's happening in the East, except that it ain't good for the Turks, and it's probably not good for the Russians. We will see how that goes. In the West, you can see that the fleet build, the Chris had built 2 fleets, and that could have gone either direction, but it apparently is not going in the direction against the Italians in the Mediterranean, as you can see. The Germans, though, Eber has decided to pick a direction, and he has gotten straight into Burgundy and Ruhr, which is obviously not good for Chris Kelly. So perhaps the French are in trouble in this game. The Russians, of course, taking Norway, that really wasn't going to be stopped with 3 of them. Yes, Chris, we're talking trash about you, but this game is not over yet. Chris knows what's going to happen, and I'm not going to foreshadow it for anybody, but it certainly is not looking good for Chris Kelly right now. I'm not saying he can't defend himself. He's got a guy in Gascon. He can defend Paris, etc. But it doesn't look great given the fact that Eber has decided to go where he's. Let's go to the fall turn and see what. Well, wait a minute. That German invasion looked pretty serious, but so does Andrei Gribakov's center hall from the turn. Looks pretty serious to me because he snakes Munich, he snakes Trieste. So Andre is making a real move here. Now, Eber was making a move too. Look what would have happened if the Italians hadn't taken Munich. You'd be in Gascon, you'd be in Burgundy, you'd be in Ruhr. You've got, some support, some position there. On the other hand, it looks like Eber was doing that without a Maletsky ally in England, because Dave was actually doing something else with his units, which did not. In fact, he actually supported Belgium. So Chris and Dave have come to an arrangement here, an EF arrangement. That's bad news for Eber. And also bad news for Eber is that Munich is kaput. Now in the East, can you all figure out what's happening in the East? Good luck to you, because I couldn't figure it out from looking at this. What I can figure out is that Randy had a good turn, and then and Andrei Grubikov made a little bit less of a good Randy turn by taking Trieste. Was it with acquiescence? We'll find out. So let's go ahead and go into spring of 1903.
We probably need to pick up the pace a bit, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
1903, not a good year if you're the Turks. You can look at the spring and then look at the fall.
Oh, yeah.
So not a very good year for the Turks, not a very good year for the Russians. Apparently, it's a great year for Chris Kelly to change tack again.
Yeah.
And go towards the English. I mean, Italy saved France's bacon by attacking Munich, probably. Italy also brought home his own bacon, for his own house. But as you can see, his bacon is not great because there's a great guess here by the Germans that allows Eber to take back Berlin. So that's what's happening in 1903. If you want to go into 1904, you have that AI alliance that's going into the stalemate line region of Germany. That's sort of what you would do if you're the AI here and you think you've got Russia and Turkey on the ropes, which they do think that. And then you've got the EF war again, as I mentioned. You've got Germany continuing to basically fall apart here. They're really they're not in good shape. The French coming into Ruhr, the Italians coming to Munich. Go to the fall turn, and then we'll see one of the pivotal turns of this game. Fall 1904. Andrei Gribikov does it again. He takes Vienna.
Wow.
He takes Smyrna.
Wow.
He's already taken Munich.
Yeah.
Classic.
So if you're Randy, you're like, I am having a great game. Wait, what the crap?
And that little fleet in the Adriatic. Not what
So
you
he's
want to
got
see
fleets
there.
in the Adriatic, fleet in the Ionian. Randy is now out of position and in bad shape. Will that allow the Turks or the Russians to come back in this game? We'll find out. Meanwhile, in the West, you can see the +3 there. It's very gaudy. And so this is Italy. This is Andre saying, I can control this game. I am not going to choke, said Andrei Gribikov. I am going to control this game in winter 1904, and the world is my proverbial oyster.
But he didn't realize that you had foreshadowed that someone was going to choke in this game.
It's true. He didn't know that at the time, but he should have. He should have. All right, let's go into 1905. So Chris is continuing to be friendly with Andre, though, and he's just Chris is going after Chris stuff. It's easier for France to get stuff on its side of the line, really, than in this situation to go and try to get stuff from Italy. So you can argue that Chris is making a pretty good decision here, although he doesn't make much progress here in the spring turn. We do have the Turks rearranging to maybe take Smyrna back. And Randy's coming back as fast as he can. So maybe Andrei's gambit is going to fail. Maybe he is going to choke. Let's see what happens in the fall of 1905. Actually, he still does pretty well. He is going to lose Smyrna, but I think he's giving that back. He's leaving. And the Turks actually tried to snake Bulgaria from Austria. So apparently there may be a little bit of a late breaking Kraken with a big capital I and a little small t here. A Kraken being the IT. But wait, Chris Kelly has decided to turn again, maybe for the third time. And so now he's coming into the Mediterranean and leaving his offensive away against the English. He also, Chris, takes Munich, which is not insignificant here, because he's really getting position within Germany itself, as well as helping to defeat, the real threat to the board, the Italians. So Andre has really allowed Chris to take control of the game in the sense that he got rid of the German threat, but now Italy didn't get any benefit of going in there and attacking Germany. Sometimes that happens when the Italians attack Germany. Turks actually get to build here in 1905, so that's awesome. But wait a minute, Chris Kelly, did you just move? Did you just change again? Looks to me like you did. You went to Spain and Marseille instead of continuing your offensive into the Mediterranean. So Chris Kelly is like a weather vane going with the wind here. It's almost as if there was a tornado in Chicago. But sometimes people named Tornado do well. So we'll see if that happens in 1906. What happens in 1906? Chris Kelly continues to make progress, as you can see, in Germany. Basically unimpeded progress. By the time you get to fall of 1906, you do have Dave Miletsky finally saying, with Russian help, Chris, we're not going to have this anymore. You also have Randy deciding that he has had it with this game. And he basically holds and leaves all of his centers and lets the Turks get right back in the game. He probably is doing this as a way to get back at somebody. Maybe he asked for help against Andre, didn't get it. So he's saying, fine, I'm just leaving. You guys have fun without me. And they're going to, because Randy Lawrence Hurt is deceased. -5.
I do have to say, Randy sometimes does have a disappointed dad demeanor to him.
And I would also point out +3 in Turkey. Turkey was down to 2. And we all know this can happen as the Turks, because unless you completely get rid of that pesky Turk, the Turks can come back. And Grant has seriously come back here all the way to 6 centers. He's now bigger than Russia because he was able to get the benefit of that. Now, the question now is, and I know we're move pretty quickly here. The question is, what do the Turks and the Italians do here? Because Chris is also at 9. Who is going to break out of this game? Is it going to be Andre in Italy? Is it going to be Chris in France? Does Turkey have some chance of coming back? Let's find out in 1907. Andre goes to the line. The Turks go away from Andre, giving him a chance to send his units to the line against the French. But Dave Miletsky has moved away from France. It looks to me like Russia, and it doesn't look to me like, I know for a fact, England and Russia are going to kill off the rest of Germany and not worry about Chris Kelly. If you go to the fall turn, you'll see what I mean. They're just going to kill the rest of the German remnants and leaving the French completely alone. In fact, the French actually get to the Irish Sea here, while the Russians take London from England. So now we have Chris 1 ahead of Andre. So does Andre have a chance here, or did he sort of blow his chance by basically helping Chris earlier in the game survive the German assault? When you get to this point of the game, before I reveal what happens next, who can top this board now? And does anybody have a chance to come back from where they are right now, with Chris being ahead? Does anybody have a chance of doing better than Chris?
I think anyone is alive in this game. It's an untimed game. This can go for easily another 5 years. And they'll start running into the start of the next round, which would probably prompt a quick resolution. But yeah, you look, Italy and Russia are right up on the line. Russia has fleets in the north. If Miletsky is working with Russia, which appears to be the case, they could push France back relatively easily.
I completely agree with everything you are saying. You've got an IT, you've got Russian cooperation, you've got the French with, at best, an England that's going back and forth at worst, and a hostile England.
Yep.
This game should go on for a long time. Let's go to the spring turn.
And then it draws, right? Yeah. Okay.
Wait a minute. What in tarnation is going on here? So my question, and the reason I said Choke Street is I really think Andre has thrown away an opportunity, and maybe I'm wrong about that, because maybe he's worried that if he does make progress, or if the game continues, that he doesn't make progress, other people do, and he gets squeezed out, and that's a possibility.
It's a difficult spot for him, I meant to add this at the end, because of Grant Smith. Grant does not have a place to grow that is not either Andre's dots or hurts the person that Andre needs to be working with right now. So Andre is caught in a vice here, but I will say this is a case where Open Tribute, I think, actually does give you a good reason to keep going, because you have a lot to gain by possibly snatching the board top, and not a huge amount to lose by keeping it going. Some to lose, certainly. You know, he could drop from 60 points down to like 40 points, or even worse, get eliminated. But then the question is, you know, to win the tournament, I kind of got to roll the dice sometimes, and maybe this was a time to roll the dice. But you know, we say that without the benefit of knowing what negotiations were like, and maybe Grant just seemed like he was just itching for it. Right? There are plenty of players I can imagine being in Turkey for whom it would put my chances of topping down to 0 just because of who they are. I just would not be able to get any traction before they would jump on me. And maybe Grant was presenting like that.
And let me be clear about something. I was, of course, tongue-in-cheek about Andre choking. I actually think Andre played really well in this game. He made a lot of good decisions about when to change tack. I was totally kidding about the choke. The one thing, when he attacked Germany, when he did, it really did change the equation for Chris, in that you can't argue that point. It's a fact, which means that it could be that that's how Chris topped this game, is that Italy attacked when they did. I don't think that Andre could have stopped Randy from giving all those centers to Grant, but that's clearly the problem here, is that Grant was not killed, or not essentially killed, before the move on Austria, before taking Austria's stuff. There was probably no way to do it any other way. But the fact that Randy gave all those centers to the Turks has really, I think, probably ended up forcing this result.
I think also the stab on Randy just wasn't good enough. You know, he took a center off of Randy, but it was in a turn where Randy was getting a center on the other side. So Randy didn't actually have to disband. I think if you're going to stab your ally in that case, it's got to be a better one. You got to be able to get more and harm the ally more.
I'll agree with that. My other thing that I'll add is the way that Randy kind of noped out of this game real fast in that 1905, 1906, just walked out of everything, gave it to Grant, tells me that there was some emotional play that tells me that maybe the negotiations weren't as cordial as they could have been. And so maybe just drawing here was easier than trying to solve whatever tensions were happening, especially in the East. So that's for me, because Randy just sort of said, nope, I'm out. I don't want any part of this. I'm going to the bar. Thank you very much.
And I feel like we've seen that energy from Randy before. You know, he's just like, you know what, you idiots, go play with yourselves. I'm going to go do something better with my time.
Exactly.
And that's a choice that he is available to any player, which is something that the rest of us who are playing on the board need to realize and see if we can benefit from, manipulate, whatever.
All righty. Well, that was a fantastic start to our day. Brandon, we are going to say goodbye to you for just a little bit. And then we are going to welcome back Robert, who will be walking us through the next game. So next up, we've got round 1, board A. So I know, Robert, that you've taken a look at this over the last day or two. So when this comes up, I will give you a chance to tell us what happened.
All right, sure. So just before we get started, I want to point out a few of the players. Christian Brown, I was mentioning earlier, a Weasel, sort of a newer player, and we've seen two faces of Christian Brown lately. He's done really well in VDL, for example, has had some spectacular, great results, but sometimes he's also a bit of a chaos agent and does unconventional moves that don't always serve him well. So it's going to be interesting to see which Christian Brown we are seeing this weekend. And the other thing is, I want to point out the pairing in Russia and Turkey, Ed Sullivan and Saren Kwok. Remember that Ed Sullivan was the one who prepared a poem for Saren, at the DBNI top board earlier this year. So my question is, will they get along? Will Ed have prepared yet another poem, or does he have to, I don't know, raise the stakes, do some expressive dancing, play her a tune on the trombone because poem is not enough anymore? We shall see. So these are just two things I want to point out to have an eye on. And I think we can get to the map now. We have some other players that I don't really know. Jens Forsgaard, for example, sounds Scandinavian, but I have never heard the name. Jack Hazlitt, I have not any experience with. So we will see what's becoming of this particular setup. So if we look at the beginning of spring 1901, we see Russia waltzing into Galicia. There seems to be a violated DMZ with Austria. And so far, Russia and Turkey seem fairly friendly. You know, the classical virtual opening with Smyrna to Ankara, that could be an RT opening. Maybe there was a poem and maybe it worked. The other thing that is probably worth noting is the bounce in Burgundy, which is not super uncommon, but we don't see it that much. I think it usually is not great for either side, but it's not the end of the world either. Could be arranged, could be not. Who knows? So if we move into fall, we see the first big turning point. Germany NMRs. So it looks like Christian Braun didn't manage to get his orders into the box in time, which is obviously very bad for him. At least he takes one build off of Denmark, but England and France both take two, and he's stuck on one. That certainly sucks. And in the East, there's a big pile on Austria. Poor Jack Hazlitt. Russia supports Italy into Vienna. Italy takes Greece with Turkish help. But there is some strife between Russia and Turkey, you know. Both of them try to work with Italy, but Saren goes to Black Sea and Armenia, so maybe the poem wasn't good enough, or maybe she expected yet another one for fall of 01 and Ed had only one. We don't know. But she builds a fleet Smyrna in winter, which is certainly keeping their options open. This is sort of the most pro-Russian build you could make, so maybe there are still opportunities. The rest of the builds are fairly standard, I would say, and we can move on. In spring, still no poem. That means there's an attack on Sevastopol. However, Ed sniffs it out and defends it. Some weird coordination in the East where players offer support to somebody else and they do something entirely different. So it looks to me like this was a very chaotic and dynamic negotiation phase where lots of players try to get on top of this chaos. Whereas in the West, you know, Russia lets England be. They set up to take some stuff in Scandinavia. It looks like a bit of an EF starting, and Christian guesses right to keep them out of his stuff, actually. So good defense on his part there. And that sort of continues if we go into fall. Christian actually doesn't lose anything, manages to pick up Holland, so he has sort of recovered a bit, got his second build, so that's good for him. And I think Craig really dodged a bullet here and sniffed out very well an attack by France. I don't think that this bounce in North Atlantic Ocean was arranged. It could be, but it seems unlikely. I think France hoped that England wouldn't get a build and they could sneak in there and have a free convoy into Liverpool next year. So good job, Craig Mayer, to sniff that out and defend well. And in the East, it finally seems like IR and T have gotten their stuff together and decided, let's kill Austria quickly. Turkey convoys to Bulgaria. Austria goes down to 2, actually could have been eliminated, but for some reason, Maxim Popov has moved into Tyrolia, so that's a bit unusual. But yeah, it seems like IRT have said, okay, let's all grow off of Austria. And if we go into winter and look at this position, I want to ask the question to you guys. IRT is fun. You can kill Austria very quickly. Everybody grows a little bit. But what becomes next? So what would be your estimation? What would be the alliance structure that can emerge from this point? IT, RT, IR, what would you guys think? I mean, Austria is practically dead, so they have to figure out what they do with all those armies that are touching each other.
Well, the issue with RT is that there's only one RT fleet in the Mediterranean, and the Italians have 3. So I'm not saying you couldn't do it, because with that army build of Khan, that you could just try to force your way into the Balkans with armies. But to me, the Khan looks more like a defensive build, like she's worried that there's going to be an IR, which is what I'm going to guess is the resulting alliance here, is an IR Wintergreen.
Yeah, I would make the same estimation. I would be afraid of that IR wintergreen coming out of this. But on the flip side, I also know how well both Ed and Saren can work a multi-person alliance. And so the IR team might yet survive this. It's hard to say. I've seen it before. I don't remember enough about Maxim's play to make that estimation on his part, though.
So let's see what's happening in spring. The answer is no strife yet. And I don't know exactly what Saren's armies are doing in Serbia and Bulgaria. They seem to have other things to do, like maybe they are busy translating Russian poetry into the Turkish language or something. But this is a ballsy move. Like, this is very brave not to support anything and just trust her negotiation skills. And it's a little bit show-offy, to be honest. Just saying like, I've got this. None of those guys will attack me. They are going west. Ed puts the fleet into Romania. I can just hold them. And she essentially just does nothing. I mean, that bounce in Ankara is obviously very significant tactically. But apart from that, nothing happens at all with the Turkish units. And apart from that, in the West, Germany keeps guessing right over the defensives against EF. So EF has a problem because there is a significant amount of units coming west, and they are not really finishing Germany quickly. France pushes into the Med, so they sort of see it coming, but it doesn't look too good for the West as it stands. If we move on to fall, 100% agreed taking of Romania, piffing off that fleet. Saren, just to show it to the world, vacates Bulgaria, so Russia would have had the option to retreat there. Saren just playing the mind game. And Austria lives to fight another day. Yeah, Munich. So they have become sort of the Janissary, and it is some sort of a quadruple, if you want to call it that way right now. All of the East are working together for now. Will that continue in 1904? Let's see. What is happening? Will Turkey stab or something, or will they just sit in the corner? What is Turkey doing? Let's see. Saren takes a ship to Syria, where she will probably spend her summer translating Alexander Pushkin or something. Apart from that, nothing really happens. I and R push west, and we keep going. Saren pulls back even more. Italy takes Lyon off of the board, which is good. So France has trouble defending. Actually, Germany is joining the Eastern Quadruple now, so it's essentially everybody against EF right now. Germany losing 2 units, but they get into Burgundy, so they might be useful. And we can go on into 1905, a few builds, nothing too spectacular. Spring of 1905, is there a little bit of discord between I and R? They don't seem to figure out who gets Munich. Austria is put into into Berlin, but they bounce in Munich, so maybe there is a crack in the alliance of IR. Let's see, will there be some more strife and fall? Nope. That interface is interesting. There is so much support for Germany. Like, Germany should be in Munich, and everybody agrees. So if neither I nor R can take it, let's put Germany there. IRT stays solid. And yeah, this time it's actually Saren who's writing some poetry instead of orders. It looks a bit like a Dadaistic poem that sounds a little bit like hold. That's essentially all she turned in this turn. So we can keep going. 1906, spring 1906, there is some more dot trading. Okay, now Russia gets one back off of Turkey. Turkey takes Greece. We didn't mention that, but Italy has really made progress last year, taken 2 off of France, so that was devastating for France. England tries to defend as well as they can, but what will they do if France is falling and they are sort of their only friend? The big question is, will Turkey at some point take a stab, because they have spectacular stab opportunities if they want it. They are playing one short, so they can get a build even if they're just trading Romania for Greece, and everybody else has left the East. So if they want it, they can grow very quickly, but will they take it? That's the big question in this game. So let's see what's happening in 1907. Let's push forward. Turkey waves the build once again. IR keeps pushing west. We have now Russia in Burgundy, Russia in the mid-Atlantic Ocean, just standard round 1 stuff, I would say. You see it all the time for Russia. Keep going. In fall, England takes France. So is this England saying, screw this? I mean, France is dying anyway. I'm getting my piece. Will that maybe be the last piece that will just make the East explode because they're not getting along anymore? Let's see. Certainly, England is getting a build, which is nice for them, at least for the time being. And in spring of 1907, France is also saying a bit like Randy earlier in the other game, I'm done with this game. Maybe it was because he got dotted by England. Maybe that was already that he said, yeah, just take it. I don't care anymore. So England seems to make some sort of a deal here, or is pitching a deal. They convoy back to London. So maybe there's some number floating around that they will do whatever, a 10-10-10-4 or something, because there is not really much sense why you would convoy back to London and hold all your fleets in the north. So I'm sure they will have offered something to the rest of the board. Meanwhile, Saren is still sitting in a corner, as we know it already. You can go to the fall. We've seen, yes, France gets their wish. They can go to the bar. They are eliminated. Thanks for playing, Jens. But no, the game is not yet over. We keep going into 1909. Is this England throwing to Russia? Potentially, is England maybe saying, INT, screw you, Russia is going to solo, because they just move out of Norway. They pull back totally. They defend against Italy, but not against Russia. We'll see. Let's see in fall what's happening there. More moving out of dots for Russia. Sweden is taken, but London is being bounced. So interesting what Craig Mayer is doing here. Maybe it is actually a deal that he said, I want to keep my home centers, but the rest I don't care. That's about all we've got for 1909. 1910 is actually mainly about keeping more cleanup. Actually, Saren has built by this time now, but just to hold 3 armies in her home centers. It's not like she's really using the units. So it's really 1910 is mainly about cleaning up more dots. England gets kicked out of Holland, and there is a nice little Italian convoy to Liverpool, so we can keep going. And fall, yes, okay, Italy is in Edinburgh, classical stuff for Italy. England survives on 1 after this year because for some reason Germany has moved out of Holland. There is no sign of this alliance cracking. Saren just keeps her feet still. I don't know if she actually was still around or if she actually was playing from the bar or something already, but I assume she was still negotiating. And in 1911, we see some more fun stuff, like Italy doing just Italy things, like being in Eddy, or convoying Liverpool to London via an Italian and a Russian fleet. That's also like very typical play. Italy loaning Turkey Trieste. We've seen that quite a lot lately. It's become sort of a standard move. And at the end of 1911, we are at a board state where England is being eliminated. Yes, okay, Craig, you clearly tried to work out something with those guys, but for some reason they didn't want it. Maybe you pitched it wrong, or maybe it was all the time the fix was in already. But after 1911, the game actually ends with a 10-10-10, and Germany surviving on 3. They were down to 1 for a while and managed to get back as a janissary, and Austria in Denmark. So this is a bit of an insane game, and I've rarely seen a game where the sentence "play the players, not the pieces" has been that literal. I mean, Saren has clearly sort of dictated the whole board here in a way, but she has not made many moves. It's very fascinating, and she has been vocal about this playing style, that she likes triples, that she likes shared board tops, and that she's way more about the negotiations and the people than the tactics. But this is taking it to an extreme, together with Ed Sullivan, who's also sort of known for that style. Sometimes he plays very stabby as well, but we certainly have seen Care Bear alliances as well. Will that serve them well? We shall see. I mean, Brandon has pointed it out. This scoring system does not favor shared board tops. 68 points apiece it's sort of like a better second place score under this scoring system. Yes, it's a 3-round tournament with no drop round, so that might be an argument that just getting 3 consistent scores is more important than getting 1 stellar one. But you gotta wonder if it wouldn't have been the better option for Turkey, at least, to at some point take this great stab they had when INR had just left and push for 12, 13, 14 centers themselves. Yeah, crazy game. Was fun to review. Thanks to all the players. I hope you had fun with this one. I can imagine that some players had more fun than others on this board.
Like you said, so much typical play here. Austria ended up with their dot in Denmark, as I love to see it. Happens all the time. David, What are your thoughts? I don't think you've seen this game until now.
What do they say? What do you young people say these days? SMH, shaking my head. this is not a real game that you can learn anything from, viewers. This is a result that you see in a tournament setting sometimes. It's sort of an engineered deal. Again, the players get to do this. I'm not saying you can't do this. You can do this. But this is not a real game of diplomacy that you can learn anything from, because this is something that would only happen in a particular type of tournament, particularly one that does not have a drop round. Because if you had a drop round, there would be no incentive for these people to do this at all.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think you could learn a great deal from this if you were listening into the negotiations. I think that would have been very interesting to hear how these three made this work and how they all, had the trust that Saren would just sit around and take a few dots from behind when the others had taken some. I think that would have been very interesting. But yeah, clearly it's not a game to study when you're trying to get better at tactics or anything.
No. But it is a game. It is a game to keep in mind, as you pointed out, Robert, that diplomacy is not just a game where you move pieces around like a war game or something. It is a psychological, personal game, and that's what happened here. This was a result that was engineered by people speaking to each other and convincing each other that this was the way to do it.
It can be very well be a meta thing that they were trying to establish in round one of this tournament. Hey, we are the biggest Care Bears on Earth. You should ally with us in the coming rounds. And, it's face-to-face, so results like that will pass around. People will talk about this between the games. Oh, have you heard about this crazy game where IRT did a 10-10-10? And who did it? So sometimes it works out, sometimes they will have an easier time finding an ally in later games. And I think good amount of the success of Ed Sullivan and Saren Kwok has been based on these kind of reputations, even though it's not always true. I've been brutally stabbed by Saren Kwok before. It happens as well, even though she likes to present as like she would never do that.
We all know how well Saren can stick the knife in a back when she wants to. I've seen it happen. It has not happened to me personally yet, and I'm not looking forward to the day that it does. But this is one of those games that is really indicative of the kind of clash of cultures that we've seen as some of the old school face-to-face players have come to play with some of the virtual face-to-face players and are learning the different styles. So super interesting game. I enjoyed it, though, as David said, not many lessons to be learned here. I do have a quick interview segment because I'm sure the big question on everyone's mind is, how did Craig Mayer feel about what happened on this board? So let's take a look. Thank you to Ed Sullivan for getting this to us. And here we go.
All right, welcome to Back Channel, How to Show on DBN. I've got Dr. Craig Mayer. Doctor, we just got done with round one, game one. You're not looking happy.
Did not go well.
Okay.
Did not go well.
But you still love me, right?
Just a little less. Just a little less.
Tell the listeners what happened.
So I was on the western side of the board, and France and I began working together, and we were just going to kind of take Germany out. And then on the other side of the board, it was like everybody was on the same team. So they did an Eastern quadruple. And Turkey just kind of sat there and just let Italy and Russia, they took out most of Austria and just let Italy and Russia just flow west. And we weren't quite done yet getting ourselves sorted out. And frankly, I think Turkey had big opportunities to make really big plays and passed on those opportunities. And had that player taken some of those opportunities to make big moves, I think it would have worked out better for our side. But that was a decision that was made.
Have you ever had to give medical attention to someone at a diplomacy tournament?
No.
Have you ever had to prescribe emergency drugs at a diplomacy tournament? I'm in need of something.
Emergency, like contraceptives, or
I don't know, like anything that can help.
Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna probably need to take my own Xanax now. I'm a little.
If you had to operate on this board and cut one thing out to be able to improve the body of the game
on that board,
what would it be?
Boy, probably would have done a Germanectomy.
All right, goodbye, Christian. Thanks, Craig.
Thanks, Ed.
For
It's
those that
always
don't know, Craig Mayer is an OBGYN, so that was the point of that contraceptive joke.
Yes, that is an important bit of information. He is known on the virtual circles by the handle OBGYN Kenobi, one of the resident medical experts in the hobby. That was quite the board for Craig. Robert, any thoughts about what was said there?
I mean, I think Craig passed up an opportunity to at least verbally get back to Ed when he was asking who you wanted to cut out to say you. I think Ed sort of expected that answer. But I mean, it can be a disadvantage. I mean, if Craig is bumping in 1-2 of these three in a coming round, maybe he will not be that happy with them, and this whole reputation thing might not apply that much to him, because frankly, he had a very good game in the beginning. He started well, was doing great, and if such an alliance is coming for you that is just like unbreakable, whatever you do, it can be very frustrating, and it's sort of not that much. I don't think Craig is much to blame in this game. You know, he played well, but what can you do about that?
No, there was nothing he could do, and he may not blame Ed Sullivan's Russia or Maxim Popov's Italy for what happened to him. Because why do you blame them? I mean, they sort of got the benefit. If you call a 10-center three-way board top something you really want, they got the benefit of that, and he's probably just blaming Saren there.
All righty. Well, thank you, Robert, for going over that board for us. We're going to move on to our next board, which means for the moment, we're going to say goodbye to Mr. Hood and bring back Brandon Fogel.
Hey, guys.
So, Brandon, you had a chance to look over board C. So I'm going to pull up that player list for you.
So this table is just plain fun. Like, just looking at this lineup, it's just fun. So focus on the East for a second here. In Austria, we've got local club legend Matt Sundstrom, the most decorated Windy City Weasel in club history, playing Austria. In Italy, you've got hobby legend Eddie Bursan, the longest playing diplomacy player of all time in Italy. So Austria and Italy, two legends with each other back to back. Fascinating to see how that one works out. In Russia, you've got Zach Moore, DBN's own Zach Moore, who is the last person to win Weasel Moot in person face-to-face. And then you've got, on top of all of that, if that wasn't enough, reigning Diplomat of the Year, Jason Massbaum in Turkey. So this East is just loaded. And then in the West is also interesting. We've got Keith Worstel, also known as Superstition or Stitches Online, is an avid extended deadline player and also organizer who played at Dixie for the first time. His first time playing in person face-to-face. Didn't do so well, took some hard knocks and learned some hard lessons, and has come to Chicago to put those lessons into practice. Chad Carson is a local Chicago player who played with the Weasels a couple of years ago, got really into it and then needed a break. Glad to see him back. Chad is a savvy player, but also one who has a tendency to pull the trigger too early. Loves to stab, loves a little too much. And Caius Danley, don't know anything about. In fact, Caius is a new player to all of us. So interesting experience in the East and newer players in the West. I tried to come up with a tagline for this game, and honestly, it was bonkers. This game is just bonkers. I will do my best to summarize it. I don't think I can. I'm going to try not to focus on too much minutia. So let's just dive in here. Spring 1901 orders. Caius must have just wondered what was on his breath that got this set of moves, because you've got Chad going to the English Channel, you've got Keith Worstel getting into Burgundy, and on top of it, Eddie Bursan gets into Piedmont. So this is a full 3-on-1 against France to start off with. The rest of the East is cagier, but if you go into the fall here, you'll see that it looks pretty RT-like. Jason supports Zach into Romania, pulls the fleet over to get it pointed west, so that's a nice sort of RT beginning. In the West, however, this is one of the most bonkers Western turns I have ever seen. What happens here, follow me, is that Caius, pulling a very beginner move here, moves Marseille into Burgundy, where it really can't do a whole lot. I think he was hoping that he would just be dislodged, and pushed into Spain. Really just should have gone to Spain. So Caius, probably understand that lesson now. Just go to Spain next time. But the movement, either way, allows Eddie Bresson to get into Marseille, which is fascinating for Italy to do that. Keith in Germany takes Belgium, and Chad Carson gets in the Mid-Atlantic. To top it off, Zach Moore sees the bounce coming and decides to go to Baltic, which is a bold play because it pulls him a little bit out of position. Spoiler alert, you'll see why that's a problem moving ahead. So let's look at the builds here. Nothing too surprising. You know, Keith in Germany gets 3 builds, which is always really nice, and plops down only 1 fleet, which is friendly for to England. The other thing to note here is that Eddie Bresson puts down 2 fleets. So that just indicates that he wants to go west, doesn't want to mess with Matt Sundstrom in Austria. All right, moving ahead here. We can see that this EGI 3-on-1 continues against France. Chad is supported into Spain. So this is actually really nice for Chad, because often what happens when England goes to the Mid-Atlantic like that in 01 is that they just get pulled out of position and they're not able to convert it into a gain very quickly. But here, Chad converts it into a gain right away. On top of that, gets St. Petersburg, which is nice. Zach Moore, you can see the problem with getting pulled out of position. He gets into Kiel, clearly not going to hold on to it. But the big news here is the first alliance shift, which comes courtesy of Zach Moore slipping into the Black Sea, giving up on the RT right away. It's a problem for Zach because he clearly doesn't have Austria on board. Maybe he expected it, but the move from Moscow to Ukraine indicates that he didn't. Maybe the bouncing Galicia was agreed upon. Hard to say. Okay, moving ahead here. Clearly, this was a prelude to an attack on Turkey. The convoy into Ankara. Jason could have blocked it, didn't see it coming, and doesn't. Elsewhere, nothing really too surprising happens. So we can move on ahead here into 1903. And here we see now a rearrangement in the east a little bit. If we had wondered whether an AR would form against to finish off Turkey, it doesn't happen because Matt does take Romania here. And we get to see, I think, for the first time, an arrow with 3 supports. So that's nice to see. In the west, we have Eddie Bresson taking the French help into Spain. So this is the first clue that EGI is no longer functioning, at least as far as E and I are concerned, England and Italy. Okay, we can move on ahead into fall of 1903. And let's see. So Italy has turned on England. Now I'm just checking my notes. And Germany has now joined with Russia against Austria. So that's one thing to note for the moment. And that helps Russia and Zach Moore retake Romania. So just pause here for a second. So go to the next one. We can see the builds and sort of see the board position. You also see Chad Carson pulling some units back. And it's a very sort of dynamic moment in this game. You've got 2 players in France and Turkey who are probably, mortally wounded. But for everyone else, you've got pieces sort of all over the board, and the alliance structure seems like it might be a little more fluid. And so in 1904, something interesting happens. Apparently, France decides that joining up with England and Germany is the best way to ensure future survival, and takes support into Mid-Atlantic and into Gascony. So leaves the only 2 centers that Caius is holding on to in order to help England and Germany with position against Italy. In the east, we finally do see some Italy and Austria cooperation. Prior to now, they had basically been working alongside each other, but not with each other. And now we finally do see them actually coordinating to take Tyrolia. Interestingly, Serbia goes back to Trieste to prevent a retreat there, but that just opens up Serbia for the retreat for his own. Russia is now working with Germany against Austria, which is what was happening before. Sorry, you can go into the fall. That's fine. So this Western Triple actually does seem to hold on for a little bit here. as France is able to hold on to both of their centers, even though England could have pilfered one pretty easily, certainly with cooperation with England. And at the end of 1904 here, there is an RT that has reformed. So just sort of take stock of the alliance structure. We've got a Western triple. We've got Austria and Italy working together. But then you've got this cross-border alliance of Russia and Germany working together. All right, so let's push ahead into 1905. We'll take a breath at the end of 1905, and I'm going to ask, I'm going to put the spotlight on Robert to tell me who he likes at this point. But what happens in 1905 is that Germany stabs Russia. So clearly moves on Russia, gets into Galicia, goes to Silesia, Prussia, and tries to go to Livonia, messes up the convoy. So you can show the orders here. Instead of Baltic convoying Kiel to Livonia, it supports Kiel to Livonia. It's a devastating error for Keith, although not as devastating as you might think. As we go ahead into 1905, fall of 1905, does take Warsaw, but isn't in Livonia to either threaten Moscow or keep Zach from going into Livonia. And this will be an issue in a little bit, as we will see. But the displacement from Galicia allows him to retreat to Budapest, so he stays even. And meanwhile, in the west, Eddie retakes Mid-Atlantic, and poor Jason Mastbaum gets turned on again by what now appears to be an AIR. So what we seem to have is an AIR versus a Western triple in 1905. One other thing I'll note for a second here, if you look at the tactics around Paris and Burgundy, you'll see that Chad and Caius, they wanted to make sure that Caius stayed at 2, didn't have to go down a unit. But the way that they did it causes a unit to go against go away from the line with Italy. They could have actually made a supported attack on Spain, so either tap Marseille or use Gascony to support Lyon, Mid-Atlantic into Spain. They don't do it. They move units away from the line, and that is, it's just inefficient. And we'll see why that's a problem in a little bit. Okay, so just hold here in winter 1905. My question for Robert, seeing the board as it is right here, Germany has made a move, taken a lead here, 9-7 over Italy. Who would you like on this board? Who's most likely to top this one?
I do like Italy here. For a while, I liked England quite a bit here, but with Italy in Mao and Germany sort of getting another build there and so on, I'm not sure. But I feel like it's not unlikely, especially with what you've told us about Chad, that we will see England rear end Germany at some point, which will probably strike disaster for Germany, because as you pointed out as well, their holdings in the East are very precarious as well. And I think if that happens, Eddie Bersan could have a very good game here. He's only 2 behind Germany, and I would like that Italian position.
All right, let's see how it works. So into 1906, just want to focus on Keith Worstel here and his tactics in the north. So he had just what was a misorder. He had good tactics last year, but a misorder prevented him from getting to Livonia. Excuse me. Here, I think he makes a mistake by worrying too much about Silesia rather than supporting himself into Livonia. And allowing the, so if it were me, I would have sent Warsaw to Moscow and supported Prussia to Livonia here in order to gain position over the Russian centers. What you want to do here, you've just stabbed Russia, you want to consolidate your position and make sure that you own Russia and prevent them from being able to recover. The army in Budapest has to come up to Galicia here. Support it to Galicia with Bohemia, maybe even with Warsaw support. Don't send Warsaw to Moscow and use it to support. It would have gotten cut, but still, you can't have that army popped. You need to convert it, and it's in a place where you can't defend that center, that supply center. So you have to get it into a position where you can use it to either defend or capture the supply center. So unfortunately, some inefficient tactics, and it's going to, before we move on, I would just foreshadowing, it is going to be a problem for Germany next. But first, focus on the west here. England does turn on France now. So after supporting them back into Brest, unnecessarily, we should add, because he had the units to take it himself, he takes Brest with support causing a retreat to Picardy, which is next to several supply centers. All right, let's move ahead here. Okay, and Jason Massbaum is now being eliminated. You can see that Matt Sundstrom has taken Smyrna. And now you can see that Keith finally gets the position, but is doing it at a time when Austria is getting possibly 2 builds here, and hasn't been able to take a dot to replace Budapest that he's lost, and is losing Belgium now because he didn't cover it, even though Burgundy was given a joke order, could have covered Belgium. So unfortunately, I think Keith got a little bit over his skis, took a chance, took a lead, and then, which is great, an improvement over what happened in his previous at Dixie, but wasn't able to have the presence of mind to convert that into a more solid position. Okay, so move ahead into 1907. And again, Robert, we're gonna stop at the end of this one. You can tell me who you like. You can see Germany's position is now collapsing, and Zach is, suddenly in Ukraine in position to retake Warsaw. Keith has decided to turn on Chad, and Chad has decided to turn on Keith. So E and G, who had not been fighting, are now in the same season, turning on each other. So either they both sniffed it out, or Keith maybe wasn't so happy with what happened with Caius's unit last year. Either way, the beneficiary is one Mr. Eddie Bresson, who is now in Burgundy, is now given up Tyrolia to his pal Austria. So move ahead here, and we can see how this works out in the fall. Gets supported, Eddie, into Munich.
From Burgundy. I mean,
from Burgundy.
That's unusual for Italy. Not to go to Munich, but to come there from Burgundy.
And to get it with Austrian support. So the AI is kind of the lone alliance on the board that has held together from the beginning. Again, it was a détente at first, and now it's a full-on alliance. And so you have Eddie Bresson, hobby legend, sitting in Mid-Atlantic and in Munich now and building. So let's look at, and also you have Keith Worsel's positioning continue to worsen. Zach Moore gets a bonus here. And now it suddenly feels again like a very dynamic board, but Italy was your pick before. Do you like Italy's position better or worse now?
I do like it at least better, or at least the same. I won't change my pick at this point.
Siobhan, do you want to weigh in?
I still like Italy's position if he can keep the alliance strong diplomatically. I never hated the English position, and it seems to have consolidated a little stronger in the last few seasons. And so if my pick isn't Eddie, it's probably Chad in England.
All right, let's push ahead into spring of 1908. Eddie gets into the Irish Sea, follows up into Mid-Atlantic. I mean, usually when Italy gets fleets, even one fleet across, but certainly multiple fleets through Mid-Atlantic, we're talking solo territory. Mm-hmm. And suddenly Austria and Russia are now fighting. So this AIR that had cooperated to take out Turkey finally is now switched to an ARG, an AG against Russia. And Chad Carson and Keith are just continuing to do battle. Real quick, I want to point out a tactical misstep by Chad Carson here. He attacks Norway, which was guaranteed, except for the fact that Germany was in Livonia, but does so from St. Petersburg. I think you want to put Norwegian into Norway here. And you don't want to lose St. Pete. You want to be able to try to take both of them. And I also think that north to Skagerrak is a mistake. I think you do not want to give up North Sea here. Mm-hmm. And the leverage that you gain in Skagerrak, you could do this if you wanted to, but Belgium then has to go to north. You just cannot give up North Sea here. Okay, so push ahead. And in fall of 1909, we get a massive stab here. Massive stab. Austria and Italy, who had been the most pleasant pairing on the board, now is gone. Matt Sundstrom makes his move. This is club legend, stabbing, hobby legend. drops into Greece, takes Venice, moves armies back, loses Galicia to a Russian army, which you have to wonder whether that was agreed upon or not. I think if you're Matt Sundstrom, you probably want those armies going north here. But he does it. And Smyrna even goes to Eastern Med for reasons. In the West, we have Chad Carson supporting himself back to north, which allows North Sea to retreat to Eddy. So you can see the tactical misstep now from spring of 1908 is multiplying and really tanking Chad. Chad had a moment, I think, there to try to consolidate position and gain another center and slowly grow. And that has passed at this moment. Okay, so in winter of 1908, you can see everyone is between 6 and 8 centers. Like, this is kind of anyone's game, but you have Austria putting down a fleet in 1908. How great is that? Austria's position is still pretty good in the north. You've got units disappearing on that side of the board, but completely empty at home. All right, let's push ahead here into 1909. Austria is just continuing forward, getting the units in place. Interesting that Matt goes for Ionian here and prevents Aegean Sea from getting out. I think if you're Matt, you may actually want that fleet to get back into the Ionian, because what happens in fall of 1909, perplexingly, is that Russia and Austria combine to displace the Italian fleet, who has an empty supply center to retreat to in Smyrna. This is combined with some, what I can only assume is a misorder. Tyrolia doesn't go to Venice here, gets lucky that Venice vacates Apulia. Maybe Eddy was suspecting a convoy or something tricky like that. But Matt would have gotten away with it if he could have held on to Smyrna. So this, unfortunately, is where things go off the rails a little bit for Matt. And keep on going ahead here into spring of 1910. Things just kind of get a little messy again. The problem for Matt ends up being a bonus for Zach, because he can get Smyrna and stay in the alliance. And so that's a net positive for him. The curious thing here is Zach moving Silesia back to Galicia. That's something I'd want to be on the fly on the wall for, to see how that negotiation went. In the West, you've just got England and Germany continuing to fight. Zach is poking his finger in there to, I think, sort of try to make sure that they stay fighting, that those German armies have something else to do besides come after him. In the fall of 1910, we just get more of the same. EG keep fighting. AI keep fighting. Russia isn't really being attacked by anyone. It's just kind of moving ahead. He's picking up a build here, moving ahead into spring of 1911. Things shift a little bit here. England and Germany get themselves back on the same page. Austria and Italy get themselves on the same page as well. And Russia goes to the line. So all of a sudden it seems to be EG versus AIR. Which, Zach Moore has taken the lead here. He's at 8. So moving ahead here into spring of 1912, the game draws. And I would have put you on the spot if this was if we hadn't spent so much time on it already. But what do you think about this ending?
Great comeback by Zach Moore. I'm trying to think if maybe he could have even squeezed out a few more, but I guess it was late in the day already. Round 2 was about to start. So if I'm Zach, I'm probably just happy to take the 80 points and don't care that much about additional centers. But yeah, great comeback. We wouldn't have seen that coming for quite a while, I think. And I think EG probably has play here. They should be able to kick Italy out of the French and Iberian centers. But once again, maybe they didn't see board top. And if they don't board top, then probably it's better to get a little break between round 1 and 2. So maybe that was their thinking.
Well, speaking of breaks between round 1 and 2, I got some intel from behind the scenes that this game drew 5 minutes before board call for round 2.
Okay.
So I think it was very much motivated by, I don't want to play 2 boards at once. The only person on the board who might have been okay with that is Eddie Brisson, who is legendary at playing 2 boards at once.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game where I think we're a little bit cheated, to be honest, by the fact that it had to end, because this is a game being played at a pretty high level by players who know how to keep a board balanced. And I don't think any one of these has like a clear advantage. Maybe Zach for the moment, because he's put himself in a diplomatic position where nobody wants to attack him. But as we've seen in this game, that can change very quickly.
Just look at that center shard. I mean, it's pretty insane.
Yeah. And I want to give a shout out here to Chad Carson and Keith Worstel for surviving on this board, especially after some tactical inefficiencies. Right, came back from that, kept their head in the game, and stuck with these heavy hitters. And Zach Moore.
And that guy. All right. Well, thank you, Brandon. Any other parting thoughts on this board before we move on?
Nah, we said enough.
All righty. Well, we're going to move on to the last board of this round. We're going to bring back David Hood. And for now, we're going to give Robert a little bit of a break. So we'll see you in a bit while we cover this game. David, welcome back.
Y'all, that game was awesome.
Yeah.
That was by far the best game we've seen so far. Just looking at a game of diplomacy, that was a great game played by really good players. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, and Matt Sundstrom's stab in particular was well timed, and it kept the game in an interesting place. So thank you for that, Matt.
Absolutely. And Keith came back from a bad situation, and it just really good play.
Yep. All righty. Well, on to the last, but certainly not least board, board D of round 1. So we're going to take a look at the players first. Up first in Austria, we've got, known to all you DBNers, Karthik Koneth coming out of Southern California in Austria. In England, we've got Morgante Pell. In France, Don Glass from Chicago, a Weasel. Germany is Ben Kelman out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Italy is my hometown friend, Adam Silverman from just south of San Francisco. Russia, we've got Tever Lindsay. I don't know the name, don't know where he's from. They are from. And Turkey, the one, the only, Kevin O'Kelly. David, any thoughts on this lineup?
Gosh, what? Well, first of all, we've got Morgante coming back to the scene. That's fun to see. He's such a great player. Yeah, Tever, I don't know where Tever is from. I don't know that I'd want to be Russia in this game.
Agreed.
But we'll see. We'll see.
Brandon, any thoughts before we move on to the board itself?
I wouldn't want to play next to Kevin O'Kelly either.
All righty. Well, without further ado, we're just going to go right into the game. So, David, I'm going to have you cover the moves. Brandon, you can add some flavor if you think he's missed anything, and we'll just keep a quick pace on this. So, alrighty, David, take it away.
All right. Do we have any openings that seem unusual? We do. Tever going to Prussia is not a common Russian move. It's a little unclear if you're going to go do that, why not go to Silesia? So who knows? We'll see what that was all about. The rest of these openings are somewhat standard. That French opening is the one that allows you, if you want, to go after 3 builds without threatening the Germans because you're not even in Burgundy. So that's what that opening is about. And Kevin is doing that Turkish opening that has become all the rage lately. What all the kids are doing these days, going from Sparta to Ankara.
I'll just note that the French opening is similar to what Caius did in the game that I just covered. And it's a big risk to leave both English Channel and Burgundy both uncovered. Caius got burned on that, and Don does not. So, such is the life of diplomacy players.
Yep.
All righty. So it begins on to fall of 1901. David, what do you see?
Well, I see Bulgaria hitting Serbia which you wonder why you're doing that. You're telegraphing something there with maybe he thought the Italians were going to go to Greece. It's a little unclear what that was about, but unless this is some kind of subterfuge, that's tipping off what you're doing without much benefit. The Russians getting into Romania with support of the Austrians is, I mean, obviously the going to Galicia might have been something where he didn't really mean to, or he thought the Russians were going there or something. So he's trying to patch that up. In the West, Kiel understandably goes to Berlin. Like, I can't figure out what else Russia's doing, so I better cover Berlin. And he also takes Holland, which allows there to be a two-center England here because they take Belgium with the army. And as you guys are fond of saying, Belgium is what?
Where English armies go to die.
We'll see if that's what happens.
And perhaps the least surprising thing on this board is that Denmark bounces Russia out of Sweden.
Yes, that was going to be I didn't notice that, but I didn't note that, but that was going to be the obvious result of going to Prussia.
All righty. On to the winter. We've got, what do you see?
Well, the fleet build in Marseille means something. It may not mean anything bad for Adam's Italian position, but it certainly means from Don, hey, Morgante, I'm your bud, by not putting the fleet in Brest. Otherwise, let's see, Turkish fleet being built is important. I guess the third Italian army, the one being built in Venice, could be important. You don't often do that if the Trieste move was a borrow from the Austrians. So we'll see what that means.
Okay, let's push straight into spring of 1902. What do you see?
Yeah, this was Austria said, I didn't really give you that. Or at least if I did, I wasn't expecting you to build in Venice. The Italians, Adam was attacking. He did convoy to Albania. Why? I guess he didn't defend in Trieste because he thought some other move was going to be done. At any rate, he's lost Trieste, and we'll see if that matters. The fact that Tevere gets into Galicia can't make Carthage happy after he tried to patch things up with Tevere. Let's look at the West for a minute, because the fleet to London from North Sea is an interesting move. It's basically I'm Mr. Defensive here, France, don't get any ideas kind of move. And maybe that was intended. I'm not sure who the message was intended for. But the fact that Ben is moving, to Burgundy and Ruhr should be a tip-off that there's maybe Anglo-German friendship. So why not just go ahead to the English Channel if you're Morgante? That's the part I don't quite get, but there could be some diplomatic reason where he's still trying to keep things under wraps with Don, or some kind of deniability argument with Don.
Well, Belgium taps Picardy here, so I think that's even more curious. Morgante tends to be a very deliberate player, very, very focused. So it's either a misorder or he has a brilliant reason that we don't see yet.
Yeah.
All righty. Let's see if that brilliant reason comes in the fall. And David, do you see it?
Well, I guess if you were going to go to English, you could have gone in the spring. But at any rate, whatever the purpose of that was, Don still does exactly what you would do if you thought England had gone to the Channel, which is try to go around him to Irish. And so, well, I guess if he was in the Channel, he would have had to cover Brest. But at any rate, he does that, moves around. So France is trying to defend. In the East, there's obviously still an AI war. We've got Greece being lost. Does he try to? Yeah, he does try to take back Trieste. The Russians are taking Budapest. Carthage, what did you do? Did you aggravate everybody around you? What's going on?
I want to know what Kevin O'Kelly is getting out of any of this.
Well, you mean because he supported the move to Greece?
Yeah.
Well, he's looking for an ally. Maybe he's trying to get Adam off kilter, and there really is going to be a continuing RT here. Although, again, this is why I always say, people criticize me for saying this, but the Russian fleet is not good for the RT. You got to kill it.
Yeah.
It's just way too unstable. And people say, well, if I'm Russia, I don't want to lose my fleet. I'm like, you're either an RT or you're not.
Yeah.
If you're going to have your fleet and go back and forth and waste your fleets like this, you don't have a real RT.
But if you're
And-
a Russian next to Kevin O'Kelly, are you really giving up your fleet?
Well, it all depends on negotiations. Kevin is a perfectly fine fellow. I'm not sure what y'all have against him.
just history.
He's somebody I would ally with under the right circumstances, for sure.
Oh, I would too, under the right circumstances. It's just that the right circumstances are very, very specific.
Wow.
Very few and far between.
Well, Ben is getting in position here against the French, but now he's got Silesia again to worry about, just like he had Prussia before.
Yeah, it has a build though. Put an army down in Berlin here.
Yeah.
As predicted, we see the army in Berlin and an army in Warsaw. Okay, let's see how this goes on. David, call it out.
So Kevin orders to Greece, but does not support the move because he's supporting Serbia. Is that what
No,
he's trying to
Greece,
do?
Greece to Serbia.
Oh, I'm sorry, Greece to Serbia. That makes sense. That makes sense. With the idea that he was going to get Greece behind. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
So otherwise, you've got just continuing attempts to kill the Austrians by the Russians and the Italians, at least.
Mhm.
In the West, Denmark to North Sea and Sweden to Norway's got to mean something. And is Ruhr supporting Burgundy into Belgium? Is that what's happening? Okay, so basically the English army went to Belgium to die, is what I'm hearing somebody say about 8 minutes ago. So Ben has changed sides here, gone in with Don against Morgante, at least in the short term, and we'll see what that means.
You got to be impressed with how Don has reversed this and is now in really quite good position, both diplomatically and tactically.
Yeah, I mean, he owns the English Channel now.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
All righty, let's see what he does with it. David?
Not much. Not much.
Yeah.
What does not, I guess, is trying to support the Germans into the North Sea. I would have gone ahead and convoyed to Wales with support there. I understand the theory of putting the Germans into the. I don't not get it, but still. Otherwise, I mean, it's still FG doing something goofy there. The English are going to take St. Pete from Tever, which makes sense. I mean, Morgante has no reason not to. He needs a bill to help defend, so he's able to do that and keep North Sea and keep Norway and take St. Pete. And there's no army in Wales, and the Germans didn't get into the North Sea. This is really a good set of moves from Morgante, which of course is no surprise for any of us who've ever watched Morgante play. Kevin actually does get Greece, so don't sell the boy short. He does eventually get something out of all this because he's putting the Greeks into Serbia.
Yeah. And he does something else here that's notable, which is to slip into the Black Sea.
Well, it's either that or sit back there forever.
Yeah.
And again, they've got to figure this out. The RT has to figure this out if it's going to continue. But now with Adam and Kevin cooperation, maybe the RT is not going to continue.
And Tever has a disband here, so this is not an insignificant moment for Tever.
Kill the fleet, make a deal with Kevin. Kill the fleet, make a deal with Kevin.
Does Kevin build an army or a fleet here? Because this is a moment of strategic declaration for him.
I think he builds an army, and I think he's going after the Russians, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Tever just disbanded, or did he have to disband something earlier in the year? Because he has no disband, or he was playing one short.
Oh.
So the Russian stays even with the number of units, if not the number of centers.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Let's take a look at what everyone else does with their builds.
Turkish army.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Trevor.
And Italian army, which also tells you what you need to know.
You'd love to see it.
That may not be what you want to see for Kevin O'Kelly, though, right?
You'd rather see a fleet?
Fleet.
I wouldn't want to see a fleet there.
Fleet Rome.
Nah, because there's no way that he is ready to move against Don.
Okay.
So I think the army is there so that they can jointly go north. We'll see. We'll see. But if I agree that you need to see Italian fleets soon, but probably not there.
Yeah. All right, we're probably luxuriating a bit too much, right, Siobhan?
All right. Well, what does Adam do with all those units, David?
He takes Vienna. He goes to Trieste. He does a joke order because he's allied with the Turks, which means we have the following thing being released.
The Kraken.
Kraken. So in the Armenia move. So pretty much as expected there, Romania's already fallen, for example. Let's look at the West just a minute, because the Russians continue to use their armies to poke at Berlin instead of worrying about defending, which at this point, you never got anything out of messing with the Germans, and you're surely not going to get anything out of it now. So Tevra at this point may have wanted to redeploy back to the east and at least participate in the Balkans, if not defend the Balkans. The French position, they're good moving their fleets around. Morgante's still making good moves here, though. The bounce in the English, I mean, that daisy chain of fleets from Don, again, not something I would have done. I probably would have gone ahead and convoyed again to Wales and taken another shot at the convoy. The Germans are doing their part. They're moving away from the French border, so I think we've still got. I see Holland to Belgium, but I don't think that's for real. So I think we've still got the same fight we thought we had in the West, with Morgante still making good moves because he is Morgante.
He is Morgante. All right, let's push forward into the fall and Adam Silverman doing Adam Silverman things. Tell us about it, David.
Well, yes. I mean, the following centers have fallen: Vienna, Budapest, Romania, and Sevastopol. Wait, not Romania.
Not Romania.
Because he took it from that direction. That's fine.
It should have, but this is
that he should have hit Ukraine and gone in from the other way. There was no way that wouldn't have worked. And then you might have kept Romania. Guess what? You would have kept Romania if you'd have done that, Kevin. So,
or at least followed up from Bulgaria,
But there's various things one could have done here. Yes, Bulgaria and Romania would have been another option. At any rate, lots of joke orders here, continuing from the from Adam, which just goes to show that he is not ready and does not want to move against France. He wants that morass in the West to continue, which it kind of does. Brest doesn't even get into the English Channel, for example, right? That's being blocked by North Sea and London. So again, Morgante playing really good defense. And that is something, if you're going to be good at tournaments, going to be good at playing diplomacy, you got to learn how to play good defense. And Morgante knows how to do that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of missed opportunity in this game so far from F&G, not just not figuring out some strategic realignment that could allow them to move forward.
I think there's just been some tactical choices made as well on the French, certainly on the French part. I mean, it's not that the position is terrible. Germany's not in a terrible position. The only person who's in a terrible position at this point is Tevra, who is in a terrible position.
And Karthik.
Well, he's not. According to him, he's off playing something else or whatever people like Karthik do when they're not trying to win.
All right. Well, is this the year that we finally see a fleet build from Adam Silverman? Predictions, Brandon?
Yeah, has to.
It'd be hard to justify not doing 2 fleets here.
Yep.
And, well, we'll have to have him on later to justify 1 fleet.
Well, actually, you can justify that.
Yeah,
I take that back. You can totally justify that because you can go to Piedmont, various things. So I was wrong. This is still fine.
But I think if you're Kevin O'Kelly, you should have been pushing here for 2 fleets. The army, the army gives him a lot of flexibility to continue east if he wants to, and you just want to start taking that away from him.
Well, or you also want him to move armies north against Germany at this point, in addition to against France, because otherwise. So there's an argument that Italy can make an argument here that Kevin might have been okay with. You send Venice to Piedmont so you can use Tyrolia to support the Bohemia or whatever.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens. In the spring of 1905. Ooh, lots of movement from Silverman.
Does not go against I guess he's trying to say, I'm going to help you clean up the Russians by doing these moves. But I mean, if you're Kevin, you can't really argue with the moves per se. The fleets are going where they're supposed to go.
Tyrolia, Trieste, the only one. But Bulgaria has moved to Greece here. I don't think you want to see that if you're Italy.
I agree. That is not a Kraken move to put that.
No.
Now it's better for the Italians maybe if the Turkish, no, it isn't, because the Turkish fleet in
No.
the Aegean is still next to Ionian. It's just bad for
Yeah.
Adam. We'll see. We'll see.
Armies in Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece. I'm not loving it as this Italian position right
so
now.
maybe Adam is doing the right thing for a number of reasons to go to Trieste there. Let's look at the West and see if Morgante is losing any of his ability to play defense. And the answer is not much. I mean, he couldn't do everything. So eventually Norway was going to fall, and it falls now. But in the as far as the playing defense in England, he's doing pretty well, isn't he, folks?
He's doing very well.
I still think you are not. France's offensive would be much more offensive, much more productive with an army.
Yep. Oh, it's necessary, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's got an army in Gascony that's been doing nothing.
Yeah, there were multiple. Now, this was not the turn he couldn't have convoyed here, but there were multiple turns before this that he could have convoyed. Hopefully, he's going to convoy this year instead of doing things like taking a shot at Edinburgh, which he couldn't have kept probably if he'd have gotten it.
I mean, there's a 50-50. Like Wales has to make a choice here, or yeah, he has to. Morgante has to choose between protecting Liverpool with 2 or covering Eddie. So we'll see if Don can win the 50-50 in the fall. Then
well, the spring turn, fine. I'm saying in the fall turn where you now are in the English Channel, do something else. Well, no, I'm sorry, he didn't get
Bounced in the English Channel.
Never mind. I mean, but Morgante knows how to play the board.
Yeah. So like you said, Brandon, a lot of guesses here for Morgante. And let's go ahead and see, does he guess?
He diplomas his way out of it. Well,
that's one reason that good defense is so helpful to you, because it gives you an argument to your attacker. Yep. You haven't really gotten anything out of this. Don't you want to try something else? Yeah. And by the way, I've shown you that I know how to move my units around. I would be a good ally for you. We can coordinate on moves.
It's the right thing for Don to do. I'm a little surprised he did it, but it's the right thing to do.
Well, with the Italian fleets coming, he might have thought he had no choice anyway.
Yep.
And he might not have actually had any choice there.
Yep.
All right. Anything else stand out to you in this turn?
There is no conflict between the Italians and the Turks.
Yeah, and I suppose it's better for the IT if you're Italy for that fleet to be in Bulgaria. The army in Greece isn't a problem as if there isn't also an army in Bulgaria. So this is a better setup. So they were ahead of us.
Yep.
Or they weren't, and now they've figured it out.
Or Adam convinced him to.
Well, neither of them got the jump on the other is the thing.
Yeah.
And so if one of them had gotten the jump on the other, then maybe we would have seen something there.
They still have a lot of firepower over there,
There's a lot of firepower that's only pointed, frankly, in each other's direction. This is an issue with IT. It's an issue with AT. It's an issue with various alliance structures. You have to figure out a way to project power from here that doesn't leave you incredibly vulnerable.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the builds this turn. And then after that, let's do a little game of who would you like to be? So I don't know. Turkey waving a build. Maybe the only surprise in this moment.
Very well. Yeah, it's good. It's good for the IT. You have nothing to do with it.
So, Brandon, whose position do you like here?
Honestly, probably Turkey's. Or maybe Germany's. Oh, it's between Turkey.
It's
You know what?
hard,
Actually,
right?
I think Germany's got more flexibility. I might like Germany. You've got more growth area and. Germany can go after English and French centers if he wants to, as long as Turkey and Italy can balance each other. He can go after English and French centers without imbalancing the board. I would like Germany here.
All right. David?
If the IT sticks together, Germany's in trouble, though, because there's nowhere else for all those armies to go.
Yeah.
If they stick together.
And go to the line, right?
Yeah. Well, if they're going to stand there and stare at each other, then yeah. But they've either got to fight each other or they got to move one or the other in order for there to be any progress. I don't think you should count Adam. First of all, you should never count out Adam Silverman in almost any situation. Right. And B, I think there's a chance that Adam could parlay this into a board top. I can see a way in which that could happen. It would involve a lot of chaos in the West and him benefiting by taking Iberia. We'll see. But I think he's got a shot.
Adam could outwit the Don and get centers over there. And Kevin won't do something irrational. So.
All right, let's see what happens. In the spring of 1906, David, what do you see?
Yeah, there come the Italian armies away from the staring match and towards the Germans. But of course, the Germans are coming too because Ben knows that's probably the next step in the process. Because Russia is essentially dead, the Italians and the Turks have to do something. What do we see? Oh, we see an attempted convoy to Spain. Adam once completely unhinged a position. I was playing against him in a gunboat game, and he did a completely unexpected convoy and completely screwed me over. He may have thought, my point is he's a clever guy when it comes to tactical tricks. So he may have thought he was going to get one over on the French there. It's an interesting choice to make, I think.
Well, there was a 50-50 here over what Gascony was going to do, support a unit to Marseille or to Spain, and Don outgussed him.
Yep.
Yeah, although, again, I think convoys are a lot of fun. Piedmont, you don't really want an army in Spain, probably.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure wouldn't have been the choice I made. But otherwise, we've got a horse race here in terms of can IT make progress against the West or not? Or vice versa.
And England, Germany fighting. Yeah, let's move on.
Okay. And the answer is?
Marseille.
Yeah, Adam gets in and gets Greece.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is another IT move here on the part of Kevin.
Yeah.
Remember, has a build in hand, and so he's making sure that his Italian people have enough units to defeat the West. I think that's what's going on here. The bounce in Warsaw is interesting and probably disappointing to the Kraken, to the IT.
Yeah.
Maybe disappointing to Tever Lindsay as well, who was supporting the German into his own last unit.
Tever wanted to be done.
That was going to bounce, and he was right, and it kept him alive. It's probably what the Germans said, "I'll do this, but I'm going to be the moving unit."
Yep.
And Tever said, "Okay, it's the only offer I've got, so I'll take it."
Yeah. All right. We'll take a look at builds real quick. We see another army and a fleet from Adam Silverman in Italy and an army Ankara from Kevin O'Kelly in Turkey. Any surprises for you guys?
That is extremely IT.
Yep. All righty. Moving right along to spring of 1907.
Ionian is not entirely IT, but it's also not IT. IT, in the sense that it could just be a defensive move. He is moving away from Greece. I don't know.
And they may be setting up a bounce in Aegean.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm. So Warsaw does fall here because the Russians have decided, I can't win this forever. I'm going to see if I can live in Berlin.
Berlin.
And I predict that he is not going to live in Berlin.
And poor Silesia was just making this offer. Yeah.
My prediction is he is not going to live.
I agree.
Okay.
And he may have thought there was no way around this. There were 3 units there because he had to remove Livonia, so Warsaw couldn't have been held.
Yeah.
So Tever just assumed that.
Yep. I do love that Adam Silverman could have taken Mao here because the English did tap the English Channel, but West decided to hold.
West is probably a misorder because Adam knows better than to ever hold when you can do something else. He knows way better than that.
Yeah, and Marseille was going to Spain here. I mean, there's lots of reasons.
That was a mistake, or ran out of time, or both.
Missed opportunity at any rate.
What a big mistake! Yeah.
Yeah.
Adam, you're terrible at this game. You are terrible.
Bad. All right. So, okay. Lots of stuff going around Mao and West and NAF. Tell us about it, David.
Yeah, but I see it's mostly red, though, right?
Yeah.
So
It's all red.
It's not really not going to. I mean, there's a support order that is not cut from Portugal, but the rest of that is all red. And the IT does have their sort of border situated. Predictably, the Russians did not survive Berlin, but I guess they didn't. That was the only choice they thought they had.
Yeah.
but the Turks are now moving in position. The fact that there's a fleet in St. Pete allows the Turks pretty much flexibility at this point. I'll not have to worry about a Western army, leaking into the east. This is going to be a stalemate line. It's actually a stalemate line
Yeah,
fight.
this game feels like it's hurtling towards a conclusion.
All right. Well, the only build on the board is Kevin O'Kelly, who picked up Warsaw, puts another army down in Ankara.
I thought he'd wave it, actually.
Okay.
Well,
right,
if he's gonna make sure he's not stab bait or something, maybe that's the
I
theory.
wouldn't be surprised if the game draws here, I have to say.
All right, let's see what happens.
No,
continue.
No draw yet.
And Adam is now in the Mid-Atlantic. Hey, Adam, you could have been in the Mid-Atlantic last year. I'm glad you got in 08. That's good for you.
I mean, as long as Morgante was going to be tapping English Channel indefinitely, actually, why not? Yeah, why not?
Well, the real question here is, what is Morgante? You could either do nothing back in the back and just let FG hold the people back, or you can try to somehow improve your own position. Yeah. And you can make an argument for either of those things in Morgante's position. I mean, it's not that much fun just to sit around.
Yep.
Speaking of sitting around, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holds from Germany. And I'm not saying I've analyzed the situation 100%, but that's a lot of holds in any situation, unless you are trying to communicate, hey guys, why are we still playing this game? Which may be what he's trying to communicate with 5 holds. But otherwise, I can think, I mean, the fact that the Turks went to Livonia is telling us something here.
Mm-hmm.
They were moving away from the German line. The fact that there's a lot of holds, maybe they're trying to engineer a result for a winter 1908.
Okay. Well, let's
for
see what it
example, the
looks
Turks
like.
taking St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
I mean, now Morgante needs the help. He gets it.
And the answer is, talk us through it, David.
Well, let's see. Kevin's doing something else, right? He's pulled the plug on the IT, is what he's done. He's moved into Galicia. He's convoying into Bulgaria. He's moved his fleet into the Aegean. The same turn that Adam moves on. So Kevin has decided to pull the plug here. And, that might be right, because at some point, what was Turkey going to get out of this going forward?
Yeah.
If he wasn't going to get so he may be, now this of course blows things open for the West and what they might be able to do, like Ben, who's back in Silesia.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this game just got it was already an interesting game, just got curiouser and curiouser.
Interestinger.
Interesting.
That impending draw we were talking about, feeling more or less likely now, Brandon?
Very, very less.
All right.
Well, one would think that it would be very much less.
Yeah.
If you're Kevin, there's no reason to. I mean,
there wasn't any reason to do this if you weren't going to give it a try.
Right.
The only concern they might have at this point is running up against the start time for round 2. But
it's still 1908, and we've seen games that went to 1912, and people still were able to say they've got some time. I mean, it's not as if Kevin has attacked a defenseless foe.
Right.
I mean, Adam was built there. I mean, he's got he can make.
I believe Kevin should have a guaranteed dot here. Question is, can he hold on to it in the fall? So let's go forward.
It's going to take Serbia, right? Oh, he didn't do that.
Oh, it's either Serbia or Budapest, or I'm sorry,
I
Greece.
assumed he was going to go Galicia to Budapest, Romania to Serbia, support of Bulgaria is what I was assuming.
These are, as the kids say, choices.
Yeah, I was thinking Aegean to Greece with support of Bulgaria, and then you hit Budapest with 2. One of those has to go.
Well, because going to Ionian doesn't really make sense. It's not as if the Italians weren't going to support there.
Yeah.
So I think Kevin, that's the kind of a boo-boo that Kevin just made.
He has to get a dot this year, and I think Adam can hold him off. Only problem is that German army in Tyrolia can threaten Venice, so Adam has to make a choice here.
Okay.
Morgante's going after Scandinavia.
I do love the sneaking into Norway behind Ben Kelman, who took St. Pete.
Yeah.
Is that his fleet dying instead of going to Barents?
Yep.
That is the fleet being disbanded.
Okay. All right.
This may be a choice to get a rebuild
Wow, Convoy to Holland.
Wow.
Nicely done, Morgante.
Well, I said this was going to, the move that Kevin made would break the West open and allow for things to happen. There's some stuff happening.
And Gascony convoys to North Africa. What the?
Yep. A
There's
lovely
some
little
stuff
convoy to North Africa.
happening here.
Morgante makes a move. This is great. All right, let's go.
Now, Kevin has pulled out, by the way, of his attack.
Yeah.
He's pulled out of his attack.
Because he messed
Because
it
it didn't work. It didn't work, so he pulled out.
Okay.
This is Adam Silverman's game now.
Does Morgante want to keep playing just because he's now got some units to play with?
Does he have enough time to convert this? I don't know. Let's see.
Sometimes you just play because you want to play. You want to play the game.
Yeah. And to be fair to Morgante, he hasn't really been able to play at all this game.
Exactly. He finally has the ability to do it. So
he's finally saying, "Hey guys, this is getting interesting," and everyone else is saying, "Oh, we're done."
Well, and I have to say, look at all of those units in the Balkans that are just now stuck there. There is a lot of open field for Morgante to till if he can get his tools in place.
Now
11
Ben
units.
Is retreating. Ben is retreating to go defend.
Yeah.
Now but I don't think there is. Now I haven't done a 100% review of the situation, but I doubt there's going to be a reinstitution of IT warfare. There's just too many units down there.
But also, there can't be a reinstitution of send the units away either because they can't trust each other now. So yeah.
Well, that's an argument for, as you were saying, for the game ending. But Morgante is really the only person that wouldn't want it to, probably.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if Morgante can win a guess here in the fall. If he wins it, then he probably keeps going.
And the answer is?
He does.
Morgante freaking Pell.
He does. I don't know if you want an army in Denmark necessarily, but why not? Because now you got purchase on Kiel. They're not really. Wow, fascinating. Well done, Morgante.
Yeah. What do you make of Kevin O'Kelly taking swipes at Serbia and, self-bounds in Greece, I suppose?
Yeah.
A big bunch of nothing, because you don't do that and then go Smyrna to Khan. So I think that's just a big bunch of nothing.
I think he's taking his medicine now. He's accepted that he took a chance. Ironically,
I think he had to take a shot, don't you, Brandon? I think he had to take a shot.
Oh, I do. I don't have a problem with that. And honestly, he could still take a shot now. He could have taken Greece there, and he could, maybe he thinks it's too late. I don't know, but Adams sort of led a charmed life this game, which is credit to his diplomacy. But
well, one thing about Kevin's shot that he took was that he did a bunch of stuff, but not able to take some. In other words, it was a telegraphed move, and Italy was getting a build that turn and built. He did the best. I think Kevin probably did the best he could, but it wasn't a great opportunity to win the step.
But honestly, if he could convert it to even like a 10-9 here rather than an 11-8, like that, you can make an argument that he's entitled to that for having been a good ally. Sorry, Siobhan.
I'm wondering if one of the Bulgaria and Aegean bounce in Greece, if one of them was actually supposed to support the other, while Romania cut to support Serbia, and Kevin just misordered it, like he did mean.
That would be
it's hard to know. All right. Well, real quick, how much play is left in this game, David? What do you see?
Well, we've mentioned this already, but there's probably only 1 or 2 game years before they would have to play in the next round, and so if that matters to people, that they might end it here. I have a hard time seeing anybody but Adam topping this board. Yeah. Yes, it's an unlimited game, but it's an unlimited game on a day in which there's a second round the same day. I just don't see them playing this out. So you could screw around with this for a while. Morgante, I'm sure, is having a lot more fun than he was 3 game years ago or 4 game years ago.
This is great for Morgante.
Yeah.
This is a good example of how you turn good defense into good offense.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Morgante puts down one more fleet in Eddie, and let's push forward. And
that doesn't surprise me.
That makes perfect sense to me. There was no way Adam was going to top the board. It's just a question of under what circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I suspect that Morgante probably, if IT had kept fighting, might have kept the game going. And maybe if France had also gotten a dot off of Italy somehow, might have kept the game going. But he was just too far behind.
Yep.
And we probably
All
haven't
right.
said this enough, but Adam really played this game very well. Not only did he leave a charmed life and some things went his way, but sort of the ball bounced his direction, he also ran the ball and passed the ball really well himself.
Yep. Yeah, it kind of did, it kind of did well in sort of all the facets of the game. Diplomatically, clearly worked things out well with Kevin and got out of the East in a solid alliance. And then when Kevin turned, Adam got the tactics right and Kevin didn't. And that ended up being what enabled Adam to solidify his position as the lone board topper.
Okay. Well, that brings us to a wrap for the round 1 games. I'm going to bring Robert back onto stream. Welcome back, Robert.
If you click show standings, it'll show only the results after round 1.
Perfect. All right.
Assuming you haven't looked at the round 2 games yet, or
I have not.
Okay.
So here are the standings after round 1. Great batch of games. Thank you all for the analysis thus far. Brandon, can you start taking us through what the standings look like?
Yeah, and we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Yep.
All right. Oops, there we go. All right, so after 1 round, everyone played 1 game. There were 4 boards. We have on top Mr. Adam Silverman in the game that we just saw, who took an early lead and kind of stayed in front that whole game, and that lands him in first place after round 1, which unfortunately isn't always the best thing. At tournaments, people can sometimes overreact to the round 1 results. And though his lead is not that big, it is still a lead. And so he will have to manage with getting targeted in round 2. Chicago's own Chris Kelly in second place with another board top. And Zach Moore, the Weasel Moot champion from a few years ago, sitting in third with 80. So those are the 3 lone board toppers. And the 4th board was a 3-way split board top, which netted 68 points. We are not doing fractional scores for Weasel Moot. We're taking open tribute, and for shared board tops, previously would get a fractional score. We're just eliminating the fraction. So Karthik Kanath can write a treatise about why we're doing that. But that is the case. So those 3 joint board toppers are in in a 3-way tie for 4th place, 42 points behind the leader. And then we have the survivors from the other games, Andrei Grubakov, who had that 9 center board, second place after in a 10-9, lands with 60 points. I'm going to turn this over to you guys. Do you have any collective thoughts about round 1 vis-a-vis what you've seen or this leaderboard? David, we'll start with you.
I think it's important to look at 2 numbers, 68 and 60. So you do this 3-way board top thing, which is fine. I mean, you get it. That's something you can do, and you have the choice to do that. It's not really much significantly better than Andre taking a shot and the shot not working and still getting 60 points. Now, again, I understand why you would do something like that, but I think it's important to realize that even in tribute, where second place is not really great, it still leaves you in pretty good situation here for Andre, and frankly, even for Kevin. Chad and Keith are not out of the out of this game at all. They've got a result that can still be paired with a couple of board tops or whatever and win this tournament, just like you could pair the Ed Maxim Saren score with a couple of board tops and win the tournament. They're all essentially in a very similar situation.
And Robert?
Yeah, I would even go a little further. I would say the fact that we didn't see a huge board top. I mean, 110 is a big score, but not insanely huge. I think that leaves the whole tournament still very open, even for players that we don't see on this page, because it's 3 rounds. There's no drop round. I think, and I'm not even talking solos. I mean, obviously, there's always, if there is a solo, somebody is putting themselves in the prime position to win this tournament, and you can still do this theoretically in the last round. But even somebody who has just gotten a tiny survival, or maybe even an elimination, if they get 2 big lone board tops, they might be up there challenging, especially if that phenomenon that you were talking about with like killing the leader is happening. We only have 2 players who sort of have a big score from round 1. If both of them get knocked off their round 2 boards, this thing is wide opening. And even if you were eliminated, and if you get 2, 13, 14, maybe 15 center board tops, you might be in a pretty decent position to actually eventually take it home. So that certainly makes it more fun for us to watch, I think. And yeah, I totally agree with David. It's okay, the score that Ed, Maxim, and Saren have, but it's certainly not something where you can say they are in the pole position to fight for the win now. They're already quite a bit behind Adam.
Yeah, I think
DBN has to be happy about the fact that you've got Adam as a DBN analyst winning. You've got Ed Sullivan in pretty good position, other DBN analyst, and you've got Brandon's favorite player and pick to win it all, Zach Moore, in third position and possibly the best position, because it's hard to argue that he should be targeted by round 2 participants. I'm only in third.
Yeah, the leaderboard is, I think, a testament to DBN's ability to target the people who are doing well and get them on air, rather than any other causal direction. I do think so. This is, with Ed, Maxim, and Saren, certainly with Ed and Saren, like Robert has said, we've seen them do this a number of times, including in the DBNI this last year. I think they look at scores like this as kind of a platform that they can use to launch, a tournament-winning bid later in the tournament. So they're probably quite happy with the 68.
I'm not saying they should be sad about it. I'm just saying that they should be. They're not that much happier than Andrei Gribikov, who was pretty happy himself, and he actually had a shot to top his board.
The point is that they're putting a lot of pressure on their round 2. So if I'm Adam Silverman here, I might be okay with having a sort of second place score, shared board top something in round 2. If I'm Ed, Maxim, or Saren, and I actually intend to play for the win, which not everybody does that all the time in tournaments. We should keep that in mind as well. Some players are just there to have fun and they want to have a solid position, and they don't really care about pushing for the victory. But if they do, I would be nervous. Or maybe nervous is a bit too much, but I would be anxious to get a good score in round 2 and hopefully a lone board top. And yeah, not in all games you have that opportunity. So I think they will be under more pressure than those 3 in the lead. And at least Saren could have been one of those lone board toppers probably if she had wanted to.
I look forward to seeing what happens next.
Absolutely.
All righty. Well, speaking of what happens next, we're going to move on to round 2 and try and get through these, because I've heard tell of some excitement coming up in the future of this tournament. We're going to start out with Robert and David. I'm going to keep you. So Brandon, I'm going to give you a little break. We will see you soon. All right. Robert, we're going to start with your board, I think. Board
Sure.
D, round 2. So let's just get right into it. Alrighty, and I missed that transition. Give me one sec. Check. Where did it go? Come on. There we go. That's what I'm looking for.
There we've
All
got
right.
it.
So this is our player list for board D. Robert, tell us about it.
Yes, we've got Grant Smith in Austria, Teva Lindsay in England. In France, we see Craig Mayer, who had this frustrating round 1 where he fell victim to the 10-10-10. Zach Moore, who is one of the leaders in the tournament in Germany. And then Italy, Ed Sullivan, one of those guys who killed Craig Mayer. So will there be some strife? Will we see early action in the Western Mediterranean area? Often not good for France and Italy, but I don't know. Maybe Craig will be a little annoyed with Ed's play earlier in the day. In Russia, we see Karthik Koneth. So both of those Longhorns in the East in INR. And in Turkey, we see Chet Carson. So should be an interesting setup, I think, with number 3 and 4 on the leaderboard in Germany and Italy. Let's just get to it, I would say.
Okay.
We start out with pretty standard openings, but the one thing that strikes me as interesting is English Channel. We see once again a bounce in English Channel. We've seen it before today already. Not something that I love for either player. It could be arranged, especially because Liverpool went to Yorkshire, but if that's the case, I'm not the biggest fan of it. Or maybe Zach Moore has been pulling some strings from behind and just making both of them go there. The rest is pretty standard, so we can go to fall. We see Zach Moore making a choice. He wants to work with France against England, apparently. He takes North Sea. It's a bit befuddling by me that Tever decides to put the fleet into Norway instead of convoying if you have put the fleet into Yorkshire to begin with. But okay, but that makes him he makes himself vulnerable that way, and Germany takes the North Sea. Lets France have Belgium, and there seems to be some AI friendship with that Ionian go to Aegean move, and Italy taking Trieste, probably with agreement of Grant, I would at least assume. So that's sort of what we're seeing. We move on to the winter. See standard builds. The most interesting one is probably Fleet North Coast. So Carthage potentially joining in on this gang up on England. And if we go to the spring, we see a classical AIR alliance, as we've seen it many times in virtual. A&I moving to the line. The only thing that is a bit out of line is Budapest to Galicia. Maybe they expected a bounce. I don't know. The rest, it's not looking good for Turkey. And we are seeing Zagmore doing something interesting with his fleet. I'm not quite sure what it is. He's going to the Norwegian and leaving North Sea. Maybe he was looking for the Northwestern Passage or something. I'm not the biggest fan of this move, but maybe he expected that Norway would go there and he wanted to bounce it. He's leaving North Sea, which he sort of went out on a limb in 01 to get it, so I'm not sure if I would have liked to leave it this way. But if we go to fall, it turns out to be all right, because England decided, okay, I'm going to be a government in exile, and Zach can just walk into Edinburgh. England convoys away into Norway, potentially being a bit annoyed at Carthage as well that he didn't play balance of power. That could be a factor here as well. So it's looking good for FG as it stands. And in the east, my notes say Turkey crushed Austria snookered. Turkey totally gets demolished, losing Con, losing Bulgaria, and Austria thinks it's an AIR. The two Texonians think it's actually a wintergreen. Austria offered Munich to Italy. No, Ed preferred going to Greece, going to Vienna. Ouch. That is not good for Grant Smith, unfortunately. We can move forward to the winter. See Ed being at 6, Russia being at 7, so it's looking nice for those two. Ed builds 2 armies. Unusual build for Italy, but yeah, sure, let's push forward. What do we see in 1903? We see IR moving together towards the middle and taking out Turkey and Russia as well as they can, but Germany also moving east. Zach putting 2 on Warsaw, which caught Carthage a little bit unaware. So he won't be able to defend it in fall. It looks like it's FG with an English janissary at this point. And if we go to fall, in fact, we see that Germany takes Warsaw. So that's not the best thing. Sweden falls as well. So some trouble for Carthage, even though he can make up for those for the time being with Budapest and Smyrna. And France moves into the Med as well. So actually, Tunis will probably be taken first by France in this game, not by Italy. That's unusual, but it happens from time to time. We see another fleet built by France. Carthage has to build some armies. Yes, makes all sense. England pulls their last unit at home, so they will just be a janissary in Scandinavia. We go into 1904. Germany pushes forward even further, and that's pretty nasty for the winter green. If you have hostile units in Warsaw and Galicia already, it will not be easy to kick out. Just Warsaw might have been okay, but this could be very significant. And they're not done with Austria yet. Austria still has 2 units, and one of them is slipping into Venice here. Not nice. Why? We will see in fall. France is improving their position even more. They get a successful convoy into Tunis, and they get the Ionian, which is key if they want to take more than just Tunis off of Italy, because Austria taps Adriatic. So looks good for the FG so far. Okay, Carthage takes the whole Scandinavia, but no, what's happening there in Denmark? Zach, it seems like he ran into some time issues because his orders in the north really don't make sense. He had a support order for Kiel to Denmark issued, but last minute decided probably to move Kiel to Munich. That's the only thing I can think of. So somebody put probably the bug into his ear that Craig might stab him and that he should cover Munich. That hurts because he doesn't even get the North Sea order changed. He could have just bounced Russia out of Denmark with a fleet, but this way Russia walks into Denmark. He doesn't do anything with Norwegian, so Karthik takes control over the whole Scandinavian area, and that's looking pretty nice for Karthik now. Gets 2 more builds, puts them into Sevastopol rather than St. Pete. Okay. France is doing pretty nicely as well, so it's sort of a race between France and Russia at this point, with Germany and Italy being the junior partners. It seems like we say goodbye to England. They couldn't survive in Scandinavia, unfortunately. We move into 1905, and here we see, I think, the key move of the game. Zach moving all the way west, probably because of this misorder. He seems to have realized, or at least have come to the conclusion, that he cannot take anything off of Russia. It could also well be Karthik's diplomacy that sold him on that story. And he decides that he will try to get something off of Craig. He has a walk into Liverpool in fall, so that's not too bad. He doesn't even care about defending Warsaw, but what we see here is that after only 1 turn, he sort of pulls back again. He doesn't take the walk into Liverpool. Craig grants him Belgium, which is a bit weird, but that's what's happening. He moves back. Maybe Craig could at least halfway convince him that Karthik is a serious threat on this board. But Zach moves out of Kiel. I can't quite make sense of that either. He expected Bohemia to get bounced and he didn't want to leave Munich uncovered, or it's some weird deal with Russia. I don't know exactly. Ed in the south said, hey, Karthik, you're getting pretty big. I would like to have Bulgaria now. And Karthik said, no. So it's a pretty nice position for Russia. He is, I think, at 13 at the end of this year in winter. He's putting down 3 units, if I remember it correctly, in winter. Yeah, he could have built 4, but he only had. It's poor Karthik can only build 3. That's so bad for him. I feel for him. So he's at 13. The next 2 players are France and Italy at 8. So it's looking pretty dominant. And if we go on into the next year, we see all holds. This game draws after this year. Congratulations to Karthik Koneth. I think the 2 key moves were first Zach misordering and then Zach moving away just for 1 turn. That was enough for Karthik just to get such a stranglehold on this game that I think at this point the players were right that who should assail Karthik at this point. Potentially Karthik could have tried for a solo here, but I think if the other 3 stick together, he doesn't have much of a shot. If he feels like there is still some strife between some of the other players left, I would have just pushed a little more just to see if maybe Zach and Craig aren't just that solid yet again. But yeah, anyway, great game. Good job, Karthik, after having a difficult first round, getting a 13 center board top, which is the biggest we've seen so far in this tournament. So good job.
And 13 centers after only 5 completed game years. That is everything coming up Karthik there. That is simply astounding. And it is, I agree, really resulting from Zach, the clown prince of diplomacy himself, and what moves he made or what moves he didn't make really sort of guaranteed this result, I think.
Yeah, I agree. An absolutely meteoric rise by Karthik. He just kept the pressure on the entire game, played it very excellently. My only question for both of you, but I'll give it to David first, is we've seen Karthik push for a solo before when he feels like it's in front of him. David, do you feel like this is a missed opportunity on Karthik's part, or do you think this was smart?
I think this was smart. He does not have somebody here that is not going to stop him. In other words, there's probably not anybody here that he could convince, oh, I'm not going for the solo. No. And he just can't force it here. It is actually hard for the Russians by themselves to do anything because I know I've said this on DBN before, they straddle the stalemate line, which means they typically don't have overwhelming force on either side of the line. So in order for them to do a solo from this position, you can't, there's no way to force it. As you know, a Turkey with 13 or a France with 13 or somebody else with their England or Germany, somebody with 13 in certain situations could force the solo or take a good shot at it. In this situation, how? I mean, I know he's got 3 fleets in the north, but he's got a lot of territory to cover. The reason Karthik was able to get so big here is because he didn't really have any opposition for some of those moves in Scandinavia and in Kiel. I mean, just walked right in.
Yep.
So take that 130 points, and he knows this. Take that 130 points home with you, and wait to see what happens on the Sunday round.
And it's an evening round, right? So people
Yes.
want to go to the bar or get some good night of sleep before the Sunday. So I guess that always plays a factor as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Karthik's a youngin'; he doesn't need sleep.
Well, maybe he's young and he needs the bar.
True.
All right. Well, Robert, any other parting thoughts on this game before we move on?
Well done, Karthik. I think another tipping point that we haven't mentioned yet was Austria. I don't know if it was active diplomacy on Karthik's part or just like that it fell his way, but Austria on their way out herded Ed way more than Karthik, even though they were sort of piled on from both directions. I think if Karthik had something to do with that, maybe he was just like a bit more careful in the way he took Austria out than Ed, and maybe sometimes it's about who angered that person first or angered them more. That can play a crucial role as well. I think if Austria had gone a little bit into a different direction, maybe not kept that fleet but another army, Italy could have been in the better position than Russia.
The last comment I'll make is poor Craig Mayer, because I think if Zach had defended a little better in the north,
Yes.
Craig would have been the one topping this board. His position was really pretty strong.
Yeah, it's very rare that France is in the Ionian already, but sort of has to take a draw and say like, yeah, I'm at 8 and in the Ionian, but what will I do to top this board? It won't work.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Robert, for that. We're going to bring Brandon back on stream because we're going to walk through board B in just a moment here. David, I'm going to give you a quick break. Don't go too far because we will bring you back to go over another board in a moment. But for now, farewell. All right. Brandon, are you ready to tell us what happened in board B?
You're on mute.
What I said was, yes, let's do it.
I just went ahead and presumed. So can you talk us through the players here?
Yeah, it's a nice board again, as these all are. We've got Saren Kwok, sort of agent provocateur now on the tour. Jack Hazlitt, new player, don't know much about him. Jonathan Dingus is out of Bridgeport, West Virginia. Don't know much about him either, but I've seen the name. Kevin O'Kelly, as usual, will do something on a board. Chris Kelly, we call him Clockwork Kelly because he's very consistent, but strong diplomat and tactician. Kais Danley, who had a rough first game that was on that board that I reviewed in round 1, was France and got set upon by everyone, including Eddie Brisson from Italy, an unusual opponent for France, but it happened. And now the two of them are in Russia and Turkey. Always fun to see Eddie on a board as well.
Okay.
So I did come up with a tagline for this one, and that tagline is that experience doesn't matter. So that's a little bit of foreshadowing here. The most experienced players are all on the south end of the board: Chris Kelly, Saren Kwok, and Eddie Brisson. And then you got Kevin Kelly in the north as well. Spring of 1901 is relatively straightforward. Austria and Russia both DMZ Galicia. Nothing happens to France in the west, so that is a nice place to be. And Chris Kelly doesn't go in on Saren. Okay, jump ahead into the fall here. I'm sorry. The big note from spring of 01 was that Kais Danley in Russia opens Sevastopol to Romania. So I should have pointed that out. And that indicates that, along with the DMZ in Galicia, indicates a pretty strong AR cooperation. Chris Kelly in Italy going to the Aegean and taking Trieste, which requires a lot of trust between Austria and Italy in order to delay the taking of Trieste to the fall. But this is clearly an AAR in the east. The move from Apulia to Venice is also interesting. That usually isn't part of AI cooperation, but we've seen how Saren likes to play, which is to present as a strong alliance player and sometimes follow through with that, though not always, as Robert has pointed out. The question in the West is this a Western triple? And there are some signs that it is, namely that nobody fights each other. But France gets Belgium. Move ahead to the builds. The builds are very Western Tripoli as well. there were a couple things that indicated maybe it wasn't. Norwegian did not go to Barents, for example, and Denmark did not bounce Russia out of Sweden. Pushing ahead into 1902, yes, it is a Western triple. So we have battle of two triples here, Western triple versus an AIR. The AIR is moving forward. So Russia did something in winter of 1901, which is unusual and usually doesn't work out well for Russia, and that is to build a fleet in Sevastopol. This may be one of the rare exceptions when it is the right thing to do, when you've got a really solid AR and you have to take Black Sea and you haven't been able to get it yet. However, Caius takes Black Sea from Sevastopol, not from Romania, opts instead to use Ukraine to support Romania. This is a waste of unit efficiency, and it slows down the attack on Turkey, as we'll see in a second. And that's partly because in the north, everything's going to hell. We do get the fleet in Barents, we get Sweden taken. Fortunately for Caius, however, Jack Hazlitt and Kevin O'Kelly in England and Germany also slowed down their attack. They could have taken St. Petersburg, or at least taken a shot at it. It wasn't guaranteed, but it turns out the way that Caius defended St. Petersburg, they actually could have taken it very easily. But instead, Norway supports Sweden, which is, again, a waste of unit efficiency. Interestingly, North goes to Skagerrak, which is not really what you want to see if you're England and Germany working together here. But it is what happens. Elsewhere on the board, we see Caius getting the fleet now in position to do something useful, whereas it could have been there already. And AIR is just working well. France makes a really aggressive move against Italy here, convoying to Tuscany, going into the Western Med. And Kevin O'Kelly drops back in order to take care of it. Meanwhile, Eddie just kind of turtles. Could have been a little bit more aggressive here. Could have gone to Aegean, could have anticipated, but did not. And now we've got fleet builds in London and Brest, which is fun. You can make the argument, France, that you needed that fleet. Don't know how you make the argument as Jack that you needed that fleet in London. Maybe Edinburgh would have been better. All right. What happens here, though, didn't point this out in... go back to the fall of 02. Sorry, I just want to point out a couple things here. One is that Italy had moved into Apulia in the spring, and now in the fall, that means that Chris can't both cover Piedmont and Tyrolia. That's consequential because it means that by covering Tyrolia here, by covering Piedmont here, he's left Tyrolia open, and Germany slips inside. So Germany now has this plum position, and France is in good position, but is overextended a little bit. And you could make the same argument with Germany, though Tyrolia is nice to be. Okay, let's move ahead into the spring of 1903, and now you see the consequence of that move to Apulia. Now, the sort of long-term consequence, that is that Saren now has to go to Trieste to cover it against Tyrolia, possibly going there. But Trieste is Italian, not Austrian, at least for the moment. Move ahead into the spring of 1903. I'm sorry, fall of 1903.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. The big thing to look at here is in the north. England and Germany have now both turned on each other at exactly the same time, and it is definitely advantage England. England both takes Denmark, has to lose Sweden to do it, but this convoy from Norway into Holland is kind of devastating for Germany. There's not a whole lot of reason to move that army, but he does, and that allows Jack to get the advantage, get the unit in the right position. Austria in the south turns on Italy. So what looked like a friendly covering of the supply center turns into an opportunity to drive a dagger in the back.
It's always friendly until you see more dots ahead of you.
Saren does this by supporting France into Venice. Elsewhere, Jonathan Nigas in France moves up into the North Atlantic, so gets position on England. Austria and Russia work well together here and take another limb off of Eddie Bresson. But this is definitely a sort of whirly ball moment in this game. Moving ahead into 1904. So we've got open warfare sort of like everywhere in the West. I mean, you know, it was a Western triple for a couple of years, and now everyone's fighting everybody. Skagerrak goes to Baltic here in what is presumably a misorder. Maybe it was intending to tap Sweden. I don't know. These are written orders, by the way, so it's you know, it's not just misclicking on an interface. But Skagerrak could easily have just supported Denmark here.
I do
well.
see in the background that I think Jack might be a newer player, and I have seen before that those lines look really small and close together on the game board, and sometimes people think that you can move between them.
So it's possible, yeah. And you might think the canal between Denmark and Sweden, you know, indicates that. So that's a good point. This may have just been an error. The other guess here, though, that works out against England is Liverpool. France does not have power to force himself into any of the English dots, but manages to get one through guile. There was a guess here to be made. He could have gone to Clyde, which might have, you know, helped him get Edinburgh, but instead outwits Jack, gets Liverpool, can't be taken back, and so that's a bonus for him. We can move ahead here. In the fall, everything's coming up Caius Danley. If you'll notice, Caius has taken advantage of the EG strife to snag both St. Petersburg and Norway, is picking up Ankara as well, and getting a fleet into Constantinople in position to do really well. Saren and Chris seem to have worked things out, and they are now working together against Venice, against the French in Venice, and this is an interesting example of something I've seen Saren do before, which is to stab an ally, then get the ally to work with them, now in a situation where she has a much bigger advantage in the alliance. And that's just really good diplomacy. Moving ahead into 1905, you see Caius Danley has made a big jump here, put down 3 units, and is getting them into position. So move ahead here. Yeah, so you move ahead into the fall here. What you've seen here now is that England and France have managed to work things out. France has vacated Liverpool unnecessarily, and this has to only be by concession. I think they've agreed that they should work together against the East, whatever alliance that actually is. I think it's a pretty good move for Jonathan. He's got to see the writing on the wall at this point. Although I'd be interested to hear your guys' thoughts on it. And then just move ahead here because the game actually ends in spring of 06 with Caius Danley, the victim of round 1, getting revenge on Eddie Bresson, limiting him to just 1 dot. You can see some easy dots that Caius could have picked up, certainly Smyrna, but you also have to look at the north where he's facing some cooperation between E and F all of a sudden. So I'm interested to hear your guys' thoughts on whether this game should have ended here. Keep in mind this is, you know, still fairly early in the evening. My guess is it's like maybe 10 o'clock. So, Robert, what do you think? Is this the right place for the game to end?
I'm certainly very happy for Caius. From the moves we've seen, it looks like he's a fairly new player, and he had some great names next to him. I mean, Eddie Bresson is, from all I'm hearing, one of the great masters of the game. I've never played with him, but he's certainly no slouch. And Saren Kwok is honestly one of the best players I've ever played with. So I'm just very happy for him, especially after that round one experience, to get this score. I think it's reasonable for Russia to take this this draw right here. Yes, there are centers where they could grow more, but there is also potential where they could lose that board top, especially with England and France making up. So I don't hate this this draw for them. I'm wondering a bit more, like, for example, from Saren's perspective, if there wouldn't be play. They seem to be solid with Russia. If they keep Italy as sort of a bit of a janissary, you know, maybe they can squeeze out something like Rome already, and then maybe if they turn on Italy again in the right moment, I think there are at least opportunities for Austria to fight for the board top here.
Yeah, especially with Russia having, now facing united opposition in the north, and opposition that's, sort of, it's not really even, but it's kind of even, right? It's not a situation where keeping the game going is obviously going to mean that France runs away with it. So yeah, especially if Italy is willing to help you take, take Rome back, maybe you drop a fleet down, maybe Russia then gets bogged down, and then you make a move. Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. Well, I think this is a great result for Caius. I think I'm happy if I'm Caius. There's a lot of big personalities on this board that, from my perspective, would be very difficult to manage. So, a good board top after a disappointing round one, you can go to the bar, get your drink, just celebrate that and feel really good about it. So I think well done.
Totally. Yep. Congrats.
It's nice to have that at the end of the day, I suppose.
Especially at your first tournament. Yep.
Totally. Yeah.
All right. Well, I am going to bring David Hood back on stream. He's going to tell us about board C in just a moment. Robert, we're going to give you a quick break, so we'll see you again in a few minutes. All right. David, are you ready to talk about the next board with us?
I am totally ready, and I'm totally ready to tell you who brings us the next board.
All righty. All right. Take it away.
57th Street. Can you tell me how to get to 57th Street? So this episode of 57th Street is brought to you by the number 9 and by a letter that I will reveal at the end. But it is definitely brought to you by the number 9. So looking at this cast of characters, I mean, can you come up with a better cast of you are casting this play of this particular game. Can you come up with better actors than this? I don't think so. And Randy, by the way, is getting ready to star in a play down here in North Carolina in a little theater. He's going to play the lead role. So there's no point in me going through this. We've talked about all of these people. And just from looking at the setup, can you imagine what you're getting ready to see? And the answer is I think you can imagine what you're getting ready to see.
Limbs, blood, fur.
Yes, and what you're getting ready to see is various people in contention. This is not a board you can just look at and say, well, here's somebody that's going to break out. Probably not. And guess what? That's not what happens. All right, spring 1901. If I play for France, I sometimes do a move where I go to English, Picardy, and Burgundy, which is exactly the opposite of what Sundstrom does here. It is moving as far away from the line as one can do. I mean, frankly, in the old days, this was an opening that France would do if this was a triple, and they were going to send their 2 armies to Iberia and their fleet to Western Med. I'll let you decide whether you think that's what's getting ready to happen here. But is this a Venice to Trieste? I'm going to borrow Trieste opening by the Italians. You might think so. So you look at the fall 1901.
Except that it's Christian Brown.
And instead of this is let me borrow Trieste opening, this is let me also have Greece, please opening. Yep. So he takes both, and Grubikov's like, what just happened to me? And the Russians are in Galicia, and there's an army in Romania, and that's not all great. Now, there's a Turkish fleet in the Black Sea, so maybe there's not complete RT cooperation against Andre, but looking at the West for a minute, this is not what I was expecting to see when I saw this.
Wow.
Go to the Irish.
That is creative.
I mean, the creative thing about it is you're going there when you know England is building.
Yeah.
So, and your armies, of course, are as far away from their homeland as they can get. Yeah. So you better hope you've got Germany on side here. Now, Germany does bounce the English in Belgium and does not bounce the Russians. So perhaps there is an FG brewing here. But the interesting thing, of course, was Christian's attack on Austria.
I'm looking for 2 fleet builds and from France. Guess not.
No, he wasn't willing to completely commit. Plus, maybe he's a little bit too worried about the Germans. Well, let's go into spring 1902 and see what's happening here. It looks like an FG, looks like what we call a Sea Lion alliance against the English with the FG, and the Russians Bouncing themselves in Norway means they're at least being neutral at this point. What's happening in the east, the Russians are going to pile on Gribakov's problems.
Poor
And
Andre.
take Budapest with support. Serbia's dead. Albania has to retreat to a useless spot in the Adriatic. Now, you do have the Turks coming out to the Aegean. So is this an FG that Christian Brown has just enabled? We shall find out.
An RT. I want to say, by the way, that I have been Austria and Turkey supported the convoy into Greece against me, and it was Tom Coburn in Italy back in Worlds in 2016, and I was eliminated in 1902. So congratulations to Andrei Gribakov for surviving into 1903.
Well, yes, he did, but not by much. As you could see,
Skin of his teeth
from the fall turn, he tried to equal your ability and couldn't quite do it. But the Turks are taking Greece here. The Russians are taking Serbia. Does it look like the RT is off to the races? Potentially.
Yeah.
In the West, you can see that the attack on North Sea didn't work, but that's fine because the French are now in English Channel, and so that sort of the sea line is a little bit also off to the races. The Russians have sided with the English, though, as you can see with the support to Skagerrak, which, sometimes that's the way to do it.
Yep.
So let's go into 1903. Since the RT is in fact rolling, this is the time where the sea line participants decide just to back out. Well, we can't afford to do this. I think that's what their belief was, that they couldn't afford to press the attack because RT was rolling too fast. Now, I'm not sure this was the right decision, but it is a decision that is often made when you're the alliance on one side of the board, you see the other side of the board, their alliance seems to be moving faster than you. The question becomes, do you give up on what you're doing and go to the line, or do you try to hurry and speed up what you're doing so that you can build on the line if the enemy alliance is coming or the other side's alliance is coming? The choice they make here is to pull out of the attack, and we'll see if that turns out to be the right decision. But is the RT really rolling? There's some kind of miscommunication here or something, right, about Serbia. So is this truly an RT rolling? It looks to me like the Italians are the ones taking Vienna here. Now, the Russians coming in might mean they can't hold it. Let's go in the fall turn and see. Fall turn, the Russians, they do get back on track. The Russians take Trieste, which means the Turks take Serbia, which means the RT is back to the rolling situation, at least arguably. But here come the French because they're worried, I think, that Christian by himself can't really hold the juggernaut, the RT alliance, back. So in 1904, the question's going to be, I think, from the people in the West, do we hang together or do we hang separately, to paraphrase the famous Benjamin Franklin question. And the answer is something is happening here, because why does Burgundy go to Picardy? Doesn't really make sense. Why does the Mid-Atlantic not follow into the Western Mid?
Yeah.
So there's definitely something going on here.
And Tyrolia supporting Vienna to Trieste as well is curious.
I mean, all that stuff makes sense, actually, now that I think about it. The only thing it doesn't is Mid-Atlantic going to Western Med, but Burgundy going to Picardy, that's a fine place to put the army if you want to get it away from Germany.
And that's maybe what Mid-Atlantic is, that Italy said, it's fine if you send a fleet to help me, but don't send two fleets, because then I'm going to... So there's some situations in which this makes sense. But otherwise, I think you could argue that the West is still hanging together instead of hanging separately by trying to make sure that the RT is slowed down. At least that's the way I...
England and Germany have finally started cooperating, at least, which is, taking Sweden apart here and putting units in position to do something. Sorry, you're summarizing this game, and I'm butting in.
No. That's totally fine. I want you to hear if I've got something that I didn't say that you think is important. I want you. It's why you're here, Brandon. Otherwise, we could just knock you off the screen.
I mean, I have
that was my vote, and I was outvoted.
Hey, Hey.
All right, fall 1904, I would say, is simply more going to the line from the west to stop the RT in the east. So nothing really interesting besides that. Let's see if anything more interesting happens. Well, first you can see the end of 1904. You can see where everybody was almost on the same supply center count. So a very balanced game in that sense. So let's go to spring 1905. Now, this is where I would argue that French are up to something. Matt has something in play because he's moved to the English Channel. And whether the move in Belgium was a bounce that was arranged or not, I don't know. But he's clearly doing something in addition to supporting the Italians in Ionian. That's why he sent the guys down there, and supporting the Italians in Trieste and supporting the Italians in Venice. So Matt is doing his part in terms of stopping the RT, but he's also got something else going on here. And I guess we'll wait till the fall turn to see what it is. So it turns out it's an anti-German set of moves, not anti-English.
Mass
So
bomb.
taking Belgium, taking Munich. The English are involved in this. They go to Helgoland, they go to North Sea. So I think the theory here is we the EF think we can take Germany out and still hold the line against RT.
And they can, right? I mean, with Italy, down there on their side, what do they need Germany for?
I think it's a legitimate point, and the goal of the game is not just to stop somebody else; it's to gain for yourself. And what I see here is a +2 and a -2. Now, nothing yet for Randy, but he's certainly got himself in position to get some stuff going forward. So, obviously, a great move for Matt here, assuming this does not lead to any goofiness where RT can somehow get a leg up because the Germans are going to help them do it or something. And, Matt building a fleet in Marseille, trying to say to Randy, you have nothing to fear from me. Now, the question is, does anybody have anything to fear from him in the Mediterranean? But let's go into 1906 and see. I think in the spring turn, you can see the consolidation of the EF attack on Germany in the West just continues. And frankly, the lack of any progress by RT also continues.
Well, so Serbia is left unordered here.
Yes, I think that's the point. Well, actually, that's one of several times this is going to happen.
Okay.
Where there's going to be some opportunities here that are passed up or missed or something in the East. But the point is that nothing happens.
That's just a plain misorder. There's no
I think
reason,
so.
No reason
I'm not sure it would have made. I'm not sure it would. Well, it would have made. No, it wouldn't have made. Yeah, Vienna hit. Yeah, Vienna hit Tyrolia, so that would have done it. But I guess I've already foreshadowed this is going to happen again, where the Turks do not make progress. Where I would have wondered why they're not making progress. But anyway, fall 1906. I just think sort of clean up. You do have the Russian fleet being killed in Romania, and of course, as you guys know, I'm going to say finally. You kill a completely useless unit. They probably should have figured out a way to do that before now, so you could rebuild that as a useful Russian unit. Now, I understand the concern that some people out there that this is just the Russians leaving themselves too open to the Turks, but I really don't think so. I don't think that Adam would believe at this point, or that Ben would think that Adam would believe that this would be the time for Adam to somehow jump ship. So so instead you destroy the ship. And so you can, rebuild it later or give the builder to the Turks or whatever it is the theory is.
Well, I wonder to some extent, was it planned because the Russians seemed to think with Budapest and Vienna supporting Serbia to Trieste, or it was just Adam saying, okay, this needs to happen. You're picking up St. Pete. I'm getting rid of that fleet.
That they continue. There has been miscommunication one or two other times, and this will continue between R and T. But I don't think there's any real problem here. You can see where the Turkish fleet is. Before we go to spring 1907, you now have 3 powers at 7. You've got 1 at 6. Again, a fairly balanced game. Who has the best chance of breaking out and topping this board from this point? Do you guys think at winter of 1906?
Oh boy,
I hate them all.
I love them all, but
I personally think they're all reasonably balanced. They've all got a shot. I do think. Go ahead.
I want to say France has a bit of a natural advantage, but Turkey, I feel like so France has clearly put themselves in position to fight Italy here, and the question is who benefits more from Italy going away? Is it France or Turkey? And it will be France certainly in the short run. The question is, can Matt get units down there in time to keep the gains before Turkey gets all their units in position? Because now Turkey's going to have 4 units on Ionian, so Matt can't take France without Adam taking Ionian, and then Matt also has to keep Randy on board. So honestly, it's on a knife's edge between Matt and Adam for me on this one.
That was also my thought as I analyzed this board and was looking at it, is that those two had a better chance than England, who of course has a better chance than Russia, but it's almost certainly got to be France or Turkey. Let's see if that holds up in 1907.
But we're also missing that Randy has 2 more dots in Kiel and Berlin.
That's right.
And then nothing else to do, and he's already. Yes. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. You have correctly analyzed 1907. Because all Randy does, and you can go ahead to the fall, what Randy does is take out the Germans. Now, here is the move that I want to focus on. Serbia. Trieste goes to Tyrolia. Serbia doesn't go to Trieste.
Oh my God! And it's
Serbia. I think Adam has misordered. He ran out of time. He was at one point he was going to be supporting Trieste, and he just never made the move from Serbia to Trieste.
That's
now painful. He does take Ionian. He does take Ionian out. That's not irrelevant.
Yeah,
but not taking Trieste,
brutal.
Is probably important.
Brutal.
Probably important.
Look at that sad little army in Serbia.
Probably important.
It's big for France as well because Christian gets that rebuild now.
Yeah.
But one reason why this might have been deliberate is because it may mean that Christian will help Adam against France.
I could let you keep proposing or wondering what's going to happen, but I will remind you that this game is brought to you by the number 9.
Okay.
And is brought to you by the letter E.
Okay.
So Randy taking the top here certainly surprised this observer. I understood that he had the 2 German centers to take out, but I still thought there was probably plenty of play left here for somebody to maybe make some other progress, somebody like Adam, for example. And I think the fact that he didn't get to Trieste there is probably critical to why he voted for this draw. Yeah. He probably realized he had just lost a couple of steps there that he might not have been able to make back up easily.
You wonder though if you're Adam, if this game continues, do Randy and Matt fight? And if Randy and Matt fight, you top the board. Okay.
Matt just built Fleet Brest.
Yeah.
For example. So I'm not saying that you could explain every vote here very easily. There could be some votes for this draw that's just, I'm worn out. I've had 2 games of diplomacy today. That's very physically tiring. I've had it. I like the way Randy played, says Matt, and I'm just going to not worry about the fact that my buddy Randy takes the top. But Randy coming back from a bad round 1 score, coming back to get this top, I'm sure was very satisfying to him. And again, it surprised me a little bit. It's not that we shouldn't have seen Randy coming, but we thought there was such good opportunities for Matt or Adam to take advantage of the dismembering of Italy. We figured one of them, and I had the same thought, that one of them would benefit from that more than the other would take this top. Instead, Randy snakes it.
Yeah, I do have the feeling that this game should have continued, especially given the players on this board. Randy, Matt, Adam, I think are all capable of taking a game deep into the night. And I think Ben too, maybe less experience with it. I am actually surprised that this game has ended here. I can see arguments for it, but I can see better arguments for all of them for keeping the game going.
Now, in Adam's case, he may have assumed that was good enough to take the target off his back.
Yeah, for round 3.
And for round 3. And it's not bad. It's not a terrible result. He can live with the result. Because it wasn't that gigantic of a board top for Randy or anything. I mean, he's just one ahead of France, who was one ahead of Adam. So you can see the argument. And of course, Adam's an old fella, so maybe he was just worn out. He's not as old as I am, but maybe he was just worn out. And life will do that to you. So maybe he just wanted to go to bed. It's hard to know for sure, but I thought that was another entertaining game. When you've got more than one person in contention to snake that kind of result out, that's always fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you, David, for walking us through that journey, because that was a lot of fun. We're going to bring Robert back on stream to go over the last board of this round. And David, we're going to say goodbye to you for a little bit. So enjoy your break. Welcome back, Robert.
Hello.
All right. We've got one more board in round 2. It's board A. So without further ado, we're going to bring up the player list. Brandon, I'm going to let you take lead on this game. Robert, you can add as needed. You should know a lot of names from this board. Brandon, what do you think?
All right, we got Morgante in Austria to go along with Don Glass in Italy. Interesting. 2 strong personalities, actually, who can both be a little bit curmudgeonly. So it'll be interesting to see if if a little discord gets started between the 2 of them. I could see it snowballing. With Russia and Turkey, we've got Eber Condrel and Brian Pravel, 2 weasels who might know each other a bit, and also 2 kind of wily players. I think that's how I would describe both of them. In the West, we've got Maxim Popov, Dave Miletsky, and Keith Worstel. And that's interesting. David, you kind of never know what you're going to get exactly, but it usually feels like a train going down some tracks. Keith Worstel still finding himself in the in-person face-to-face. And Maxim can put up a score. This is a fun board.
Robert, any names jumped out to you?
Yeah, I'm happy to see Morgante back. I mean, he can be a controversial character, and I've had my fair share of being called "you're a terrible player" or something by him, or swear words. But actually, I have also gotten along very well with him at times, and I think, to say the least, he's a very interesting player to watch. And he hadn't been playing for a while, so nice to see him back. And especially when he's right in the middle of the board, that should be interesting. And especially if you tell me that Italy is a strong character as well. I mean, there are few nations that are often that doomed if they fight each other in the beginning, as Italy and Austria. So I'm getting the popcorn out imaginatively.
The other nice thing about this board is that nobody has a good result from round 1 coming in, so they're all going to be looking for it. All right, let's do it.
Yep. A lot of potential on this board, a lot of big personalities, and one big hat at least. So without further ado,
the big sombrero from Mars.
Yep. So for those of you who have never met Dave Miletsky in person, his sombrero really does get bigger and bigger every time I see him. So, all right, Brandon, can you kick us off with Spring of 1901?
All right, let's see what my eye is drawn to. It's going to be the Italian orders, which are a little mix and match. I haven't quite seen this one before. Take your pick. These could go either way. Usually though, Venice doesn't go to Apulia along with. You don't usually have. Yeah, usually Venice is either going to stay in the north or go to Piedmont or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's an interesting opening because it gives him a lot of flexibility and doesn't scare Austria. Elsewhere, a lot of happiness in the West. Nobody hitting Burgundy or English Channel. Got to be happy for Dave Miletsky. You've negotiated well. Nothing in Burgundy, nothing in Tyrolia. Gives you a lot of flexibility. Oh, and nothing in Prussia, we should add now, because of this.
Yep. Game. Yeah, I'm not quite sure I've ever seen that Italian opening.
Yeah.
It's wackiness, right? I mean, I don't think there is much of a rationale for it, but it probably doesn't matter too much either if you compare it to like Venice Old or something. So
it gives Austria some niceness. But I actually kind of like having an army in Tuscany as Italy in 01. You can slip into Piedmont. It's just usually paired with the army in Venice.
Okay, well, let's see what Don does with it. Brandon, tell us.
Don convoys, so takes Tunis with the army, leaves in Tuscany. We've got Eber putting the fleet into Romania, so clearly did not like negotiations, was getting the heebie-jeebies. Knowing Brian Pravel, Brian is the kind of player who actually could have gone to Eber and said, "I'm going to go to Armenia here. I don't want to lie to you. I'm going to go to Black in Armenia. I just think that this is just what I want to do, and I don't mean anything bad by it. I hope maybe we can work together later in the game. But my goal now is to remove you from the game.
No offense.
Yeah, and the thing is about Brian is that he's such a genuinely nice person. Like, he would deliver that sort of with the neutrality of a good boss. Like somebody who's just giving sort of your annual review. Elsewhere on the board, Keith Worstel again gets 3 builds in 01. He was Germany in that round 1 game I reviewed and got 3 builds. Does it as France now, which is powerful.
That is a big difference, like 3 for Germany or 3 for France. I'm not quite sure what Maxime is doing. I mean, it might turn out fine, but I'm very hesitant to give France 3 builds if I'm England. I mean, if I can't get Belgium, okay, but at least bounce them or something. I think 3-1 build, that's putting a lot of power into the French corner.
Let's see if he waves one. Would that be rude or expected? Nope. 2 armies and a fleet, potentially Western Tripoli. No, I don't know.
Brian Prabel says that you pretty much nailed what you said in that one. It's like you played with him a few times, Brandon.
Yeah,
all right, let's take it into 1902. Brandon, tell us about it.
All right, Eber does perfect defense here and manages to keep Brian from getting anywhere. Brian goes a little backwards here, losing Bulgaria, and for his trouble is getting Don Glass coming up from below. In the west, Belgium is where French armies go to die, apparently. This is actually quite a nice set of moves by Dave Miletsky. No surprise, he's a tactical wizard, and he manages to get Belgium and keep France out of Burgundy and keep Maxim from advancing any of his units. So this is not a good set of moves by Maxim. So London is not in play, nothing has advanced, and the EF has actually lost position. It could be short-lived because a determined EF will take apart Germany, especially if Russia is distracted in the south.
All right. Into fall.
All right, Brian Pravel's plans are not working out. He has now lost Black Sea, chose to disband it, which is probably he wanted to send Eber Condrel a sign that he's willing to work with him. But we get the Lepanto convoy into Syria. Don't see it actually succeed very often. Unfortunately for Italy, it comes along with Keith Worstel in France diving into the Med, and is now assured of taking Tunis and keeping it next year. So it looks like not a Western triple. So Germany is definitely not included in this. But if you're Maxim, you're going to have to wonder. And maybe I'll leave Robert to talk about this, but you have to wonder what you're really going to do here if France isn't 100% on board with him.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like France is saying, I'm you guys fight. I don't want to pick a side. I hate Italy. I don't hate either of you. So I'm not sure if it's good play. But yeah, England. I mean, going to the English Channel instead of, for example, supporting yourself into North Sea is telling as well. So maybe we are going to see some realignment, but it's hard to see that they will do well with having neither France nor Germany on side. And going to Helgoland is not the best way of proposing an EG alliance, I would say. So I'm the biggest fan of those moves.
You can make it, maybe if Maxim and Keith stick together, if they make an agreement that he can go to English Channel in order to get leverage over Belgium, that's fine. But it gives Maxim a lot of flexibility here. Maxim could potentially
probably, that's probably the most likely thing, that Keith was actually kind of okay with it.
But Eber coming up to St. Petersburg is a big deal because now he's got Norway in his sights. And
yes.
All right. Let's talk about builds. Anything surprise you?
Fleet Kiel. Love it. Dave Miletsky is saying F you, England.
3 fleet German, of course, Dave Miletsky.
This could work out very well for Dave Miletsky in the long run, I have to say, because
Mhm.
England is, he may lose Belgium here, but he's going to have a 3rd fleet in the water, and EF are not going to be able to get any further than that, especially with Russia coming in over the top.
We give Dave a lot of grief sometimes for his goofiness on boards, but he's a very, very strong player, both diplomatically and tactically. And when he wants to, he can really clean up a board.
Right. Well, now there's a surprise here because Russia and Germany are not collaborating against England. And I'm honestly not sure why you wouldn't take Norway if you're Eber. This is a shocking move. I actually don't. I don't see an argument for it. Maybe AR said, "Hey, let's go fight together." But if you're Russia, why not give Austria the freedom to do that? Maybe send one army over while you also fight. Yeah, I'm confused.
I agree. I mean, often when you're Russia, you have to make the decision in the West: do you play tempo or do you play balance of power? Do you play for how can I get a dot most quickly, or how do I keep the balance? In this case, it seems like Norway would fulfill both. Yeah. It would sort of hurt England, who is sort of in the big alliance in the West, and it would get you a dot. So I agree.
Yeah, really done that. Yeah, really well said. It would have accomplished both of those laudable goals. Keith Worstel gets Maxim to support him into Belgium rather than putting himself in Belgium, which I think could work out really well if he's able to hold on to Brest. So let's in the south, Brian is going to meet a very quick demise at this point.
It's been nice knowing you, Brian.
Yeah. And Brian does loses all 3 of his remaining. No, he doesn't, because he gets Austrian help into
Austria. Oh,
I spoke too soon.
Morgante in the house. He's
takes
back.
Romania as well. Gets supported into Silesia. This is a wicked reconfiguration. Love it. Gets into Galicia as well. Has the fleet in the Aegean. Meanwhile, Italy is pulling back to fight against France. Wow, what a gorgeous turn of
Austrian
events.
position.
Yes. I just wanted to say that
just
is
without
very
all
nice.
the arrows.
I mean, whenever you can get this big this big area of centers that are connected to each other, which is Austrian home centers plus the Balkans, that's always very nice if you get them all, especially if it's only 03.
So the only thing that went wrong here for Morgante is that Eber was able to take Denmark, which means he's going to get to put a piece down, because he also picked up Ankara.
Yep.
And so in the west, Dave Miletsky ends up taking north here. So it's just a blood feud now between David and Maxim. And David may actually want to punish Maxim for what he perceives as a poor strategic approach.
David got into Marseille as well.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
So he's not getting a build because he lost Denmark, and actually is pulling one.
Down one. Yeah.
Because he lost Belgium as well.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Any surprises from the builds or disbands?
So Brian keeps the army in Armenia, which was the right thing to do, but he's not going to be able to get it into Sevastopol. So
no. Okay. Spring 1904. Speaking of Sevastopol,
I stand corrected. Okay, he's not going to be able to keep it because Keeper's got Sevastopol surrounded. So perhaps I should have been more careful. But oh god, lots of nuttiness here. Silesia slips into Berlin, which it may actually walk out. This may be a prelude to taking Prussia. That would actually be a smart thing on Morgante's part to do.
I want to see an Austrian army in Denmark again, please. I got used to that. Let's do it again.
Yes.
Elsewhere, Maxim and David are just fighting. David has a retreat to Eddie, which surely will be reversed in the fall. France is picking up Marseille back and might actually have a longer a nice long-term trajectory here.
Okay. And the fall says
I take that back. Loses Belgium, which he probably knew he couldn't hold on to, but also loses Burgundy. You don't want to do both of those things. He does get Ionian, however, which is a nice place to be if you're not going to lose your home centers. But he'll get to rebuild Belgium, so I'll put another army down in Paris. Elsewhere, yeah, thanks for playing, Brian Pravel. But Eber loses Warsaw. So we do have actually Berlin going into Prussia here, which wasn't guaranteed.
Yeah, it was. I'm not sure that actually Morgante wanted to do that, but he probably he doesn't hate it, I guess. I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to hurt Germany too much, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that evolves. Germany is having to drop another. I mean, as long as the longer the West stays messy, the better for Morgante, right?
100%. I mean, he's at 9.
Are we going to get a fleet from Morgante Pell?
I mean, yeah, you could, you can justify it, right? I mean, often if you're doing an AI, this is just like an open declaration of war. And this case is like, we need to do something about those blue fleets.
Exactly.
Yep. Similar to Germany, when you can get them on the board with an excuse, it's often a nice thing to have in the long run.
Yep. I mean, this is the moment to ask, is there a case for anyone besides Morgante?
There is for France. I mean, it's a bit of a messy position, but it's not like Germany is doing that well, and England has been friendly with France so far. And after all, yes, Ionian is just a strong position to be in, especially if you can back it up with 2 more fleets. There is growth for France if they somehow manage to solidify their position in the West, keeping England on side and sort of making sure that that German army in Burgundy is not doing too much mischief. Yeah. I don't say that I would prefer France over Austria, but they're certainly not out of it.
I might prefer England over France, actually.
Okay.
Just a more compact position with dots sort of closer at hand.
Yeah, probably not as fun, but maybe actually stronger.
Yeah. But I think I would want to be Austria of anyone on this board, I think.
Totally.
I mean,
totally.
That seems the obvious answer.
Yeah.
All right, so tell us what Morgante does with that wonderful position, Brandon.
Well, he is just getting units into position, tries to take out Livonia. And why doesn't Warsaw get into Livonia here?
I think Prussia supported Galicia.
Galicia to Warsaw. Yeah. Okay. That's not what I would have done here. I'm not sure. That feels like a tactical mistake because this would only have worked if Livonia actually moved, say to St. Petersburg or something like that.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, we have a bit of a surprise. Keith Worstel manages to take Naples and doesn't have to face an enemy unit in Ionia. And this is a big win for Keith Worstel. Amazing. He should not have been able to get an Italian dot with with only 3 units down there, looking against 4 or 5, 6 actually. Yeah.
And Western might not even been in an aggressive position, right? It's only support holding Tyrrhenian, so he's attacking with 2, really, not 3.
Yeah, this didn't really have a hope of succeeding for Dunglass. So this is just poor tactics. Maxim Popov gets into Belgium, and I'm starting to like more and more Maxim's position. It's going to be messy for the rest of this year, but then I think it'll work out.
In Denmark, in Belgium. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and he picks up Holland as well. So he picks up 3 here. He loses Kiel, which is nice because he only has 2 home centers open for build. But I like Maxim a lot here. However, I like Morgante more because he manages to get Sevastopol here. So not advancing position in the spring doesn't hurt him, which there may be a ripple effect down the way, but he was able to pick up a dot, and that's what he needs is just to keep the forward momentum going. And now,
I think,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think one thing that I would have considered as Austria is putting Italy into Sevastopol and covering Ankara myself, because I think Italy could use a build here, or at least it would be useful if they don't have to pull that army in Armenia, which they probably now have to, I would assume. Or oh no, they had a PIF, right? Okay, no, that changes it. Okay, take that back. No, then it's okay.
Yeah, I think if you're Morgante, you want to be getting those dots. And also Khan really can't go anywhere but black because you can't give up Khan by accident. But look, now Morgante's got 3 units on the line, and he's building here. Yeah, this is the only question that Morgante has to decide is whether to build another fleet or not.
What do you guys think?
Yeah. What do you
one yes?
Potentially
What are you gonna do with the other army?
put it into Tyrolia? I mean, you will not have much help from Italy at the line in Germany, so it's really a question where you want to focus. If you want to push substantially into the German territory, I think another army is not that bad.
Yeah,
but
I suppose
I can see an argument for a fleet as well.
I suppose my thought was that Prussia, you could shift downward in order to cover Tyrolia, but if you want to keep the pressure on Russia in the north, then you want to use Prussia for that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's disappointing, though, because another fleet would be quite useful at this moment.
Yep. I would have been very tempted to build the fleet myself, but I think the army is the right call. Okay. Any other surprises to y'all here?
Well, it's lovely for Austria to finally get rid of that fleet in the Black Sea. That is massive in terms of tactical flexibility. It's almost like getting a fleet, actually.
Yep. All right. Spring 1906. Oof, lots of movement. What do you see, Brandon?
I see good stuff for Morgante again. Doesn't get into Tyrolia, but gets Munich out of it. And also slips into Berlin, trades Moscow for Warsaw, which is a win, which is actually quite a big win for Morgante because he can retake Warsaw immediately and destroy the Russian army. Gets his fleet into Ionian fleet. This is just gorgeous.
People have to start wondering about the solo at this point, I think.
I think so.
It's still a bit on the horizon, but right? Like Berlin and Munich, because Tunis is often hard to get for Austria, but Naples can be possible. So if you have 2 across the stalemate line, I think it's sort of starting to become a bit of a more realistic thing.
I think as long as England and France don't fight anymore, the solo is shouldn't happen.
It's a long shot, but it should be on people's mind.
But I have to say, Morgante, should be at 12 after this, possibly 13. Could probably take out. It could split Italy with France and not risk losing. So he could be looking at like a 15 center top if he wants it.
Okay, let's see what the fall brings.
Morgante does, holds on to Moscow, retakes Warsaw, holds on to Berlin and Munich, gets armies exactly where they need to be, gets Italy and France further entangled with each other, and also moves those units away from him. This is just fantastic.
I mean, what else is there to say except can they stop it? Do you think they'll do it, Robert?
In terms of solo, yeah. Even though I just said that this is a possibility, it looks to me like E and F are sticking together. And after he's building 3 again, I think it will be that obvious that he's so strong that I'm not sure that E or F will have any interest in fighting the other. But yeah, I don't think anybody has a realistic shot at snatching this board top unless Morgante totally messes up, which would be surprising.
Yeah, the only question for me is whether Morgante gets to 15 or 16. I can count 16.
And that is largely the question: does he want to stab Don here? he probably can do that fairly safely, but it's a thing of reputation. And to be honest, probably even with 13 or 14, he could be in the lead of the tournament already. He had at least some score from round one, and not many people had like 2 good scores actually so far.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough if you have a chance to get 15 or 16 in the scoring system.
Probably should. Yeah,
that's huge.
Fleet here, 2 armies. You're in good shape.
Oh, wave.
Army. Yeah, he wants to build another fleet. He wants to build another fleet.
Yep, I can see that.
Makes sense.
All right.
Okay.
And onward.
I was curious to see if Sevastopol would come down, but he gets into Tyrrhenian Sea, so does not need to stab Italy anytime soon.
Interesting.
This is gorgeous. His positions. He has a stalemate line on his own now.
Yes.
In the north.
Yes.
The only question is whether he could take. Now it is becoming a question of whether he could pick up 18 actually, because Ankh, Smyrna, Venice, Naples, that gets him to 17, and then Rome would be the 18th.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Well, let's push forward and see what happens.
There's the move.
Well, he takes. So that I would want to know whether this is agreed upon or not between Don.
Look at the Italian fleets. They offered Rome.
Oh, they both did.
Which is interesting. Maybe he thought they weren't genuine or something, because if I'm offered Rome, don't I take it instead of Naples?
Yeah.
You take it. There's no reason not to.
Yep.
Rome is gorgeous.
It's probably even better than Naples, and you haven't angered your ally yet if you do that.
Yeah, and Trieste can leave, so he must have gotten spooked, Morgante. He's smart enough to know that this was. And
I mean, now Italy will just walk into con next turn, so that's not good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not optimal from this point. I mean, he still has a very nice position, but I'm not sure if the 18 will actually be a possibility.
Morgante says in the comments that Wes and Tunis actually supported Rome to Tyrrhenian Sea, so I'm just wondering if that somehow didn't get translated in the backstabber orders.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we're not seeing it here, but it's a clarification that would have changed
the other way around.
Because the Wes and Tunis hold is curious.
Yeah, but I think I think if he and Don were agreeing on this, you can take the comment.
You could tap Tunis, right? You could tap Tunis, and it would have still worked.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think you want. Yeah, that's right. But then also you would want Naples to be supported to Rome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we shall see. All right. So he has 2 builds, Morgante does. The only other change is the 1 disband from the Russian. Thank you very much, Eber. So let's see what he does. Not many options, really. Surprisingly, 2 armies.
Yeah. Let's push ahead here. It's a question of how Don responds to what was an attack.
Prussia.
Oh, yeah.
Prussia. That is must be misorder, and it's costly probably.
Yeah, and Munich also. So I'm guessing these were orders that couldn't be represented in the Backstabber sandbox somehow. But that's problematic. He loses Berlin when he didn't need to. Again, we said he had a stalemate line there. Loses Ionian too, which is bad. Okay. Well, now the question is,
at least Italy doesn't seem too mad, right? Smyrna could have walked to con, decides not to.
Yeah.
So it seems like Italy said, okay, That's but
Morgante does comment that the sandbox got very corrupted from this point onward, which impacts a lot of what happens here, apparently. So let's just
Okay. So
that's all she wrote.
Okay.
Yep, makes sense. I mean, we don't know if this is exactly the state, if what Morgante wrote, if we keep that in mind. But if we just look at the position we've got right here, I think it makes sense. There's not much to gain for Morgante from this point anymore, I would think.
Yeah, Maxim has something to gain here. but
True.
not a whole lot, right? Like Berlin, Sweden, and then he's not getting any further. So I can see ending the game here.
Yep. Late
great-
in the evening and so on.
Great score by Morgante.
100%. Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done. 140 points. Always a great score. Yep, and I do have confirmation in the comments. This was the correct end state for the pieces. So,
Okay.
okay. Anything
I-
else to go over?
I think you would. I don't see why you wouldn't let Fall finish so that you can, at least like if you're Maxim, increase your score a bit and knock down Morgante's score a little
Yep.
bit. Yeah.
Yep.
I would have taken it to at least to the end of this turn, but
I mean, there are guesses over Munich, right? I suppose Morgante can actually take Munich back and bounce because there are no armies in Kiel or Berlin bounce anything out of Munich, so it makes sort of sense.
Yep.
Oh, it's not guaranteed. No, actually, I think it is guaranteed. Silesia and Prussia support Munich to Berlin.
you're right.
That should work.
You're right. But then Tyrolia is vulnerable from
True.
Venice. Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
Don was working with him. Well, if Don's working with him, then I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there could have been a lot of interesting play on this board. If I'm Morgante, I'm still very happy with 140 points
Yep.
in this moment. So,
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
well
there's the whiff of what could have been, right? If he doesn't stab Don, gets into better position before stabbing. If he got into Rome, right? Like 18 is a real possibility there, but I think 15 or 16 is like easy. Anyway, it's a great result, right? Like really, really,
Yeah.
really well played by Morgante.
All right. Well, that rounds out round 2 of Weasel Moot for us. So I'm going to put up the current standings after round 2 and let you two tell us all about it for a minute. And I shall return in just a moment.
All right, Robert, I'll let you call these out because I did the previous round.
There it is. Morgante Pell Bean on top with 187 points, followed by Adam Silverman. And then we've got Karthik Koneth. And then it really gets close. So Morgante and Adam are sort of a bit ahead of each other and ahead of the rest of the pack. And then we've got actually places 3 to 8 in the span of 10 points. So it's very open. Karthik, Chris Kelly moving up quite a bit, Saren Kwok, Ed Sullivan, Zach Moore, all very similar points. So I think what we said from round 1 is still true. It's still very open, but Morgante and Adam will be the ones to watch because if one of them gets a huge score, for the others, it's essentially only a solo that can still win the day.
That's right, and not even really a huge score, right? Like Morgante or Adam just need a board, like a 9 or 10
Low board top.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
But
yeah, and
there you go.
And that once again brings the considerations with stop the leader on the table. I mean, I think it's not that sensible in round 2. Like, I think it wouldn't have made that much sense to completely gang up on Adam or somebody else who topped it, like Zach or so from round 1. But now, I mean, it's certainly a consideration to say if I end up on a board with Morgante or Adam and I'm somewhere here on this top 10 board to say like, make sure they don't get a board top first. And then I have to see that I board top myself and I've done the maximum I can.
Yeah, it's not necessarily it doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense to target the leaders in round 2, but it's a good argument to use when you're trying to convince someone to work with you. So
for sure, yeah.
But you're right. In round 3, it's not just a good argument; it's a necessary argument if you're trying to win the tournament.
Yep, sure. And we said that earlier. That doesn't always need to be the motivation for players. Sometimes they just want to have fun with that particular board, or they're going for the best country award of the country they're playing or something. But it's especially with these standings, with nobody having taken 2 board tops yet, at least everybody who's in this top 10 should have a reasonable motivation to try for the tournament win, I would say.
Yeah, it's it's worth pointing out here. So this is a way in which the scoring system would differ from say Carnage. So Morgante has, you know, a nice big board top and a survival. And say in Carnage, that would be, you know, he might be he would get like 7,000, then like 3,000 or 4,000 for the other one. Whereas the players like Saren, Ed, Maxim, they would have gotten, say, 6,000 for their first, and then Saren would have got another 6,000 for this. So Saren, in that scoring system, Saren's strategy would put her ahead. Whereas here, Morgante, because he had this big score in round 2, gets, you know, he is not only ahead but has a big advantage.
Yep, that's true.
So it's just, you know, it's a difference in how systems, how they value not just so. Then interesting, right? Carnage is a system that values the lone top, just like Open Tribute does.
Yes.
But here's a case where Open Tribute values the size of the board top more than say Carnage does.
Right, and I mean, obviously, these systems that take the amount of centers you have more into account also keep the last round more open. Just because you can always have somebody who may not have topped all the boards yet, or not even any board, who can have a very big score in round 3. Where in Carnage, you would say, okay, if somebody has 2 small board tops already, you can surpass them with one bigger one. Right. But somebody gets 150, 160, that can bring them up quite a bit.
Yeah, so it's interesting. That's actually a way in which Carnage values the board top even more than Open Tribute. Because it's just because it's so hard to catch up, you have to in the early rounds, you know, be higher up like that. So let's hey, Siobhan is back. Welcome, Siobhan.
Hello. All righty. Well, thank you guys very much for filling some time while I took care of a couple of administrative things behind the scenes. Anything else we want to go over before we move on to round 3, today's round?
I think we're good.
Okay. Well, in that case, let's bring on back David Hood. Welcome.
Hey, glad to be back.
All right. Well, we have rounded out round 2 of the tournament, and we are on to Sunday's round, the final round. Y'all ready to get into this?
Let's do it.
Okay. I'm going to give Robert a quick break just for a minute. Brandon, you're going to stay with us just for a few minutes while we get started. And then it'll be, let's get back to that view. All right, we are going to start with round 3, board B today. So let's see what happened on Sunday. Everyone's a little tired, possibly a little just worn out by the tournament at this point. David, let's start with you. Who do you see on this board? What are you looking at?
Well, it's hard not to look at Karthik and Chris in contention in this tournament right next to each other as Austria and Turkey. That it's hard to sort of not look at that immediately. Because obviously Zach is still in contention, Maxim's still in contention, but to have those really high scores that Karthik and Chris have, can they combine a nice score here? They're going to be mostly probably, not necessarily, but probably going to be at odds here in the Balkans. So we'll see who can come out ahead. The fact that Russia and Italy, the other 2 powers in the Balkans, are held by Christian and Zach, neither of whom are boring players to watch, could be a fun situation.
All righty. Brandon, anything stand out to you?
Just knives and fangs. Let's do
it. All righty. Well, let's get into what happened. All right. I'm going to start us off. David, I'm going to let you take the spring turns for now. Brandon, the fall. We can change it up later if we need to. But David, let's starting orders. Spring 1901.
Nobody in English Channel. Nobody in Burgundy. Nobody in Galicia. That's what jumps out at me immediately because those are sometimes places where you bounce or have hot spots. It's the second game I can think of in this tournament so far that we've seen the AR opening where nobody goes to Galicia. Somewhat unusual in today's meta. The fact that Christian is ordering to Sev that way, sometimes you do this and then you go north. I think that's what the Russia did in the other game we saw. So this is, probably designed for Moscow not to move here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Which brings us to fall 1901. Brandon, what do you see?
Oh dear. Christian in Russia gets into Romania. Chris wanted him to take it with the fleet. Didn't happen. Whereas Zach Moore swipes Trieste and convoys over to Tunis. So interesting to see if that was with Chris Kelly's consent. I suspect it is, but usually with Italy, when they do that, Ionian goes to Aegean. Elsewhere, we've got Grant Smith getting that English army into Belgium. Let's see what happens with it.
With support against the Germans. So this could be an actual EF early on.
Yeah. And Eddie bounces Christian in Sweden, so that may be something he regrets.
Okay, so builds are in. Anything surprise you here, Brandon?
Possibly Christian building in Warsaw. It looked like there was some friendliness with Austria, so I might have thought that army would go up into St. Petersburg, but looks like Christian is making a choice that he doesn't want to fight England. Oh, and also Maxim building the fleet in Marseille. That's interesting as well.
I would say Karthik building the Third Army is also interesting because that's pretty committal, at least for defensive purposes.
Geez.
Or perhaps committing, trying to convince Zach to attack Chris or vice versa by building the army. The other thing, I'll just make a quick point about the Army London. This is something that many English players would do. We've already seen it several times this weekend, and something that I often question as when I'm playing England is why would I want to build such an early army? I am a fleet power, and I still have a lot of places I can go with a fleet. Where can the army go right now? Maybe Norway was where you'd put it. But by doing so, you're basically locking North Sea in place, which means Edinburgh doesn't have anywhere to go except Norwegian. All that's fine if your plan is to go after the Russians. But if you want to do anything else, it leaves you with little flexibility. I would rather have North Sea as a fleet that could move, which I can backfill from Fleet London or Fleet Edinburgh and use the other one to go somewhere else. That's just my personal preference, but let's go.
I'm 100%. And actually, this has come up recently on air. I think there was a VDL game last week where I built lots and lots of fleets. You were covering it, and you talked about why you like to do that as well, whereas people feel a temptation to build armies early.
Mm-hmm. We're not saying that you shouldn't build armies, but there's a time and a place.
Yeah,
You get to build both.
All right, but you need to put the units into play right away. And
Tempo.
Yep.
All right. Well, David, it is spring of 1902. What do you see?
Here's an example. London holds. That doesn't put anything into play. But moving on from that, so we've got Burgundy's actually taken by the EF with support. So things are kind of proceeding there, except for the fact that Maxime doesn't send his fleets to the Med. That's not necessarily a problem for EF. Sometimes France wants to wait on making that move. Sometimes they're getting ready to stab in the back door too. So we'll see. Let's look at the East for just a minute because we've got another game. And again, I think we've already seen this at least once this weekend where you've got some pretty quick RT success in the Balkans. You've got Serbia already gone because the Italians, Zach, is maybe taking the bait that Karthik did by building that army and say, well, there's not going to be a very threatening Turkey, so I'll convoy to Albania and see what that does. The Austrians sniffed it out. Chris sniffed it out. Maybe somebody let the cat out of the bag. Who knows? But Austria maybe was tempted to do the same thing because they attacked at Trieste. So AI war can often benefit at RT. We'll see if that's what happens here.
I see that in the crystal ball as well. And I suspect that Chris Kelly, this is all a very bad reaction to Zach Moore's moves and build.
All right. Well, we'll see if the predictions are correct as we move into fall of 02. Brandon.
All right. What we see here is continued AI aggression, but it looks like Chris Kelly has guessed right against Christian Brown and convinced Karthik Kanath to stab Mr. Brown. I'm not going to sit around and figure out the tactics, but I feel like they probably, AT probably should have gotten Romania here and held on to Trieste. Elsewhere, we've got Maxim Popov turning on England and taking Belgium here, so that that English army did fulfill its prophecy and spend just 1 year before vacating this mortal coil.
Well, and maybe that was on purpose, in the sense that the English said, "Fine, do that. I'm now army heavy anyway." It's not a stab, because they'd go mid-Atlantic to Irish Sea if it was a stab. So
Sure.
It's almost got to be some kind of deal was struck. I will say it's interesting, if there is an AT, that those are the two people in contention, the most in contention that are on this board. I'm not saying there's not some other contenders, but they're the most in contention. And if they're working together, that's interesting. I'm all for that. Play the game in front of you. Tournament, schmurnament.
And also, there's something to be said for, let's put our backs together against each other, and may the best man win. It's unfortunately not going to be Christian Brown, who has now lost to St. Petersburg. So you may be right about this. Grant Smith had St. Petersburg locked in, and now we'll be able to rebuild.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move into the winter. Brandon, anything surprising in the builds to you?
Well, now I see that Karthik Kanath has built an army this time, and it is not surprising in the slightest.
Okay. Spring.
Although that's not an AT build, that's an IT build.
I think it could also be AT, could be used against...
it's going to be used against Russia, apparently. But
yeah.
It's not a build that makes Zach worried at all.
Yeah. So perhaps helps Karthik more than Chris in the AT, and you can see that Chris has interpreted it that way.
Yep. In the West, there is some movement towards Scandinavia, and that movement is not good for Russia. Well, he's supporting the English to Skagerrak. So I guess the theory is that that's a move against Denmark, which could be right. Could be right. Certainly could be right.
Okay. Well, let's see. And the winner is Brandon.
The winner is Grant Smith, who takes Sweden and now has his fleets lined up in just a delightful position. Has also used that Russian fleet to harm Eddie, his adversary at the moment. Whereas in the south, Christian Brown manages to hold on to both Sevastopol and Romania, despite some apparent reconciliation between Austria and Turkey. And again, I feel like this shouldn't have happened. Vienna should probably be tapping Galicia here. But I mean, these are moves that protects Chris Kelly more than helps Karthik Kanath advance, which certainly makes sense for Chris Kelly. This is a good deal for him.
But you're right, though, because if you know that Romania is getting hit, there's no reason not to hit Galicia from Vienna and still move to Budapest. There's just no reason not to do it.
Okay. Brings us to winter over 3. A couple of adjustments here. We see an army in Edinburgh, the disband in Holland, army in Trieste, and a disband in Albania. I don't see anything terribly surprising, David.
Army Edinburgh is a little surprising to me. Again, if the only reason to really do that, because you've already got an army sitting around doing nothing. So the only reason to build an army was if you think you're going to need to keep an army there to keep the French honest. So you're going to use that army and convoy it to Norway or whatever you're going to do with it. I don't know. It could be fine. If EF stick together, then English armies are fine. That's perfectly fine. Mm-hmm. You've already got a lot of fleets. So it could be fine. But to me, it seems a little early to have 2 armies sitting on the English continent. The English island.
I want to agree with you, but I look at the way that the English fleets are lined up, and they're going to be everywhere you want them to be very soon in Denmark and Baltic. I think the only reason you need another fleet here is to, I don't even know, actually. I don't know what you would use another fleet here for.
So that North Sea can be the moving unit against whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. And you may be right. There's just something smells wrong to me about having two
Yeah.
English armies at the end of 1903, both sitting on the boot. I'm sorry. No,
I agree.
island.
Yeah, I agree. It feels weird, but yeah.
Maybe it's right. Maybe it's right.
Well, let's find out. Well, the two armies hold on the English homeland. David, walk us through everything you see.
Yeah, because they're continuing to make a deal with Christian to try to put him in the front of the line or something is what's happening. What's really happening is Eddie's losing. Karthik has finally taken Romania, it looks like.
Yes.
Because that's what happens if you have Vienna hit Galicia. I guess Galicia was moving anyway, but there was no way for Christian to win all these guesses in the long run. It was only a short run that he could do it. Yeah. I think the question is Chris in on this? In other words, is Greece being gifted to him so that he can go deal with France? Maybe.
Well, yeah, to Zach, you mean? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Zach. Yes. Sorry, Zach. Maybe that's what's happening. Although I'm not sure that's what's happening, to be honest. But Eddie's clearly losing.
I love that. I love that order set from between Grant and Christian to blow up the fleet. You know, Eddie didn't have a choice here. He had to choose between Baltic and Helgoland.
So important in diplomacy to realize that in the spring turn, position and killing units is way more important than centers. Right. It's one of the things you learn as you get better at the game.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's see what the fall turn brings then. Brandon.
Yeah, so Christian gets put into Kiel. I mean, Christian is being a perfect janissary here, the tip of the spear. It probably would rather have had that as an army back in his home centers, but it is what it is, and he's doing it. We do get an army being convoyed into Norway, and very peculiarly, we have Maxim making a move on Grant. This is, as timing of stabs go, is not ideal because Grant is getting a build and also has, still has a second army back at home. This is unlikely to end well for Maxim. I don't like this at all. Elsewhere, we've got Christian retaking Romania. Perhaps a bit of a surprise.
Should not have been able to do that either.
How does he do it?
Because Romania is a moving unit against Ukraine to cut the support, which is fine. That's fine. But why you don't have Budapest and Serbia backfilling Romania doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. There's no reason. Well, so Chris is making sure he opens up Budapest for a build. So again, this feels like, and it's worth saying actually that Romania could have retreated to Budapest and did not.
That's true.
Okay.
Okay, which brings us to winter of 04. Lots of stuff happening.
Yeah, why didn't Russia? Why didn't? Oh, because he lost Greece.
Yeah, gave it to the Italians so they could build units to go fight the French, who are all fighting the English now.
Then even more reason for Serbia to be going to Rome with support.
Wait, Karthik build a fleet? Can Turkey build fleets?
I learned something new.
Oh boy, and now Sev is guaranteed to be lost. This is a funny game. It does not feel like anyone is building momentum towards a big finish here, does it?
We have not analyzed every move to the nth degree, but the fact that AT was not able to destroy the Russians by now is weird.
Yeah. Especially given that Russia had, a fleet off in the north doing, God knows what. Okay.
And they're still not in a good position. I mean, the Austrians aren't even in Budapest. I mean, the situation is weird.
I suspect Sev will leave here, and Austria will end up with Rome. Anyway, sorry, Siobhan.
Yeah, no worries. Brandon, I think we're going to keep you for one more year because I know you've got some time limits you're coming up against. So why don't you take primary on the whole of this year, Brandon? Talk us through spring.
All right. I still want to see what happens in the east, and in fact, Christian does eject Karthik out of Sevastopol, and Chris gets in position to take Romania. But revenge of Karthik here, maybe this was agreed upon, takes Bulgaria, and because of the self-bounce in Aegean, the fleet in Bulgaria has now been destroyed. Boy, that's actually quite nice for Karthik, assuming he holds on to Bulgaria and actually gets a build out of this. In the west, Maxim Popov reverses course, sort of comes to his senses, but now has an English fleet in the English Channel. Strangely, this could easily have been an arranged bounce with the fleet in Brest. So I don't like that if I'm Karthik. Like it if I'm Grant.
I think Grant just maybe he made a deal with Maxim knowing he wasn't going to keep it.
Just to DMZ and just didn't do it. The only thing is that if you're Grant, you kind of want another unit, say a fleet, to be in the North Sea at this moment, so that if you're going to fight France, you can follow up.
You know how you could have had another fleet in the North Sea? If you had another fleet.
You heard it here first, folks.
Just saying.
Yeah. Oh, he built Army Liverpool. We didn't talk about that.
No, I think those are still the two. Aren't those still the two armies?
No, because
there's Army St. Pete.
Oh, right.
I actually like that army build in Liverpool because it gave France the option to turn around. If it was a fleet, then it would have locked them in. But he still has two armies on the continent, doesn't he? I
do not like it, and no.
I am not a fan of Army Liverpool. Was it Andre that was doing that to me a lot in the virtual face-to-face early days? He kept building Army Liverpool.
Yeah, it was a joke. Like somebody did it as a joke the first time, and then we had to figure out like ways that it made sense, and we did. And then...
There is not a lot of progress, as you pointed out, Brandon, being made by anybody anywhere.
Although I do want to point out, just looking at this map right now, there are quite a large number of supply centers with foreign units on them. I don't think it ends up to a net gain for anybody, but it is the case.
It does look like some kind of fruit salad. It looks like some kind of fruit salad.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Brandon, it is fall of 1905. What do you see?
All right. What are the net gains? We have Karthik retaking Sevastopol, a bit of a surprise, but he does it with the help of the German, actually. That German tapping Moscow was pretty big. And that's a bit of revenge of Eddie Brisson, I think, for Christian sort of ruining his game. We get Bulgaria moving through the Austrian unit home center or supply center into Romania. This is a nice turn for Karthik, who's going to pick up a build. Austria is going to get a rebuild for that piffed fleet, so it's not terrible for him either. We just have a nice sort of AIT developing here, needed to fight what we thought was going to be an English-French alliance. I do believe it still is, despite the army being convoyed from Wales into Belgium, because you do have Holland being pulled into Kiel. So this is a neutral turn for France. It'd be interesting to know if you're France whether you'd want to have an English army in Belgium in this case. But your lot has sort of been cast. Your die has been cast here. Other than that, let's see. Christian's gonna keep that army or that fleet, that rogue fleet that's been dancing around. It's gonna survive in Berlin here. And Chris or Zach Moore somehow maintains the same number of supply centers.
Well, I want to point out this is the second time that somebody has tried the sort of fancy outguessed convoy from Piedmont to Spain, where it has been correctly sniffed out by the French. Second time we've seen that this weekend, because they could have taken Marseille.
Could have bounced Marseille. Well, they could have taken it. Yeah,
Lyon could have taken it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been able to hold on to it, but at least could have taken it for
Take the center.
Yeah,
could have made all the difference. That would have been the French was going down one.
Forced it to expand.
Okay. Well, let's wrap up 1905, and then we'll talk about what positions we like. Any surprises?
Clearly, England needed another army, and definitely in Liverpool.
Okay, now Grant is just doing it to troll me. That's what I'm convinced of.
That's the way. That's where most of us do most of what we do is to troll you, Simon.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Well,
this is a mishmash.
Yeah.
It really is a mishmash. There's I'm unwilling to make predictions about this game, except that I was going to say Grant's position is great. Wait,
it's great, right?
Yeah.
Another army. Now I'm not sure what that means. You can't even go anywhere.
Yeah, he's hemmed in. That's his.
Not even a fleet in the North Sea. I guess that's why you didn't build it next to the North Sea, but still.
If he could get those armies into position, he'd be doing really well because there's room to drive through the center of the board. But
maybe he still can. Maybe he still can.
Yeah.
It's not like Belgium can't go to the Ruhr and Wales go to Belgium, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So we'll
Yes.
see.
Right.
If you can pull it off and keep that fleet in the English Channel. Yeah.
Well, Brandon, before we lose you to real life and everything you have, if you had to take a position on this board, which one would you prefer?
I'd probably still go with England. But it's in England that probably maxes out at 11, which is good. But I think Holland, Kiel, Berlin is probably their ceiling here, unless the game stays chaotic, which it easily could. In which case, yeah, I'm pretty sure I would want to be Grant Smith here.
Okay,
I agree with that. Although if you were looking for a second pick, it would be Carthage. Anytime you've got chaos, the rest in Turkey is remotely big, remotely not small. Turkey could also benefit from the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Carthage would be my number 2.
Okay. Well, on that note, we are going to welcome back to the stream Robert and
Hello.
Brandon. We are going to say goodbye for today. Thank you very much. Any parting thoughts before we boot you off?
I want to know what happens. I'm going to keep an eye on things if I can at the end, just to say hi and see what happens. But I may also just be having pizza and a good time with my family. So we'll see.
All right. Well, always good to have you on stream, and we will see you soon, I'm sure.
All right, you guys, have fun.
See you.
Thanks. Robert, welcome to the chaos that is round 3, board B. I'm going to go ahead and do a year at a time for each of you to lead it. David, you're on top, so I'll give you 1906.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me your thoughts.
Well, the Turks really are making progress here, as you can see their movement, because I don't think that they believe they need Austria anymore, and they probably don't. I know he's getting support, but I also think that the Turkish units are just going to start taking stuff. As I mentioned earlier, the way the English could put the units into force would be to go to Ruhr and then backfill from Wales, which is exactly what they're doing. So they're also moving their fleet into Kiel while the French take the Russian center of Berlin. So it's still an EF, clearly, of some fashion, with Grant having at this point a better position. We'll see what happens in the fall.
Okay. And speaking of the fall, David, continue on.
All right. Well, the French now take Munich and do not lose anything to the Italians. The English going to mid-Atlantic is probably to help, but we shall see. Carthage does not take Moscow and moves out of Austrian centers. Okay, so he's going to move around some and not, at this point, not take an Austrian center. Austria is not really adding a lot to the equation right now, though, so we'll see if the answer might be to take him out later. The Italians holding in Turanian while the French sneak into Ionian is something that Zach will wish maybe he had done differently, I think.
Yeah. That seems like a misstep to me. All right, let's round out the year. I'll just go right to the builds. We've got finally a fleet Liverpool from the English, but another army to just keep David shaking his head. Zach disbands both of his armies in the middle of the board, and the Russian is up 1 but unable to build. Any surprises there for you?
I am going to do a hee-haw thing, which is salute to Grant for being able to get in this position, but have completely terrible unit utility efficiency. But to get into this position where he's still way ahead and just doesn't need the extra unit. Doesn't matter what he builds because he's not using them. He doesn't need them. Good for him. Salute.
Oh my goodness. I love everything here.
Those Italian disbands might be pretty helpful for Chris Kelly. not because they were inherently dangerous to him, but because now all of a sudden Austria is sort of useful to Turkey again. Because
he now has a raison d'être, as they say in France.
Yeah, right. I mean, if all of a sudden all those red armies pull back again because Turkey is coming for them, there might be a vacuum in the middle where EF can push through, and that might be something that Karthik doesn't want.
Karthik's got to worry about Fleet Ionian too, for goodness sake. That is terrible.
Yep.
For
no, that's never a good thing for the East.
All right. Well, let's push forward into 1907. Robert, lots of action here. What do you see?
EF sticks together. They put that English fleet into Western Med. In the east, we see Austria can take Warsaw and Turkey can take Moscow. So that is nice for them. They make some progress over there. For now, Turkey just goes into Greece and pulls that one fleet from the Black Sea back. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, we are going to see if that Turkish fleet actually stays in Greece for fall. It might not, because it's probably not a good thing if Italy has to pull another one. But then once again, it's not that easy. I guess they can probably force Ionian, if I see it correctly. Yeah, they should be able to do it. However, they might risk Naples while doing it if they want to guarantee it. There's North Africa. So North Africa should probably tap Tunis, and then Turkey can be supported out of Greece into Ionian. Yep, that's about what I've got.
All right, Livonia to St. Pete. What in blue blazes is that all about? Because that doesn't really advance the position at all. It allows Moscow to fall. That is, if I were France, I'd be like, Now, maybe that's also because you got English Channel and you've got Ruhr to Munich. I guess that was okay because you're backfilling Munich in case it actually went to Tyrolia. But it's weird.
I'm sure English Channel will be a classic of, hey, we're going to put it into Mao, and then we're going to put it into the Med as well. But it's just such a nice excuse to be in a powerful position for England.
It's there to help, I promise.
Absolutely.
Maybe the theory is that you're just going to now finally be able to use the Barents fleet for something. But again, if I'm France, I'm like, that's a long way to get to anybody but me.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe
one of those armies.
Yeah, he's there to support St. Pete. What am I thinking? That's exactly why he did that. To pull it back so you'd have support for St. Pete. That's what it was.
Yeah, so it can't be cut. Yeah.
However, in the fall, go for
there's another convoy onto the mainland. So England gets a decent amount of armies to the mainland now. So that's nice. They can actually make some use of them. They pull 2 fleets back. I mean, Kiel makes sort of sense because they wanted to push Holland forward. I'm not quite sure what Baltic to Denmark is about. That's probably also something that I'm not the biggest fan of if I'm France. It's also quite a way away from France, but yeah, why exactly do we need it in Denmark? In the Med region, we see some more. Yeah, it's a bit of back and forth. France takes Lyon, but oh no, England has to retreat to mid-Atlantic Ocean, which I'm sure is terrible for England. Oops, now I've got 2 on Brest. Oops, now I'm next to Portugal. What a pity.
You know what? We're burying the lead here, Robert.
Oh yeah, Turkey. Yellow units marching on.
Go, Karthik, go.
2, 3.
Oh yeah. I'm not
three,
sure.
Three, just 3. But that's still
3. I mean, he had Moscow in spring already. So I'm not sure if there's a Golden Blade award in this tournament, but here's a clear contestant if there is. This is making this whole board very interesting again. He goes up to 9, so he's actually racing.
Look at that.
Just when we thought there was a reason to keep Chris alive, Karthik said, "What do you and Shupa think? You're wrong about this. I'm taking it back."
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, there are really 2 options how this could go for the West. One is they say, great, the East is fighting. Let's keep going. We're going to push across the stalemate line, which they probably can at this point, because Karthik is not as strong that he can just fill Austria without any ripples. It will take some time to finish Austria off. Or actually England says, okay, no, I don't need to worry about France that much anymore. I'm just gonna. The East is doing their thing. They're not coming to our place anytime soon, so I'm gonna take some centers here in the West, and it will be pretty important for Karthik which one they decide to do.
A reason that England could turn on France here is to assume that that would free the Italians up to slow the Turks down. Is another thought.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, France is not really helping against Turkey at all.
Okay. Let's see what Karthik builds. Thoughts?
3 armies.
That is a love letter to somebody. In other words, that's not because he thinks the 3 armies are immediately useful.
Yeah.
That is a love letter, I assume, to the Italians or the French or both, or he's trying to make sure he doesn't appear to be a threat in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, he's saying, you guys do your stuff over there. I'm going to go for Austrian dots, and that's all I'm doing for now.
Okay. Well, let's see what 1908 brings. David, I think this is you taking the lead.
If it was a love letter, it was not heard by Maxime, or he rejected it. He spurned the advance because he supported the Austrians down into Greece. So that's probably not what Karthik wanted to see. Speaking of things people didn't want to see, Maxime probably did not want to see the convoy to Brest.
It's there to help. It's a mafia unit.
Could be going to Picardy in the fall. It's not completely
it's just walking through,
or Gascony, or it's not completely unheard of. I mean, honestly, if you're going to stab, I'm not sure you accept the support to the Western Med there. You just go ahead and take Portugal or something. So if you're really going to stab, then I'm not sure that you do this.
I really don't. It doesn't make sense to convert to Brest. I mean, why not Picardy in the first place? Like, there's no reason. Apart from maybe, unless they're playing.
Trying to go to Gascony. If he's trying to go to Gascony, that would be the reason. But
yeah, but it's. I mean, the East is so far away from Gascony. I don't think you need it. The only reason I could come up with is that they want to make the East believe that they are fighting when they are not, for some reason. But I don't know.
On the other hand, Helgoland to the North Sea. On the other hand.
Mm-hmm.
So
on the other hand,
that ain't good if you're Maxime. I don't.
Armies on Munich, that can be fun as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I am seeing no orders. So I don't know if.
Sometimes that means
let's
the game
push forward.
drawn. Yeah, the game may have drawn.
Probably.
Oh yes, because this is the most recent round, and I need to. Yeah, I've got no more. So this must be the status.
It's.
Yep, that's it.
It must have assumed that Grant was going to top the board, period, almost regardless of what was going to happen, given the move to Greece by Austria, so that Turks were not going to be able to get the jump here. Maybe is what they were thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But there seems to be some play left.
What? Why? I mean, Karthik was third coming into this. I mean, we will see what the other games do. Maybe Karthik knows more than we do because he's playing it simultaneously. That would probably make sense. Yeah. But I mean, it seems like he has a realistic shot at trying for the board top here, if not at least to gain a few more centers. And he's not in a bad position standing wise. But yeah, we will see what that actually means. For now, it will put him.
Live scores with only that board accounted for in round 3, it pulls Karthik up to 190, which seems really unlikely to remain in the top position.
Only if Morgante gets eliminated and all these other people have a bad. It doesn't seem.
And Adam also only needs 28 points to surpass Karthik, which is essentially any survival. So. Yeah. I don't think that Karthik will have suspected to win this tournament. Oh, time limit.
Time limited round.
That explains a lot.
Thanks, Ed. We appreciate that information.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm sure Karthik.
I mean, I knew there was a time limit, but I didn't think it would have been called in 1907. So they must have gotten a late start or something.
Mm-hmm.
The way I understand it is that they had this sort of flexible time limit, right, where they were not told exactly when it is.
Yes.
So maybe it was also more on the short side of how long the game could potentially be. I'm sure Karthik is a bit, it's a bit annoyed by that. Then it seems like, finally I'm in this game, I can fight for it, and then now it's over.
Yeah.
Bad
So
luck.
for those who are watching who don't know how this kind of tournament end works, this is fairly common in North America. Is the last round has a predetermined end time that is usually only known to the tournament organizers and not to any of the people who are playing the game. They are told usually something like round 3 will end sometime between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. And it could end at 2:01 p.m. It could end at 3:59 p.m. And this is the result that happens sometimes. The goal of doing that is to make sure that people aren't metagaming the last year, like you sometimes would see in a C Diplo system or something similar, where everyone knows exactly when the game is going to end, and therefore just becomes dot grabby or changes the dynamic.
Let me give
Yeah.
credit where credit's due. I think I'm responsible for instituting that into North America, and I got the idea from the Australian hobby of the 1990s, because I think that's where they actually came up with the idea. I just wanted to give credit where credit was due.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I love that system. I use it myself at whipping. I actually use a random number generator. It's usually an hour and a half window, and so I pick a random number on Google between 1 and 90, and that determines where it ends. And Ed tells us in the comments that it looks like it was called shortly after the beginning of that.
That makes sense. I mean, strategically, Karthik probably expected that he would most likely have a bit more time. Otherwise, he would have likely made his move earlier, I guess. Yeah, but that happens,
Yeah, you can't blame him for playing the percentages there. If it just happened to end one of the earlier times, there's nothing you can do about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Grant. He was in great position throughout this game, notwithstanding my criticism of the useless units he was building. He didn't need them.
Well, when you watch this, Grant, don't listen to David. I usually don't. It's easier that way.
Right.
Before we move on to any other boards in this round, I've got a couple of videos to share. The first of which is an interview with Sabi, who, as we stated a couple of times and at the top of the show, is the tournament director and main organizer for the Weasels for this Weasel Moot. They have done an amazing job recruiting. They never stopped bothering me, trying to get me out there. And I really wanted to make it. It just wasn't happening for me. So I'm glad I get to participate in this way, at least. But Ed managed to get Sabi to tell us a little bit about what's going on. So we're going to watch that now.
Welcome to Back Channel, the hottest show on DBN, except for a couple of things. Here, take the mic. Got a mic up here. Didn't do anything. Let's start again. All right, welcome to Back Channel, the hottest show on DBN. We're here with Sabi Ahuja, the tournament organizer. First of all, it's a thankless job, but has anyone actually said thank you?
Yes. Almost everyone at this point has said thank you for the location, the socials, pretty much bringing a lot of people from around the country here. So yeah.
Okay, there's a lot of people here who have no ability to socially interact with others. How do you keep it so light and friendly with people who can barely utter English words?
Get them all really, really drunk. That was my whole goal. That was my whole advertising. I promised everyone a great fun time and that they're gonna have the worst hangover of their life.
All right, we've only played one.
All right, I am told that is the interview to watch for the moment. But speaking of the worst hangover of their life that was promised to all attendees, I also have some footage of karaoke and the socials that took place before the tournament got underway. So just a little bit more lightness before we get back into all of the diplomacy. Enjoy, everyone. Alrighty, always good to see some of the pre-gaming that happens. It accounts for a lot of terrible decisions that happen in rounds one at tournaments on occasion. I saw a Randy Lawrence hurt. I saw a Craig Mayer. Grant was in there, who we just saw on the last board that we watched. And David Maletsky Sombrero, of course, also made an appearance. Any thoughts on what we've just watched?
I got to get out to Chicago at some point. That looks like way too much fun.
Both Randy and Craig tanked their first board. I wonder why.
Yep. Now we know. Yeah, Chicago is a really, really fun city. Genuinely, to you, Robert, and to anyone watching, if you have not made it out to a Weasel Moot, it is well worth a trip. Pad a couple extra days if you can. Chicago's just so much fun. So, all right. But without further ado, what we travel for when we do this are the diplomacy games. So I'm going to move us right along to board C, which shows us, Robert, why don't you take a look at these names? Tell me what stands out to you.
You got to look at Morgante Pell first, being in that very dominant position, where he can probably take the tournament victory if he gets a good result here. And being in France, I mean, that's just always a great country to be in. But especially if you're potentially a bit under pressure, that's always a good one, because France can fend off, as he sort of did in that earlier round, can take a bit of aggression towards them and defend for a while, and then maybe do something else. And yeah, some more of it. The East looks very interesting as well. Eddie Bersan, Randy Lawrence Hurt, Kevin O'Kelly, Caius, we saw earlier. I don't really know much about him apart from that. So looks like a fun one.
Yeah. David, anything to add?
No, I think we just go see if Morgante can pull this off.
Alrighty. Well, I'm going to stick with giving you each a year. I forget who we left off with last time. So, David, you're the winner and get to start us off in spring of 1901.
All right. I'm looking now at the French opening that I often do, which is sending 2 armies up there and only sending 1 fleet to go back. The fact that there's a bounce in Burgundy means that he can still take to both Iberian centers if he wants to. But look at Eber jumping right into the channel in Wales, just sort of the whole, the whole shebang there, the anti-French move going after Eber immediately.
I think these guys have been singing "Do You Hear the People Sing" at the karaoke and going for a French Revolution here. They're trying to kick Morgante out of his home country.
Yeah, Piedmont that's clearly what
this is just like, they got the pitchforks. Let's go. Let's kill the leader.
Yeah. You are speaking to the right crowd here, because I know David is a musicals fan. We've got Randy Lawrence Hurt on the board, and he is a stage actor himself. So these would be the people who would be singing it. All right, David, what do you see in fall?
He does. France just take the 1 build, though, because he wants to defend, and he has correctly guessed there that the Germans were going to try to slip into Burgundy. What he didn't guess on, or maybe he didn't really care, because he had to do something. So he took Belgium, lost Brest to the convoy. That's obviously unfortunate for Morgante, but there wasn't any perfect thing to do. At least he didn't misguess the deal on Marseille, which he could have done. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, what do we have in the East? Sort of normal moves. I would say this is the first time I remember, and there may have been a game where I wasn't on screen, where the Russians take the fleet into Romania is a very pro-Austrian way to take that center. I just saw that Tever left Denmark.
Oh,
I don't know that I have ever seen that. That might just be a rookie mistake. To think somebody probably talked him into something there, because you shouldn't do, kids don't do that at home.
That sounds like somebody whispering in Tever's ear saying, "Oh, you need to be worried about something ridiculous that isn't to worry."
It's bad for every reason. It's bad for every reason you can think of. You don't get the build, and you've clogged up Kiel, which is probably where you wanted to build.
Mm-hmm.
Galicia is also an interesting one. I mean, putting the fleet into Romania looks like miscommunication. I mean, it seems weird to violate a DMZ in Galicia if there was one, and at the same time putting the fleet into Romania.
You would only do that if you're absolutely positively want to build in Sev. So I think.
Yeah, but why?
Ways-
Like, if you want to attack Austria, don't put a fleet into Romania. It just slows you down, even if you build an army in Sev. Like,
Yeah.
It could be they're trying to disguise a spring 1902 army slip into Armenia. I don't know. I'm
Maybe,
I'm coming up with theories. Let's just find out
Yeah.
what the truth is.
Let's see what they do. They do indeed want to build in Sevastopol. I'll call out the builds real fast. We've got a fleet in Smyrna, a fleet in Sev, an army in Moscow, 2 armies from the Austrian, an army in Paris for the French, which is the only place they could build. It makes sense. And an army and a fleet from the English. Any surprises?
Not a surprise. Plenty of English players would build that army. We've already beat this drum a lot today. I understand the theory behind it. I would have rather build the fleet so that English Channel has the ability to move to mid-Atlantic, but you can still use the new unit. But who knows? Convoying to Picardy might work with support. Maybe that's the theory. It's not a terrible theory.
We shall see. All right, 1902. Robert, read it out for me.
or convoying into Belgium. That actually works out quite nicely. They put the fleet into the North Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, it's not looking that great for Morgante. He's doing reasonably well, given that 3 people are sort of coming for him. I mean, Randy is really just poking with 1 army and mainly going east, but still, he's sort of halfway decent in shape. But yeah, it's not great for his tournament chances at this moment. In the east, we see Austria moving to the line full front against Germany. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, that it is sort of a mistake. I think Brandon said when we saw this position with 2 Russian fleets in 02, it's a mistake to move Sev, for one, because you don't get the army into Romania to push more units forward, but also because it can be stopped like this by tapping Romania. So good job defensively on Caius's part. He can't do much here, but he bounces Austria out of Aegean, guesses right that Bulgaria is under no threat this turn, and actually manages to prevent a Russian move into the Black Sea. So good job for now. For now, it looks like everybody kills France, everybody kills Turkey, and that's about what we've got.
And the East already jumping on the Germans.
Yes, yes.
I mean, the Austrians coming into Tyrolia and Bohemia have got to be welcome news from Morgante's perspective.
Oh, yeah.
Just one less person to bother him, hopefully. So let's see how that goes. Robert, what do you see?
Interesting. So it looks like Morgante has convinced Eber that he needs to do something else, that Italy is not really going west just with that 1 army, and that Germany probably has other things to worry about. So Eber does a fun little convoy into Holland. He still keeps Brest. Morgante doesn't just walk into it. So it's a stellar start for Eber in terms of centers. Will he be able to maintain his position? Remains to be seen. We don't know yet. Ouch. Germany losing Munich, losing Holland, not getting into Denmark. Ow. This is not good for them. And in the East, Kevin now does the move with the fleets that he probably should have done a turn earlier, not a year. There is a classical Lepanto, so I guess Randy Lawrence Hurd felt obligated to do that when he's playing in an AI with Eddie Bersan. Yeah, but also Caius did what he could here once again. There's a bit of weirdness going on in Serbia and Budapest. Maybe it's just being silly on Eddie's part. He could have taken Bulgaria here, which I probably would have preferred, but maybe he suspected that Con would support hold Bulgaria, which is also sensible to suppose.
Yeah, that just seems kind of fumbly to me, but both by the Turks and the Austrians. Not really ideal moves there, but otherwise, wow is all I can say about Morgante convincing Eber to do that. And it might be the right move. I mean, Eber's position is really strong here. We'll see what happens.
No, I love that English move. That's.
I mean, England's up 2.
Yeah, England up 2, Austria up 1. No other adjustments. So we've got 2 armies from the English. David, would you like to weigh in on that?
Yes. The reason that happened, I mean, that I can sort of understand in this scenario. He's with the Russians and he's with the French. So if you build fleet, and he's trying to keep them both on side and push his armies in the middle. So I understand why he did it. The other thing is you've still got total flexibility here if you're the English, because you, unlike the game I was criticizing earlier, you have fleets in position to convoy these to all sorts of places. Norway, Denmark, back to in the middle of France. There's all sorts of things you can do here. So he actually has as much flexibility as you can with two army builds in this situation. And he can say legitimately that, well, I didn't build a fleet that would have been more threatening to you, Russia, or more threatening to you, France.
Yep. All right. And otherwise, the only other change is an army in Vienna from the Austrian, which I don't think should surprise anyone. And then the fun of Denmark being the only unowned province on the board at the end of O2, which is a rare sight.
Austria needs to take Denmark first, please.
Convoy an Austrian army into Denmark, and then we can call the game. Everyone's happy.
Yes. At least I am in that case.
All right. So, David, you are up. Tell me what you see.
Kevin switching sides. He was sort of on England's side. Now he's going to help the Germans into Denmark. That's probably smart, because this friendship with Russia wasn't going to last forever on the English side, and it doesn't last long, because that's what Norway is all about. And Kevin knows that. That's why he's going to Moscow, so he can cover St. Petersburg. That much having been said, the AIR against T continues. And that's English Channel to Mid-Atlantic. We'll see what that means. Probably means North Africa and Western Med coming, but we shall see.
Okay. Well, let's go on and find out. You are correct. And tell me about how right you are, David.
Well, because it makes sense, unless unless there's going to be some other kind of thing happening with EF, but that's not what happens. The Germans are talked into going to Sweden, and which means now the English get Denmark, the Russians get nothing, and the Germans lose Kiel to England. Now, because of all this, and because Morgante says, I can't be the junior partner forever, Brest comes back to the French with English acquiescence, I am sure. Piedmont continues to order to Marseille. I guess there's another order you can do for Piedmont, but maybe not in this situation. In the East, it's just a bloodbath in Turkey.
Yeah.
And that's what happens when you've got an AIR that's operating on all cylinders.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, unfortunately it happens, but Eddie and Randy and Kevin are all seasoned players. They know well what happens if you leave a turkey alive, even on 1 or 2. And so they said, nope, let's just be done with this, and then we can go do other things. So it was.
And frankly, they need builds, right? They need
Yeah.
builds. Italy has a Franco-English problem coming towards them in the Med. Russia is under pressure in the north, so it makes sense that they need to put down something.
Yep. And it makes sense that the Italian is the one to get the 2 dots out of this situation in this moment. So.
Yep.
Sometimes games turn on very small things. The fact that Germany was convinced to switch back to being pro-English and anti-Russian could end up being really important. It sure did clean up Scandinavia.
Yep. All right. So we'll go into adjustments. Unsurprisingly, we see 2 fleets from the Italian. We do see an Austrian fleet. What do we think on that?
Probably not anywhere for another army to go that's useful. I think I like it.
I'm always a fan of an Austrian fleet, even if the smallest case can be made for it. So I love to see it. We've got another southern fleet from the French, a fleet in London from the English, and then armies in Berlin and Warsaw.
I would have done Moscow just to defend St. Pete for a little longer. It's not that I can hold it for a long time. It is just like you're slowing the West down, and you don't have an army that can sort of threaten you further down south that early in St. Pete already.
England was
That's-
obviously
yeah.
very army heavy, but an argument could have been made for building yet another army here, putting it in Holland. So the fact that they
Yep.
built a fleet means that Sweden's getting ready to get taken, I think, is what that means.
Yeah.
Sweden is absolutely going to go. And I can see why Kevin built Army Warsaw, but I probably myself, I agree, Robert, would have built Moscow.
I think if you're good with Austria, you don't need to worry too much about the middle of the board right now. You have enough units there collectively, but maybe he is a little worried that Eddie might do weird stuff and he needs army power in the middle.
Yeah, it's Eddie. There's always reason to be worried. All right, we are in 1904, which means, Robert, I believe this is yours to call out.
Yes, so there's a fun little daisy chain. Norway goes to St. Pete, Sweden to Norway, Denmark to Sweden, North Sea to Denmark, London to North Sea. This might actually, it's probably even with consent, like Germany might be in on this plan. So, yep, Russia has to retreat to Moscow. That was inevitable after this build. What else do we see? It's sort of Randy Lawrence Hurd has a name that is way too long, so he sort of disguises that England gets into Tunis. But there's an English fleet moving into Tunis. Yes, there are 2 Italian fleets next to it now, but if France is still with England, they should be able to keep it. Austria moves out, tries to help Italy, I suppose. It doesn't look like either Italy nor Russia really read much into this fleet. They all seem to agree that it is a sensible build that can help the AIR alliance. Nobody is really pulling back to attack Austria. So yeah, this AIR is very fleet heavy, and we will see what Russia, for example, will do with those 2 fleets that are now just sitting in Ankara and Black Sea.
They need to be killed. I know I'm always talking about killing Russian fleets. I don't know what that means about me, but I guess the Ukrainians can blow them up or something. They're good at that. But I think that you gotta figure out what to do with those guys, and maybe what to do with them is not to kill them, but to use them against one of your erstwhile friends. I don't know.
Sure. All right, so we will see what Kevin does. I do, the move from Warsaw to Livonia for me was that moment of regret from Kevin O'Kelly for not making that build in Moscow we talked about last year.
Well, if the Germans cooperate, St. Pete can be taken back.
That's true. That's an option.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens.
They
Robert,
do.
all yours.
Yep,
Yeah.
they do. They see the writing on the wall. However, they will survive, actually. So that is a bit curious that England decides to kick them out of Norway, but not to move into Sweden. Maybe they just felt that Baltic was very important here, and they want maximum.
Both. You could have done both. Sweden supports North Sea to Norway.
Yeah, that's right. It's a bit befuddling, but hey, now we've got a German pirate fleet in the Norwegian Sea, so
love to see it.
Which England wouldn't love that, I guess. Apart from that, we see Italy moving into Bulgaria, while Austria is convoying to Apulia. All of that should be with consent. The West actually manages to lose Tunis, which is bad. They just assumed that that they could keep it or something, but I mean, they take Tyrrhenian in.
It wouldn't have been terrible if you took Tyrrhenium from Lyon like you should have.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But taking it this way is terrible, actually.
Yeah.
Because then you've lost Tunis and the Western Med is uncovered, and that's a tactical mistake, I think. Unless Morgante's got something understanding here that I'm missing.
I tend to agree. Yeah. I don't think he expected that to happen. I think he probably just guessed that maybe they would just support Old Tyrrhenian or whatever. That doesn't seem to be like it was planned. Russia gets into Berlin, so the East is really in a very decent position here. They sort of have the better position right now, and this game could lock up pretty quickly. Yes, the East is sort of technically across the line, but they will be stopped after Munich and Berlin over there. So unless we see a realignment of alliances, this could get pretty boring pretty soon. But I have got a feeling that we will see somebody stab or make a move here.
Speaking of realignments, I think Randy made a little bit of a misorder here because he snuck into Bulgaria and Ionian supported Aegean to Greece, but Aegean,
Oh yeah,
I think, misordered and didn't move.
Ugh.
I think he intended to take 2 from Eddie there.
oh yeah. Just seen Bulgaria, I thought it might have been with consent because Austria doesn't have that many units that are crucial to the line. So maybe they thought, okay, build in Naples would be very important. But yeah, 2 most
no,
likely
I
will
misread
not.
that. It was Greece supporting Aegean to Ionian, not Ionian supporting Aegean to Greece. Okay, so then probably it was with consent.
Yeah, I think you just see. I mean, it should not even have been a build, right? You could have assumed that Tunis would be gone, so it was just like, hey, we want Italy to stay even.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that does result in Italy picking up 1 and Austria going down 1 for that trade, and Kevin O'Kelly gets a build with only 1 place to put it. So we do see the army in Warsaw. We get another Italian fleet in Naples, and we lose an Austrian army in Trieste, which I think no surprises if the alliances are good. Any?
Well, yes-ish, but that's an awful lot of fleets now between A and I. They probably don't need that many. So if I were Eddie,
Yeah.
I would have been tempted to remove Adriatic and
They
keep
don't
that
need it.
army. Well, you don't necessarily need either of those 2 units, but if I'm Eddie, I might rather have the army just for defensive purposes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see where the air goes from here. It is 1905, which I believe gives us to David.
Okay. What does Eber do? Well, Eber's having to scramble because of the pirate.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly why sometimes it's a real problem. I'll tell you, my theory about having a pirate behind your line is you just use 1 unit to follow the pirate around. You don't use a million units to try to corner the pirate, because then you end up with this situation. I mean, basically the position in the Med has been lost to the West. They had position, and now it's completely gone. So
I don't understand why pull back to Mao. I mean, if you just do the convoy Norway to Eddie, you should be fine. You're taking Sweden, so this German fleet will not survive unless they take something off of you. And you either bounce them out of Eddie, then you can do the same thing next turn, or if they go to Clyde or North Atlantic Ocean, you can do Eddie to Liverpool, North Sea to Eddie, and they are dead. I think that was just like an overreaction to pull back with that fleet.
Unless they're trying to incentivize Randy to turn on Eddie or something here.
Maybe. Yep. Maybe.
Because France is not just retreating to Western Med, France is ordering to Western Med. I guess because I got to cover it because there's a freaking Italian in
Tunis.
Chile.
Yep. Yep.
Interesting.
It's, yeah.
But
Well,
England, something's going on here because Finland leaves and goes to Norway.
Yeah.
There's
And
a
Kevin
lot of
O'Kelly's
movement
pulling
here
back,
to deal
too.
with one rogue German fleet. And maybe that is an overreaction, or maybe it's Eber using it as an excuse to try to shake the board up a little bit.
Could be. Could be.
All right. Well, let's push forward and see what happens. I will say I'm seeing in the background that as much of a thorn in Eber's side as Tever is now, he was apparently the overwhelming nominee for Player's Choice at this tournament.
Nice.
So he made a good impression, at least.
Excellent.
David, what do you see?
Yeah, I thought something was going on here. So Mid-Atlantic goes to Portugal. I see that. North Sea goes to English Channel. I see that. Eber does the wrong guess on Liverpool, but there wasn't anything to do about that. So that is some kind of realignment, and France is doing the same thing. They are moving away from the line, thinking that Eber is doing something to them.
There was a breakdown in communication, and they both knew it. Yeah.
Now, what are the Italians going to do about it? I don't know yet. They haven't done anything about it yet. Or the Russians.
Oh, there's an interesting thing that happened here. If we go back for a second, in spring, the Italian and the Russian bounced in Constantinople, presumably arranged. In the fall, Kevin O'Kelly tries to get cute by supporting Bulgaria
Oh,
in
yeah.
the Khan and trying to sneak into Bull behind him, to which Eddie says, no, 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 no.
Yep, looks like it, yeah.
So I don't know what breakdown is happening there. It seems to be anti-Randy, which I am kind of always okay with. But
It could still be arranged. It could be a case of, hey, that army in Bulgaria is threatening to spaces like Serbia. Please pull it back, and we will just. Sometimes when you're in a three-way alliance, you make these agreements where it's like, okay, I can. If I'm Italy and I'm moving this army back, I don't have a unit this turn to bounce somebody out of Bulgaria, but it's a bit safer if I let the two of them bounce there, because they would have to betray me both in order to screw me over like just one person could walk there. It could be, but it could also be that Kevin tried to get cute.
Who knows? If anyone in the comments has any insight to that, I would love to hear. But I mean, otherwise, it seems like at least AI and AR are very, very tight. So I'm going to guess that the air is still on.
The air is still in the sails. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Great.
The
air has not been let out of the balloon. How many more of these can we come up with? Or we could just go to 1906.
The air is in con.
All right, so we've got a little bit of shifting of fleets here as the French pull their fleet in Lyon and the English rebuild it in London. So still great for Eber. Let's pause here and looking at the position. Robert, who do you like?
I think it's interesting. Probably England, even though they have the problem that they need to find a friend, and finding a friend will probably include that somebody in the east needs to stab, because if Russia and Austria stay solid there in the middle of the board and they only have these two armies, that could be very problematic for them now that they are not good with France anymore, and they need to fight France and dedicate units to that. If the air stays solid, probably Austria is often a nice power to play if there's a solid air, just because they have the most options where to go.
David?
If I'm Randy Lawrence Hurd, and I'm not, but if I'm Randy Lawrence Hurd, I would do what Brian just said, which is the air was today, but this is tomorrow. And it is time for me to slip into Trieste. It's time for me to go to Adriatic or Aegean and go down. I think I take this opportunity to rearrange.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Which would mean that he's in good position. I would say, you would think Kevin's in good position because he doesn't have any enemies really, except England, who's essentially can do really nothing except maybe tank St. Petersburg eventually. But those two fleets don't give him very much offensive punch to do anything. So he'd have to rearrange here. But they might. Maybe they rearrange and try to cut Eddie out of the deal.
All right. Well, let's see what they do. It is an even year, so Robert, you are up.
France pivots Portugal, which was sort of inevitable. Yeah, England is a bit stymied here. They get into a position that they can take St. Pete in fall, which is good for them, and they can take Liverpool. So they will go up 2, but their attack on it will be a net of 1 because they lose Portugal. But their attack on France is sort of granting to a hold. In the east, it looks like that AIR is still solid. Austria convoys back to Trieste saying, okay, we're done defending here. I don't want to harm you, Randy. I'm going to push it into the middle of the board. Italy goes west. I understand David's argument. I mean, it will always be a bit harder for Italy to get dots in the Iberian area than if they just go east. However, with this moveset, they get into Mao, which is a nice place to be. They have a lot of flexibility now, being in Piedmont, being in Lyon and Western Med and Mau. So they've got the Iberian Peninsula pretty nicely circled. So I don't hate this either. But as we point out, Kevin O'Kelly needs a target, and I don't really see what's going to happen to him soon, apart from losing St. Pete.
I will say this about my analysis of the Italian position. I missed the fact, because it's underneath Randy's name, that there is a fleet in North Africa. Had I remembered there was a fleet in North Africa, I probably would have said, well, I guess he's going to Mao. That would be a good reason to keep going west.
Yep.
If I had
apologize
power
for my
to
old
adjust
eyes.
Randy's name, I would do what even Randy does and just abbreviate his last name to L-H, and then maybe we could actually see. But maybe it's part of his strategy. If they don't see the unit down there, it doesn't look threatening. And oops,
It's a disguise.
Yeah, I still like his position, whether he's going to attack Austria or attack Iberia. I still like Randy's position here a fair amount.
I mean, this is because I think I missed that too. And this is kind of a fantastic Italian position. He has a lot of options, more than Kevin in Russia for sure, and probably more than Eddie, because Eddie is not typically a stabby player.
I will say that the rest of our analysis for this tournament is going to be affected by the fact that we know that time gets called early.
Yes.
So that it would just happen to be that's what we saw in the first game. So that means we know that, and these players didn't know, that they're going to have to scramble pretty quick to get centers.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, speaking of scrambling, there's a lot of movement, especially in the West. Robert, talk us through it.
It's no surprise that Eber takes St. Pete. It is a little bit of a surprise that he doesn't take it with an army, because if he wants any chance on pushing further, that would have been the move. But on the other hand, he has not much to back it up. Yep, as we said, now we see it in Munich as well. So he made a deal with Kevin, said, look, I'm just going to put the fleet there, not going to bother you anymore. And how about Munich? Do you want Munich? And Kevin says, well, yes, please. So that Austrian army in Munich is being piffed. However, there's not much else going on. It's a weird order set in general for Russia, because it almost looks like they intentionally didn't bounce Austria out of Bulgaria. So on the one side of the board, they're taking one off of Austria, and on the other side, they let them walk into Italy. A bit of a chaotic play. I don't quite know what to make of that. And Italy is just pushing forward with their fleets. They get to the North Atlantic Ocean and backfill Mid-Atlantic Ocean. The other units just hold for now. So Randy's clearly setting up for position rather than centers here. Probably could have taken something if he wanted to. Yes, he could have. Not quite guaranteed, but as we see the moves, he could have clearly taken something off of France.
He must not have wanted to. He's there to support, to bolster the French against the English in the short term. But he is not going to be happy that he lost Bulgaria here.
No, because I mean, what's curious here is that yes, Russia picks up Munich, but they lose St. Pete, so they stay even. And Austria picks up Bulgaria, but loses Munich, so they stay even. And the loser in all of this is somehow Randy, who goes down.
Both of them get a rebuild, A and R, because they both of those units got piffed. But I don't know what's the benefit of all of that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see how that plays out. So yeah, they both get their rebuilds. Randy is down 1. England up 2, France up 1. If you are Randy, David, what do you pull?
Probably Turanian. I mean, there's an argument that Randy has really messed up here. That the going for the position play in North Atlantic really didn't do him that much good. He would better off just to go ahead and take the French centers. Because now I liked Randy's position, and now I hate Randy's position just because losing Bulgaria and not taking Spain or Marseille just seems terrible. So there's an argument that you give up on this whole adventure, get rid of North Atlantic, and just go back to the Mediterranean where you might belong.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not like North Atlantic even does much for you.
Yeah. What would you pull if you're the Italian, Robert?
I do think that I would pull North Atlantic. It sucks, as David pointed out, but it very much depends on what the diplomatic situation is about this whole Bulgaria thing. If it in fact was the case that Russia was supposed to bounce you, and if that's the case, then maybe you have to fear that Austria and Russia will just kick you out of con together next or something. Hard to say. If that's the case, if you really just got stabbed, potentially, I mean, probably Kevin will still try to sell it as a misorder, even if it was a stab. Then you gotta pull North Atlantic. If you feel like you're still good with A and R and it's just like a genuine mistake, then yeah, Tyrrhenian should be fine.
All right. Well, let's see. He pulls Army Piedmont.
Okay.
Which is okay. Okay, so otherwise on the board, we get an army and a fleet from Eber in England. We get Fleet Brest. We get Army Warsaw and Army Budapest. I'm just going to push on forward to 1907. And David, tell me what you see.
All right, Randy's in for a penny, in for a pound here, it looks like. And lucky for him in terms of going west, but lucky for him, Eddie did not take the advantage of the opportunity to try to get more centers from the Italians, and in fact is going essentially nowhere. Serbia and Albania means you're going nowhere with those units as Austria. So Eddie's really not trying to do anything except be defensive against potential Russian perfidy, which is apparently what is happening, because there's not any other reason to support yourself to Galicia in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's not East versus West anymore. It's North versus South. It's England and Russia against France, Italy, Austria, I think.
Yeah.
And the French get into Belgium, but can they hold it? Probably not. It depends on what Randy does.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right, let's see what Randy does. And David, oh my goodness.
So let me just make sure I understand what's happening here. So he hit North Sea, which didn't matter because Norway was convoying. Gosh. Randy was defending best England going into this game. Okay. Randy, come on. The best country awards are all right, but that's not really a reason to do anything. Randy and I are going to have a conversation about this.
I'm going to let you two talk about this turn for one moment. I have to let the cat out of this room. So I'll be right
Convoy
back.
Norway to Belgium.
Yeah. Yes, with two supports, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And the Russians do try to move against Eddie, but he doesn't have the force to do it, really.
Yeah, it seems like this war between Austria and Russia is just like nobody's really getting anything out of it, right? I mean, Eddie could have had growth in Italy. Russia, okay, maybe they didn't have that many other choices, but hey, they could have slipped into Kiel here or something. It seems like they've locked horns and they don't really find a way out of it again. And there is, no progress being made. There is no clear path where you can say this will be soon where I take a center. So if anybody, it probably helps England that they are fighting.
I will point out yet again that Randy's he's not going to be able to accomplish a whole lot with those fleets up there. He can certainly cause trouble for Eber, but it's not as if he's going to make any real progress.
All sorts of theories floating around. All right. Well, let's see what winter brings. The only adjustment. Oh, no orders.
Nothing at all.
That would be all she wrote. Let me check the notes I got in the background, but I think that
the time might have gotten called here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty close to, I think it was in spring 08. Maybe the other game was in spring 08.
Mm-hmm. All right. Then that is, as they say.
Yeah, we were trying to analyze as if the game was gonna continue. Wait,
I mean, I'm
Then no,
wondering
You
does
have
if
08
continue.
orders.
It does continue in 08 then.
Okay.
it does. Okay,
Yep.
good.
Yep. Okay, so let's talk about 08 then. We had
Although there's not a lot happening, honestly.
there was no orders because I presumed that the French waived
Oh.
their build.
I see.
That would make sense. That would make
Yes.
sense. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So then in that
So,
case, yeah, Robert.
There's more of this AI war that is not really going anywhere. Kevin is slipping into Black Sea, but it's not really doing much. However, Kevin is actually taking Kiel now from England, and he should be able to keep it unless somebody else gets involved. We'll see about that. And the rest is really pretty much stasis. France moves to Picardy. Doesn't make a big difference. And at some point, yeah, we gotta wonder: do they want to just take a draw, or do they, if somebody wants to make a move, is Randy Lawrenceford just there to have fun with his fleets, or will he eventually pull the trigger on Brest or on Spain or something if he realizes that it's probably not going to happen for him, that he's taking English dots?
Okay.
Nothing to add.
Let's see.
Oh, or he could take an English dot. A big,
What the heck?
a big merry-go-round.
what happened here.
Wales into English, London into Wales, English walks into London. I mean, that is fun.
Wow.
It's fun, but Eber Condrel, what are you doing?
Why would Eber do that? Like, I see what Randy did there, the getting cute about supporting London to Wales.
So I think what Eber did was he wanted to tap English Channel to protect Belgium if English Channel had supported it, and he tried to beleaguer Wales because he feared that another option would be that those two fleets attack Wales. But this is obviously, I'm not entirely sure if Randy actually figured out that would be the orders, that would be next level shit. Probably it's just good luck, but if he expected exactly that, then I tip my hat. That would be one of the greatest tactical guesses I've ever seen.
It's important to point out that they're giving Eddie to Khan, and by they I mean the Italians and the Russians are supporting him.
Smyrna also supports it.
Yes.
So they're trying to figure some way to end this game, I guess.
One
All
thing,
right.
Siobhan, could you show us what Irish Sea had ordered? Because it almost looks like
Absolutely.
London. Okay, this
It
is just
supported
great.
London to Wales.
Wow.
So what I think Randy was trying to avoid was some combination of Wales tapping English and a possible self-bounce. I'm not.
He was trying to get London to leave, so
He was-
that he
yeah.
could replace it.
This
That's
was
awesome.
intentional.
That really
Wow.
is
It was
awesome.
absolutely intentional.
Randy's
This is-
still got a trick in his bag, it looks like.
This is
Unwanted
amazing. Yeah,
support.
I love it. Really
Yep.
good.
You definitely love to see it. Which brings us to the fall or the winter.
I mean, we should point
8.
out that the support wasn't needed. We should point that out.
No.
Yes.
Because
No,
London
it-
was because Wales was leaving the English. The whole thing was a daisy chain. This way.
Yeah.
But it was
But
still
sometime-
neat that he thought that. It was still neat that he was doing that on purpose.
Sometimes these things are just to show everybody, like, I know what you were doing. I saw it coming.
Yeah, which means that as a result of that, Eber is down 2, Kevin up 1, Eddie up 1, and Morgante up 1, which gives us a tied board top at 8 with England and Russia, and Austria and Italy following close behind at 7 and 6. So let's see what they do with it. Eber loses St. Pete and Ruhr. France puts down a fleet in Brest, and we get some armies from the Russian and the Austrian. What do you see happening if this game goes on?
If this game had a lot of time left in it, it would be extremely cool and dynamic. I mean, if Eddie Bresson wants to try to take the lead here, he's got a good shot of doing it. Kevin's got a decent shot now.
Yeah.
This is really awesome. I mean, and this happens because you've got such a heavy intervention of Italian fleets into the West, which destabilized everything up there.
All right.
Does anybody of you know if when the time is called at this particular tournament, they do it just like now and now the game is over, or if they do a thing like this year it will end?
I think they call it and it goes back to the previous
Okay.
years totals, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, it's at my tournament at Whipping. If orders are in for a season, they adjudicate those, but only if
Okay.
all orders are in. And if those orders happen to be winter orders, then you adjudicate that winter, and those builds and disbands count towards the final score. Otherwise, it goes back to the last
Okay.
adjudicated year.
Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
And I'm being told behind the scenes that apparently Sabi had a friend call them at a random time between 2 and 3 p.m. So even they didn't
That's
know
fun.
when that would happen.
That's fun as well.
So see if, and kind of as expected, they ran up against the timeline. So given the time constraints, is this the right result for this board? David?
Gosh, Eber certainly doesn't think so. He got bamboozled out of what should have been a relatively easy board top, and and by Randy basically.
This is like, this is the one move. One more cent, and he would have been at 90 points instead of 63. This hurts under Open Tribute a lot.
Yeah.
But one thing
but putting that aside for a minute, a well played game, lots of fun decisions being made. I think we pointed out a few tactical question marks, but some really good strategic decisions being made by a lot of players. Kevin played a patient game to get to share that board top. We didn't talk about him much because he basically had to have a lot of patience in this game. The way it worked out, it wasn't a lot of opportunities for him to do anything, but when he found them in Germany, he took advantage of them.
And important to point out that this is not the end of the tournament hopes of Morgante Pell. He managed to bounce back from a very difficult start where everybody was coming from him. And we saw that Karthik took the temporary lead after the last game. Exactly. And he's taken home 46 points. So that should certainly put him ahead of Karthik. And we'll have to see how Adam Silverman is doing. If Adam is really getting no score at all, or maybe just a 1 center survival, this could be enough for Morgante to take it home if nobody else is having a huge score. We'll see.
And speaking of, let's take a look at those results given the 2 boards that we've seen in this round. Obviously, still 2 more boards to go with some of those top names still yet to play. Adam Silverman being the most notable because he's the only one we haven't seen yet that's in this top 10 at least. But a really respectable score of 233 from Morgante when all is said and done. So if Adam wanted to overtake that, he would need a score of 70 or more. 70 to tie, if I'm doing math correctly.
Yep. This quite a lot, actually. He probably needs the ball top.
And then just real quick to see if anyone's on the bubble in the 11 to 20 range right now.
If somebody gets a gigantic score, but that's going to be hard to do unless you're Karthik Khanna. That's going to be hard to do in a situation where we know the game's going to end roughly 1907, 1908.
Yeah, and this is really why, and you've said it before, David, and I'll echo it, is that, there are players who like to sort of hedge a bit in rounds 1 and 2 and say, oh, I don't want to come out too strong. I don't want too big of a target on my back. And I used to be one of those players, but I'm coming around to no, you go big or you go home. And you get those big scores when and where and as early as you can. So.
I think so.
All right. I have not looked at these games, but I have been told that the order to go in from here on out is to move on to board A. So I'm just going to push us right on forward. And board A is Rainbow Beach, presumably another beach in the Chicago area. I'm not super familiar with Chicago, so someone from Chicago can tell us where that is. But, a lot of great names in this one. I'll call them out and then I'll get y'all's thoughts. Starting us off in Austria, in the middle of the board is the Chaos Sombrero himself, Mr. David Maletsky. And then we've got tournament organizer helper, Brian Preble, very active in the Weasels, also a DBN. Normally on our side of the screens. And then in France, the man we were talking about, Adam Silverman. So that'll be a result to watch. In Germany, Ed Sullivan. And then rounding us out are Chad, Jack, and Don in Italy, Russia, and Turkey, respectively. Robert, aside from the obvious, which is Adam Silverman, who else are you watching in this game?
I'm watching Ed Sullivan. We've seen him do this very Care Bearish round one thing, and I think Germany is a country that suits him well. I've seen him play it and do very well numerous times. I think it was the country he won the Nexus finals with, and it's sort of, I think, his play style, being in the middle of the board, talking to a ton of people, and even if he might not be or might have a difficult time getting to a score where he could win it, he's certainly in it to decide who might win, and he could make a push for, like, let's say, a top 3 finish. I could very well see that.
David, anything to add there?
Yeah, all of that is right. And then this is often true in a tournament setting. If you are Chad, Jack, Don, David, Brian, you're probably not in a position to, quote, win the tournament. Probably not, unless some kind of lightning strikes really hard. So now what do you play for? And hopefully the answer is you play to improve, to get the best score you can for this game and to have fun. The question is going to be, with those different incentive structures, can Adam and or Ed utilize their realization that that's what these guys are playing for, that they're not trying to, quote, win the tournament, end quote, to their advantage?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's dive right in and see who succeeds and who does not. And let's get us started in spring of 01. Robert, we'll start with you this time.
All right. Most of these openings seem pretty standard to me. Adam is going to Gascony. Once again, we see Burgundy being left open, which is something we haven't seen in virtual that much lately, but maybe it's a face-to-face thing that it is more common to do that and it goes well. I'm not the biggest fan of the move to Gascony. I prefer just going to Spain if this is what's happening, and I'm not putting anything on Burgundy. But I guess it doesn't make too much of a difference. Venice holds. And finally, I think for the first time in this tournament, we see the Sunstrom opening. So the Weasels have been disappointing us so far. But I think Don Glass was a Weasel himself as well, right? I don't quite remember. Maybe he is.
Let me just real fast. Do we say yes, from Chicago?
So he probably felt like, okay, somebody got to deliver on that. So that's nice to see. And I'm curious. I myself, I have not had the best experience with this opening, but I would like to see from somebody from Chicago how it goes well.
All right. It is nice to see the classic Sunstorm being executed in spring of 01, so I agree with that. Let's push on forward to the fall. Robert, I'll let you keep going.
And Turkey walks into Sev. Curious. And black. I'm sure they sold something to Jack that Jack shouldn't have bought. Jack is also putting the fleet into Romania, which I guess is the theory is probably, hey, Turkey is hostile, so I got to be pro-Austrian. But that seems awfully brave to just move everything out of Sevastopol. Maybe they just felt like, okay, I want to build a second fleet there, and Turkey's not going to go there either way. I don't know. But still, I mean, it's not a good position. Now, Turkey gets 2 builds, which is great. However, they have an Italian problem. Chet Carson does the classical, I'm going to borrow Trieste for now and go to the Aegean, which we've seen a couple of times today already. So, yep, could be a classical AI sticks together and RT is fighting, which we know how this usually ends. And in the West, we see a bounce in Belgium. France just takes 2 builds. Standard stuff. Ed makes sure that he will really get Holland by supporting himself and says, you guys figure it out over Belgium. I don't want to tip my hand yet, support anybody into there. Nothing too surprising.
All right. Yeah, the only other thing I see is, Venice slipping in Trieste, which I presume is arranged just because the Italian did not also pick up Tunis, so they probably felt fairly confident that they'd get in. We'll push forward. I'll call these out. We get a double fleet build from the Turk. So thank you very much, Russia, for the gift. Looks like maybe won't keep it, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. an expected fleet from the Italian, an army from the Austrian, one of each from the French, both in the north, and a fleet in London, and one of each from the German. Any surprises?
I don't think so.
Yep. All right. Then David, walk us through 1902.
And this is going to be what the Turks were going to do there, which is go and kill the Romanian fleet, which honestly can lead to friendship with the Russians now because there's no source of instability, as I've pointed out too many times this weekend already. Con to the Aegean with support of Smyrna. Somebody might say, why did you do that? Under the theory that they might be losing Bulgaria and they wanted somewhere to retreat it to, was the theory behind doing that instead of doing it from the other direction. Plus, it's just better to be able to corner the Italian fleet in Eastern Med by having Eastern and Smyrna. We'll see. In the West, we have Belgium going to the French and the English actually supporting themselves to English Channel.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an argument. I got it.
Yeah, just a comment from Ed. Thank you for the clarification. There is a mistake on the broadcast that Jack and Chad's names got mixed up here. So we'll do our best to remember that and keep them straight. But it's going to be a little confusing, and I'll make sure to note that a couple of times as we go through.
The question for the German move to Skagerrak is against whom? Because it could theoretically go either way. I mean, traditionally, if you're going to attack Sweden, you do it in Baltic, but you wouldn't have to necessarily do it from Baltic. But when you go to Skagerrak, that's usually anti-English. We'll see.
Okay. All right. That brings us straight on into the fall of 1902, which, what does that show us?
That it was anti-English. And the English knew that too, because that's why Brian went to Helgoland. Brian's position could be better because he's lost the North Sea and English Channel. Ultimately, that's not really what you want. So let's just forget about all that and go to the east, where you have a convoy to Syria. Wait a minute. No, because the Turks disrupted it, which is a nice move by Don to disrupt that part of the equation. I'm not really sure. Oh, I see. The Austrians are not on board here. I see. They've actually attacked Trieste with support. So that explains why Bulgaria was not attacked, for example, is that's what we've got going on. So that's interesting. That's Maletsky changing the equation here, to trying to cut Jack out as the Italians. And presumably with a Turkish ally, but this may be an RA situation, although Warsaw went to Galicia, so who knows?
Yeah, I was about to say, was I saying AI is solid and RT are fighting? No, I meant RT is solid and AI are fighting. This is sort of what it looks like as it stands.
Yeah.
But we shall see. Maybe not.
Although you might go to Galicia if you're the Russians, even if your plan is to work with the Austrians so that you're covering it now that there's a Turk in Romania. So there's an argument. There's an argument.
True.
It's hard to fight the Turks when you don't have a fleet, though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see adjustments. So, I hope if I'm in the right screen. So Brian in England decides to disband the fleet in Helgoland. We get another French fleet in Brest from Silverman. And then a lot of armies in the east in Vienna, Warsaw, and St. Pete from the Austrian and the Russian. I'm just going to push on forward. And Robert, what do you see?
It looks like RT. Russia tries to outflank Austria. David Maletsky figures it out and blocks them. Good job. Italy has been really, really passive here. They just want to sit around and do nothing for now. Yeah, okay, I guess you don't want to lose Ionian in spring, but how likely was it that nobody was going to go to the Aegean? I think I would have just tried going to the Aegean at least. Mm-hmm. In the West, France just keeps rolling on, gets into the Irish Sea. Okay, they have to retreat to the English Channel, from the English Channel to Brest, but that's okay. Germany gets a direct convoy into Eddy. Yep, as David pointed out, there are things that Brian probably would have preferred to this, like a lot. Germany also gets into Sweden, so nice position for Ed Sullivan, I would say.
I think I
Yeah,
said earlier,
Brian.
F and G. I was getting ready to say this exact thing that Brian's saying, and this is the second time we've seen this in round 3, where the two people who are most in contention actually start working together in the beginning. So I was going to say that exact same thing before Brian pointed out in the comments.
All righty. Let's jump forward and see what happens in the fall. Robert, you're back.
France is being supported into Liverpool, which was guaranteed. So Brian is going down to 1 already. Wow, this is a great year for Germany. Now they are also taken Norway.
Siobhan, you may want to remove that message so we can see
thank
the
you.
bottom.
Yeah, because they had 3 on it and Russia could only put 2 on it. That was not really preventable. It looks like Brian pitched that he could be a Janissary and that he could be converted into Norway, but Ed said, nope, I'm going to take it myself. So he's going to have 3 builds, but just 2 open home centers. And what else? In the East, Russia decides that they want to go for Turkey again because that didn't work against Austria. Turkey still goes against Austria and actually gets into the Ionian. So even though they lose Romania, Turkey is still in a very nice position here. They need to find a friend, that's for sure. But having a fleet in Ionian, being on 5 centers, that's generally not the worst position for Turkey in 03. And Italy tries to find their luck in the West, it seems. In Piedmont.
I'm not sure if there is an alliance structure in the East.
Probably not, no.
That's a lot of back and forth.
Yeah. If that's
maybe Dave is giving Greece to the Turks.
Probably, yeah. I mean, why would you go to? It could be that he suspected a convoy by Italy into Albania, but it's unlikely. So maybe AT is actually the new alliance structure.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Okay. Well, that brings us into the fall, where Brian continues to lose to this Franco-German odd alliance, or at least mild friendship between 2 top runners for the tournament.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a pretty solid alliance. I mean, they support each other into centers. That counts as an alliance for now. I mean, both of them will know that they will probably not just stick to each other until the end of the game, but for now, I would call it an alliance for sure.
I think, and Adam has already moved into the Western Med, so he's already shown that he's going to at least try to get Ed to think that he's staying in the alliance, and I think he is staying in the alliance.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, they're essentially both racing for the best score they can get to maximize everything they can do to get them to the top. So we do see yet another fleet build from Adam in Brest, presumably to make a play for London at some point. We shall see. Brian, meanwhile, disbands both of his fleets, which is the right call. Keep one army on the island, make them chase it around, work for it as long as you can. Ed in Germany is only able to build 2 of his 3 builds, and they go in Berlin and Munich as armies. And we see a fleet in Naples and an army in Caen, and we lose the Austrian fleet.
That Russian fleet being lost is music to Ed Sullivan's ears.
Yes, I did miss that up there at the top. Thank you.
Unless he was planning to try to convince the Russians to help him against Adam or something.
All right. Well, let's see what he is doing. I believe this is David's turn.
Yeah. This is just now an FG beat up on the rest of the board kind of situation, because the Italians aren't even trying to block the French in Tyrrhenian Sea. See that?
Mm-hmm.
So there is a lot of mishmash, or has been a lot of mishmash in the East. It looks like an AT, but it's too late for them to really be able to do a whole lot. The Germans and the French are going to get the benefit of going after who would normally be AT's enemies, which are Italy and Russia. The benefit to attacking them is going to go to the Fs and the Gs of the world. So, and they are setting up to take out London. This is really textbook FG domination of a board. We'll see how long it lasts, but right up to now, textbook.
Okay, well, let's see in the fall. David, what do you see?
I actually see a little bit. Oh, I guess he's covering Munich against Tyrolia is what he's doing there. That makes sense for the German.
Yeah.
Take out London. They're gone. The French are there trying to push in. It's just FG continuing on. We'll see with builds because obviously the Germans have taken St. Pete, the French have taken London. So there's going to be some builds. We'll see if the builds tell us anything about how long the FG is going to last.
All right. Well,
I need to step out for just a couple of minutes. Y'all just take
absolutely. So yeah, speaking of those builds, Germany's up 2 because they had 1 in pocket that they were unable to build last year. France up 1, Austria up 2, only able to build 1, and Russia down 2. Ooh, it's a rough term for the Russian. Let's see what we didn't mean to add David back in there. Apologies. And the builds are armies from the French and the German. The German chooses to wave 1, which I presume is a sign of friendship to the French. And
yes,
then,
or they forgot. It could be.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't. If you play face to face, you don't have the interface that always just shows you how many builds you have. So it could be because it was a wave that he just remembered. Oh, I picked up 1 this year. But a wave would make sense in this position as well.
So either way, it's a good thing for Adam. I'm not surprised he's finally put another army down. He's been building fleets like mad for the last few years.
Yeah.
Which brings us into 1905. So why don't you tell me what you see?
It looks like FG keeps being solid. Okay, they don't trust each other totally in Belgium and Holland. That makes perfect sense. But Germany convoys away from the island. London to Yorkshire is a little curious. It's something one would worry about. Germany can still cover, but that's at least something where you say, why exactly? Germany, interestingly enough, holds in St. Pete. So they play balance of power, say, okay, Russia, I don't need AT to just explode out of the corner. I'm going to give you room. I'm going to push down to Bohemia and try to slow them down there, help you. So Ed is taking it slow from this point. And in the south, Turkey gets into Apulia, puts another fleet forward into Ionian, so their fleet position gets better and better. Whereas AT doesn't make any progress on Russia in the north. They sort of misguess. They could have either gone for Galicia or for Sevastopol. Probably just guaranteeing Galicia in spring would have been the better move, I suppose, because Austria could have done that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they suspected that Silesia would also support hold Galicia. That's the only way I could see that this makes sense.
I mean, it's a bit of a guessing game. I'm inclined to agree with you that I would have preferred guaranteeing Galicia in the spring, but it can be tempting to just go for as much tempo as you can, especially in a timed round, and just take the chance. But like you said, it has sort of stalled them down there. So we will push right on forward into fall. How's it looking for everyone?
So France is taking Tunis. Italy doesn't even care at this point. They say, screw you guys in the east. France is my friend and probably the only one that I have. So they can take Tunis. I don't mind. They push Turkey out of Ionian again. Turkey seemed to go for Venice, but they don't make it. Once again, AT fails to make progress into Russia. So this is not looking too nicely for AT in this particular turn. However, one thing that might be good for them is that F and G start fighting. We knew that this was going to happen at some point. Now this point is there. Adam tries to go for Eddie. I'm not sure if he actually expected this to work because it was sort of a bit obvious with London to York in the spring already. I'm not sure if he has done himself much of a favor with this spring move to Yorkshire, because it might be that just tipped his hand and Ed said, okay, we are fighting now. Let's see what I can do. And that included convoying to Belgium, which is pretty bad for France. And at the same time, Ed is waltzing into Warsaw and Moscow.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Three more new centers. He's got one in pocket still, so he's gonna play short like crazy. And this is not looking that nice for Adam Silverman. I mean, at least he doesn't need to pull because he got Tunis. But still, Ed is in the driver's seat of this game right now.
and this is Ed absolutely making his play as quick as he can in a timed round, trying to get as
Yes.
many points as possible, which, if I'm Adam, I'm sweating a little bit.
Sure.
And yeah, before we move on, I'm gonna remind everyone, if you've just tuned in, because I've seen a couple of new people jump into the comments, that there is a mistake on this board. Chad and Jack were mislabeled and were vice versa. So Jack was actually playing Italy and Chad was in Russia. So just in case we get that wrong, we say it out loud. It's an FYI. But pushing forward into the winter of 05, that +4 for Ed Sullivan. Up 3 centers, but 4 units because he had a build-in pocket. Just a massive, massive undertaking in that turn. He uses the 2 builds he can because that's what's available to him. We see a fleet and an army, exactly where I would expect them. And then some disbands around the board, an Italian fleet in the Ionian, and Ukraine and Sev from the Russian.
Russia staying in Galicia is fun.
I think that is the most fun choice of the units that were on the board. It's the most central. It's the one that most people want to have something to do with. Like, if the Turk gets Sevastopol, who cares? But so that pushes us into the spring. I'm gonna let you keep reading out what you see.
Turkey takes Sevastopol, no surprise. Germany supports Russia into Ukraine. That should not really do much unless A and T break up. So they finally get into Galicia as well. Turkey gets into Venice, if I'm reading this correctly. Yes. So finally, AT is making progress. The question is, will it be enough to sort of give Ed a serious run for his money? That's the question. Because what is happening here? Adam tried something weird to go to Norway.
He just went to. I think he probably. That's a little bit.
Yeah, it's a joke order.
Yeah, convoy me to Norway, please, Germany.
Yeah, sure. Very, very realistic, but I guess it's a nice little tactical trick here because he traps the German fleet in London, where he can kick it out in fall. So I'm not sure if it helps him that much. I don't quite see why you need to do that, but it's not a bad thing that Germany walked into London.
Yeah.
They bounce in Burgundy. Adam pulls back to Marseille, and Ed walks into Piedmont behind. So it's sort of like a bit of a stalemated position. Nobody is getting a clear advantage here where they can take something off of each other. But that said, Ed is obviously 4 ahead and still has 2 builds in pocket. So I guess it's totally fine by Ed.
Yeah, if I recall before this game, Adam needed 70 points to match the person who is currently in the lead, which, unless something surprising is going to happen here, feels unlikely.
And that doesn't include that he might still get 70 and be surpassed by Ed. That could still happen as well.
I forget how many Ed needed.
I think it was around 100 or maybe a bit more than that. So he could be in the range already. It could be close.
Yeah, well, let's see what fall gets us. I'll let you take it away.
Ed loses Moscow, which, there is sort of a 3-way effort to make it happen, and that was a guarantee. Austria, Russia, and Turkey do it together, so Russia lives in Moscow. At the same time, Ed, as we expected, gets kicked out of London again, so nothing really happened there. He gets into Burgundy, which is not insignificant. Turkey keeps Venice, so Italy is going down. France is pulling back. Turkey convoys to Apulia, so they will take a couple of centers there in Italy. Yeah, but from what we know, that these games are not going on for very long. it's hard to imagine that Ed will lose this board top. The question is, how big will it be, and will it be enough for him to surpass Morgante and Adam both?
That is the question. Okay, so let's push on forward. We've got orders in the box for winter. So we see a couple of adjustments here. Ed, despite losing Moscow, still had 2 pocket builds, and so gets to build 1. We also get a build from the Austrian and 2 builds from the Turk. So let's see what they do. We've got an army each from the Austrian and the German, and 1 of each from the Turk.
I mean, an army in Turkey is sort of interesting. It could be just defensive. There is an argument that they will not really use it to attack anything, because I'm not sure if you want to rear end Austria here. On the other hand, yeah, I don't know if you need 2 fleets, actually. If you want to stick with AT, 2 fleets are certainly the more friendly build, because fleets can also be used to defend Bulgaria and Greece, but not aggressively against Austria. So it's a bit ambivalent, but
Yeah.
understandable. Makes sense tactically.
Yeah. If I'm Dave Miletsky, I'm not in love with it, but it's probably meh. But that does bring us to spring
That's
of
it.
1907, where the game was called.
All right.
So something I was told in the background was that some of the boards decided to shorten their clock timers and therefore got through more of the game than others
see.
did. So that is all she wrote for board A. Leaves us right there. Given more time, what would you have liked to have seen from this game?
So, I mean, Germany probably has a shot here of taking some more French centers. It's going to involve a bit of good tactical guessing, but if you look at it, for example, they can guarantee Picardy here, and then maybe they can backfill Burgundy as well, or at least the turn after that. So it's not unreasonable to think that Germany could have grown a little more. AT clearly had growth as well. No question in Italy. So I guess if this was time unlimited, probably at some point Ed would have needed something to change in the East. Otherwise, he would have run into trouble, just because AT stuck together and would have kept growing. And yes, he could have taken a little bit off of Adam, but clearly not enough to be strong enough to fend them off all once AT arrived at his doorstep.
So I go and I come back, and you've let Ed Sullivan do this? Is that?
That is exactly what we let happen.
That's what I get.
I blame myself. I'm sorry I disappointed you, David. So we got a call at the end of 1906. And I will jump us over to the current rankings with all of the boards that we have seen on the broadcast so far. So that was indeed
2
enough
points
for Ed to overtake Adam, but not to overtake Morgante. So
that's exciting.
You love to see it. And we've still got 1 board to see.
Once again, remember, similar to that thing where Randy Lawrence Hurt did a fun order in the last year, Adam was on 12. Ed, not Adam. Ed was on 12 the year before. So that would have put him on 241. Very, very close.
So everyone here in the top 10 has played 3 boards, as you would expect at this moment, because they just have the most cumulative. But if we drop down to who could jump up with a large score if they're on this last board, we're seeing names like Saren and Matt Sundstrom, who are heavy hitters, both in the virtual and face-to-face scenes. So I'm excited to see what we got. Shall we just push forward to the last game?
Let's go.
Okay. Last but not least, we have board D from round 3, Ohio Beach. Yet another beach in the Chicago area. Here we see some names that we've become very familiar with. Keith Worstel in Austria, coming to us from North Carolina. My personal favorite, Jason Massbaum, this time from Santa Maria, California. France is Ben Kelman from Michigan. Germany, Andrei Gribikov from the Bay Area, California. Then we've got Saren Kwok in Italy, one of the names we were just talking about. Russia is Craig Mayer, and Turkey is Jonathan Dingus from West Virginia, I guess that is. David, anything jumping out to you?
Well, I mean, all eyes are on Saren Kwok here, I think. I'm not saying that maybe somebody with a gigantic score like Andre couldn't do something, but or actually, no, I can't remember now whether Andre got eliminated in his other game.
Yeah, be very unlikely.
Whoever it is that's right behind Saren could have a shot, but Saren's got the best shot if anybody does. She's at 125, I think, and she needs about roughly 110 points or something like that to get ahead of.
I think that's 110, 120, something in that range.
Yes.
And we've seen it from Saren before. She is a player who is willing to fight and is very aware going into round 3 of what her ranking is and will be. I got a tidbit earlier, and so there were live scores posted throughout this tournament, which is becoming the norm in a lot of tournaments around North America. And you can see just from move to move where you rank against other players. But apparently they took down the live scores at some point during round 3 to some of the consternation of some of the players. And then they were playing in the dark with the best they could do the math for probably the latter half of round 3, which is a fun little twist to put on what's happening.
I mean, it's not only diplomacy players on the board, but also the organizers. So they will find a way to stab the players.
We get our own joy out of watching the players scramble and panic a little bit. That is true. All right. Let us close out with board D. David, welcome back. I'm going to put you in the hot seat to start off with and tell us what you see.
All right. Here, no, we've got that Armenian fist bump thing, whatever it's called, where you do that little move there to prevent there from being 2 units on Sevastopol. Besides that, we'll see if Venice Trieste is alone or for real. Rest of these moves are fairly standard.
Okay.
Just to note that this is not what the fist bump is designed for. This is Turkey saying, yeah, I can also use it anti-Russian. Usually the idea is to put Ankara into con.
Yes, that's true. That's a good point.
All righty. Go on, David.
Yeah, that's just plain old. I'm going to be offensive to the Russians, is what that is. Speaking of offensive, Saren, right into Greece.
Yep.
Sorry, Keith.
Wow.
You are in between Saren and her potential victory, so you are an unfortunate, potentially a victim of that. Vienna to Bohemia just goes to show that is not what he was expecting. He was expecting a fast starting AI where they already intervene in the West early, and that is not what's going to happen. Or he was expecting 2 builds and then go to Vienna and Budapest, and then he's got 3 on Galicia would be the other thing he might have been expecting there.
An AIR even, probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Mid-Atlantic to Irish. I'm sorry that I almost missed that point.
Cute.
The second time we've seen that in a fall turn of 1901. That's actually pretty unusual to do that in a fall 1901 turn. And it's really not very good when Andre is supporting the English convoy to Belgium. So now the English are building 2, and you've poked at them by going to the Irish Sea.
Yep.
We'll see if Ben can survive that.
Okay. Not a common situation, but we see the English, the Italian, and the Russian all up 2, as well as the German, with the French only up 1. Let's see what they did
And
with those.
Keith, how many builds did you get? Oh, wait.
Blame Saren for that.
I'm in stitches.
So, yes. Jason Massbaum finally doing what David likes to see from the English and putting down 2 fleets instead of the armies early. You get 1 of each from the German, 2 armies from Craig Mayer in Russia. an army and a fleet from the Italian, Saren, who is racing as quick as she can to the win, and Fleet Con and Army Paris.
But
All
Ben
right.
is doing his best to say, "Hey, Jason, I'm really sorry, and I'll be your bud, and I'll be your anti-German bud."
My bad, mea culpa. Okay. All right, and let's see what they do with that. Robert, what do you see?
Interesting things. I mean, clearly Ben tried something diplomatically, maybe some sort of a Western triple or so. He didn't even try to cover Burgundy. Not that it would have mattered, because England and Germany are putting 3 onto there anyway. But he's walking away, and Jason says, "Thank you. I can walk into Irish. I can walk into the English Channel." Not looking good for France. In the north, Craig is just tapping Norway, and it's not really attempting to mess with the West. But if EG is the alliance structure in the West, that's usually not too good for Russia, and I fear that Sweden will just fall to Germany in fall. So potentially Craig will be in trouble in the north. In the east, we see Saren turn around once again. Turn around, Bright Eye. Oh no, actually not turning around. No, sorry, it's getting too late at my place. She was attacking Austria all the time, so that makes sense. But she is piffing Albania, which is good tactics. And Turkey tries to get into Romania. I'm not sure why they expect that this would work. Maybe they expected some Austrian help or something. Or it's just a fancy way of tapping Romania so they don't lose Bulgaria. But yep, this is all coming up Saren's ways so far. In the east, Russia gets into Budapest. Let's see if they stay there for the end of the year.
Okay. So in the latter half of the year, what do we get?
Oof. I mean, goodbye, Austria. This is a 1902 elimination. Nice knowing you, Stitches. This is rough. Italy takes Vienna. Italy takes Serbia. Okay, they have to give Greece to Turkey, but they also take Tunis. So, hey, not too bad for Italy. And we are once again in this position where we have been earlier before. Austria is killed quickly. IRT. Who is continuing with who? Will we see yet another weird IRT with Saren? I doubt it, because she needs a big score. But it's more likely that we will see a two-way alliance come out of this, and one person will be cut out of this. In the West, Ben sort of realizes that they are probably not all that friendly, and they are coming for his stuff. He covers Brest, and Jason just takes the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Oh no, I understand why he is taking it from English Channel, because otherwise maybe Mao would have slipped into now, and that would have been, yep. The arrogance of Adriatic to Ion is brilliant. Yep. I mean, we've seen this sort of tactical arrogance, if you will, from Saren before. That seems to be her thing.
Really fast acting EG here, Robert.
Yes, taking Sweden already. Picardy, Burgundy, Mao.
Tyrolia.
Yep, Tyrolia. That's pretty nice.
Okay.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, so Saren is yet again up 2 for the second year in a row. She really isn't wasting any time. She needs as many points as she can get, and it's a timed round. Is there enough time for her to do it? That is the question.
At least she has Turkey and Russia fighting each other, at least for now.
Yeah. Let's see if she can keep it up. With those 2 builds, we see an army and a fleet. We get a Turkish fleet and armies respectively from France, Germany, and Russia. Any surprises?
The Turkish fleet build surprises me a little bit, and not in a good way for Saren.
Yep, agreed.
Okay.
Could be fine.
I really don't like the French build. I know why you do it, but it just does not give you any diplomatic flexibility.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and see. David, I think it's back to you.
So he uses that to try to take Burgundy, which of course almost certainly wasn't going to work. Jason's going to be able to make some progress here, most likely. I don't know that Brest is on the menu for 1903, but certainly position is on the menu for 1903 for the EG. Craig's doing what he can up there to intervene, and Jonathan is doing what he can to slow Craig down. But this is going to be an IR, and that makes sense in a way for Craig to do. Craig needs to, and frankly, Sarah needs Craig to slow down the EG. So she's trying to bolster that by allying with him and not with the Turks. The Turks building Fleet Smyrna made that an easy decision to make as well.
It seems like Craig hasn't taken it too personal that Saren cut him out of this thing in the round 1 game where he was on the... He really got the short end of the stick of that 10-10-10 as England.
Yeah. All righty. So let's push forward into fall of 1903. And what do you see?
Bulgaria is dead, but long live the Italians in Greece.
Uh-huh.
We are seeing exactly the other Sarah in this game. You know, I was pointing it out earlier. She can be as peaceful as a lamb and the biggest Care Bear on earth, but there are games like this one where she's just grabbing every center she can get. And I mean, it's the right play in a timed round where you try to win the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, she's really just going for it, and you love to see it when players just don't mess around. There's no care for anything except for doing everything they can to win. So I believe
Andre doesn't have any reason to slow Saren down because actually Saren's on his side. They're both going after Russia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, that brings us to another +2 for the Italian. So consistency is key if I were to pick a theme thus far in this game. So it is the end of 03 and Italy is already on 9 centers. That's
pretty insane.
Wow.
Really good.
9 centers, and who is their enemy?
Yep.
An out of position Turk.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what can the board do to stop Saren at this point?
If Turkey is going to have time, and if they have cooperation, then maybe they can. I mean, it's not like they're completely out of position. They got units. The thing about Saren is that she's sort of by herself here. There is a strong EG that might make a difference if the EG sticks together. They might be able to do better than her.
Yeah, the question is, when will they start harassing her? Because England needs still a little bit of time to finish up those French centers. That will not be done quickly. And as you pointed out, for now, Germany is going against Russia, which is, if anything, helping Italy. But those German armies could come down to get Italy into trouble pretty soon. And if that's happening, this is not all that easy to parlay into a great result for Saren. But we shall see.
Clearly EG still has cleanup work to do. There is a Russian army in Norway, for example. But still.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yet again with the builds, I mean, I think it's the exact same thing we've seen from Saren every time: a fleet or an army in Venice and a fleet in Naples, and we get a fleet Liverpool from Jason Massbaum in England. So 1904, can Saren keep gaining 2 every year? That is the question. I believe, Robert, this is your year.
They're not really making any progress for the time being. They decide that Eastern Mediterranean is the right move, maybe, yeah. I don't know. I don't quite understand why. Turkey gets into Romania. They try to figure something out with Turkey here, putting them into Romania from Bulgaria and backfilling it. So I guess Eastern Mediterranean was some sort of a promise where they try to work something out with Turkey. Turkey prefers attacking them, actually. Germany, as we expected, is flipping sides, is not attacking Russia anymore, apart from this little thing in the north. But this is a classical thing where you can say with Russia, hey, I'm in the West, I'm going to fight you in Scandinavia, but can we please be friends in the rest? I'm not going to mess with you anywhere else. And that can actually work out with Russia and Germany. And Ben Kelman sort of, not that much he can do from this position. He could have kept Paris for another year with these particular orders, but he had to take a guess. They could have slipped into Portugal as well, or Spain. So now he's just losing Paris for now. Probably won't be for too long. Won't be living for too long.
He assumes that his best chance of living is in Iberia, which might be true. Might be true.
It's usually sensible, yeah. It would help him if Saren is pushing west with a couple of fleets rather earlier than later, because then maybe England won't have the time, England and Germany, to kill him before they run into the trouble or into the danger that Saren might take some of those dots.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to agree with Jonathan in the comments. The convoy to swap St. Pete in Norway is just so well done.
Oh, yeah.
The cute convoys are one of my favorite things. I don't know whose idea it was, but you love to see it. All right, so fall of 1904. Robert, tell me what you see.
Saren realizes that she didn't have any luck with convincing Turkey to get onto her side. So unfortunately, she will not take 2 and she will not take 1 either this year, but she puts Russia into Romania, back into Romania, one should say. Russia gets Sev as well. So, okay, Russia loses St. Pete, but still they will stay at 4. So good job. Turkey tries to get the army into position into Bulgaria. So they have a more flexible unit there, move the fleet out to Aegean. Army doesn't get in, but at least they guard it from that Italian attack. And in the west, we see actually, no, I'm wrong. Craig will be on 5 because England moves out of Norway. They take St. Pete, but not from Barents. They take it from Norway. So, yep, Russia will stay on 5. And actually, no, they will build. So this could have been potentially some sort of arrangement saying, yep, we need you, build another army down there. We just can't have you in Scandinavia, but if you're down south, you're helpful to us. Please defend. There's another French army being taken off the board, piffed in Gascony. So pretty much the story continues. EG against an Italy that is going wild in the east and just having temporary cooperations rather than any fixed alliances.
Craig being essentially helped by both sides is fun.
Yes.
We'll see how long that can last.
All right. As you said, Craig is up 1, even has a place to put it in Warsaw, should he so choose. As I always like to remind people who are on boards with me, waving is always an option. You don't need to build. Germany also up 1 and Turkey down 1, which shows us 2 armies, Berlin and Warsaw from Germany and Russia respectively, and we lose the army in Ukraine from the Turk. All right. David Hood, I believe you are up.
I was going to say, now what does Craig do? But the answer is work with the Italians, it looks like. As opposed to, because he assumed that EG was going to come back at him, which sort of kind of is not exactly what they do here, but that's what Craig was assuming. But at any rate, he's going to go down there and try to take some pieces of Turkey himself, and Saren, tried to support him into Bulgaria. As far as the West goes, it's cleanup time, but the fact that the North Africa move was stymied probably slows them down a little bit. And is there any way to speed them up at this point? Because they couldn't get into North Africa. The French have got into the best defensive position they can be in here. So maybe the EG is stymied a little bit.
Yeah. If Italy keeps helping France, they shouldn't lose anything this year or anytime soon. And why wouldn't Italy,
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
100%. So the fall will show us what, David?
Not much, except Craig. If you're going to go take Turkish stuff, I don't think you need to keep Norway anymore. So we're going to take that from you. But Craig moves back to Warsaw at the same time the Germans move back to Berlin. So they're definitely talking. There's definitely talking going on here.
Mhm.
In addition to maybe just covering centers to make sure the other side doesn't slip them. But I'm sure that there's a lot of talk about it. Is there anything we can do besides let Saren top this board? Saren says, I don't know, but I'm taking Bulgaria while you argue with each other about that. I'm going to take Bulgaria.
Thank you very much, Craig, for your help.
She's getting awfully close to her target number. I mean, she will probably not know exactly right now because all the boards are going on at the same time how much she needs, but we know that it will be 11 centers. She's getting up to 10, but on the other hand, we know that there is not much more time left, so this will be a photo finish, I suppose.
Well, and I saw earlier a comment from Ed that we were commenting about that 3-point gap between Ed and Morgante. At the time that Ed called his game, he was in first place. Morgante's drew not long after. So based on the information Ed had, it was the right call.
Okay.
So we'll see if that kind of, because again, the live results were taken away from the players at some point during this round and they had to make the best calculations they could.
Yes.
That is a fun twist that I will remember next time I run whipping in California.
Well,
So
if Ed ends up in second or third here, that's also, he was second in last year's Dixicon and third in this year's Dixicon. Way to go, Ed. Come on now, you can win one of these at some point. I know you've already won tournaments this year. Leave me alone.
As someone who spent a lot of time in second and third, it'll happen eventually.
Well, he's already won the Nexus season for this season, so he's already a tournament winner. But at any rate, let's see what happens in 1906.
Yes. Real quick, Winter shows us the disband of 2 Turkish fleets, which is nothing but good for Saren. She doesn't have to keep holding those Greece and Ionian fleets. And armies from the Italian and the English players. 1906, Robert, I believe that's you.
Saren goes against those Turkish centers, and it looks like actually Russia is completely on board with her taking this home, which is great news for her. She walks into Con with support from Ankara, has 2 fleets now next to those Turkish home centers. Everything's looking great. Russia has pulled back, so she doesn't need to worry at all about Budapest, Serbia, Bulgaria. Well, there's Turkish fleet in Black Sea, but still, she doesn't need to worry about Serbia and Budapest. Is piffing a German army in Bohemia. Looks great for her. EG tries to get into position, but no. Actually, yeah, no. I'm not quite sure why Jason tried to get into Spain. Maybe he thought he had some lie sold to France, but it doesn't make that much sense to me to think that this would work. Yeah. So right now, looks like the world is good for Saren Kwok. Life's good, I would think.
It's hard to imagine her not. It's hard to imagine her not topping this board at this point.
I mean, this position right here. That's an impressive Italy to be in after spring of 1906, and I don't think, given the fact that this is a timed round, that they have the time to do much about it.
This could be the last turn.
Yeah, Craig's actively helping her. I mean,
yep.
Yeah. All right, let's see where that takes her. Robert.
Takes Smyrna, takes Constantinople. So, yep, once again, 2 builds for Saren Kwok. Moves a few armies into position. So if the game goes on, she is actually in a position to screw with Russia if she wants to. Tries to get into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which doesn't work. Yeah. And in the West, we see mostly stasis. Germany piffs that. It's not a forced piff, but they get Livonia, and Craig pulls that army off the board because the only place he could retreat it to is Moscow, and he can rebuild there anyway. So,
Black Sea to Sevastopol is really something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, all
Uh,
right.
Turkey
That's
lives
fun.
on 2. So as a result of that, despite Craig dropping an army into Romania, possibly to be annoying to Saren, it's impossible to know the motivations here. Saren builds yet another 2, getting her to 12. We got +1 from the German and -1 from Craig Mayer. So we see Saren waving one of them. What do you need with 2 builds at this point
Don't even
anyway?
need it. Don't even need it.
Eh.
Can't use it.
Maybe when Venice is open later, I'll build it. It's fine. An army in Berlin, and we lose the army in Syria for the Russian. Let's see if we keep going. We do keep going. Okay. Spring
Okay.
of 1907. David,
I'm
tell me
sorry,
about
but this is how you play Italy, folks. This is how you play Italy. You know, you can play Italy with Austrian alliance and all that, but if you can somehow figure out how to eat Austria and keep Turkey and Russia at each other's throats and support the French against incursions into the Mediterranean, you come up with results like this.
Wow.
Now, the army in Romania is troublesome in the sense that it can continue to probably retreat to various places. There's only so much you can do about it. But there's also only so much that can really happen to her between now and the end of the game. So yes, she's going to have to chase some units around. She may end up going down one here or something. Who knows? Depending on what happens. I mean, of course, she can take Ankara now because she blocked the Black Sea move.
Very smart.
That was guessed correctly. Going to Armenia there doesn't really make sense to me. I guess maybe thinking Smyrna was going to Armenia or something. But anyway, that sort of prevents there could have been a guess here to allow the Turks to slip into Smyrna or something, but that's not what happened. Anyway, this is just Saren dominating very, very well in this game so far.
Yep. All right. And fall of 1907, we still have orders. David, walk us through it.
Well, like I said, that she was going to take Ankara, but I thought she might be going down one in total, which I think she is because she's losing Budapest and or wait, maybe it's just one for one.
No, it's even, I think, because
it's just one for one. You're right. Yeah, because she didn't.
Romania was. Yeah,
that's right.
Ankara and Budapest are the changes. It looks
but again,
like.
I'm not sure it really matters if the people that are taking it are Russians. I mean, that's not going to change the overall score very much for the Italians. Change it a little bit. But otherwise, there's not anything happening here much. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. English getting into Moscow.
Let's not forget about Jason Mass.
All that does is further hurt Saren's enemy.
This brings me back to a previous comment. Jonathan, I don't like Jason's tactics this game. No tempo, no counterplay. All right, let's see if we continue onward. We've got orders in the box for winter. Saren had one in pocket, so despite not changing, still gets a build if she wants it. And Turkey is down to 1. Yep, we get a build in Venice, a build in Edinburgh for the English, and we lose the army Armenia for the Turk. All right. If we see another year of this, what are you predicting from Saren, David?
Nothing that's going to change the fact that she is in good position. I mean, I guess she needs to be at 11. Am I reading that correctly? She probably needs to be at 11 to get the tournament victory. So there could be some guesses that she makes here that are dangerous. I'm not sure, but I just don't think so. I just don't think there's time for their. Yes, the Germans and the English are now, knocking on the door in Russia and so forth, but I just don't think that now they didn't know this, but I don't think they have time to make a difference or to make enough of a dent. Plus, it's not their job to prevent Saren from winning, thus allowing Morgante to win. That's not their job. Their job is to increase their own score. It's not like they're working for Morgante here. So they're not going to be doing this just to reduce her score. They got to figure out how to increase their own scores or they're not going to do anything.
And Saren could even grow here. I mean, Budapest, Romania, there are some interesting guesses, but she can support herself into Serbia, support herself into Vienna, potentially both at the same time. Then one of them will most likely go. So there is certainly potential for her to even grow and not losing anything.
Maybe.
Okay. Well, let us see what
Take
happens.
Budapest. Take Budapest.
Ooh, we
Right.
got orders in the box for
Tyrolia
spring
to
of
Vienna. Tyrolia to
1908.
Vienna. Take Budapest.
Yep.
All right. So, Robert, tell us about it.
Yep, she's marching forward. She gets Budapest. She gets Romania. Am I seeing this correctly? Yes, she is, with support from Bulgaria. So Russia tried to brace Budapest. I guess they were thinking that she would try to take it from Galicia. That way, they are actually walking out of both centers, which is a bit of a catastrophe. Now all of a sudden she has play on Sevastopol as well. Okay, if everybody works together, she will not get it this year, but this is just looking amazingly well for her. Nice little convoy into St. Pete, but it's likely not going to matter. Bohemia gets filled by Germany. Okay, nice, but probably nothing that is too important either.
Mm-hmm. All right. Fall 1908, orders in the box. Time has not yet been called. Bring it to us.
Surprise, surprise. Even at this stage, the rest of the board is not uniting. Germany, Russia, and England are mainly focused on Warsaw, which goes to Germany. And so Moscow and Ukraine have much on their mind, but defending Sev is not amongst those things. So yet another center that goes to Saren Kwok. 3 more that she takes this year. She's just running away with this game. And most of the people don't seem to care.
Well, here's the argument for them not caring. As long as she doesn't have time to solo, which they don't think there's any chance she's going to solo, and they're right about that.
Sure. Yep.
Then they don't really. It's not their job to make sure Saren doesn't win and somebody else does win. It's just their job to increase their own score to the extent they can.
Mm-hmm.
Is their
Agreed.
thing. And I agree with them, actually.
Yep. No, that's certainly a valid argument. The only thing they need to be careful of is that now she's not getting any further now, because if she starts taking Warsaw and Moscow and then something in Iberia, then we are at the solo.
Or maybe the goal here and the need was to eliminate the Doctor of Death, Craig Mayer, in which case they succeeded in that.
Because
Craig ate, that bad breath is just turning them all off this game.
Oh, he just refused to give them like prescription drugs or something that they wanted.
Perhaps.
Who knows? Who knows?
All right. Well, let's see.
But there's no solo shot here. I mean, let's just be honest. There's
unless people really mess up, especially not in
Yeah.
time. But even without time, like, people would need to really do stupid things here.
Yeah. All right, so we get a bunch of armies on the boot and in Berlin from the German, because why not? Well played, Craig. Always good to see you. Thanks for coming. And spring of 1909, no orders, kind of as I expected, whether a draw or time draw. So many comments I agree with.
Yes.
This is a masterclass of a game. David, tell us about it.
Saren has been impressive throughout her diplomacy career in the virtual world that we've been, we in DBN have been paying attention to her. She's been impressive, and she's gotten even more impressive as we go. I am so glad that she is back playing in a tournament setting, back sort of in the fold here. It is great to see her playing. It's great to see her playing well. And putting everything else aside for a minute, if you're just new to the game and you're trying to learn the game, that is a totally legitimate way to play Italy that we sometimes forget about because we have all these AI alliances and AIRs that last forever and all that. It is also totally legitimate for Italy to play as aggressively as Saren played Italy here. There's a heck of a lot of centers near you if you can keep your enemies fighting each other, which is, by the way, the name of the game is diplomacy.
Yep. Robert, parting thoughts on this game before we move on to wrapping up?
It's impressive to see that Saren can play in different styles. And I think I was saying earlier that she's one of the best players I've ever played against. And I'm saying that because she has a vast variety of things she can pull out of her toolbox. She can be very, very much the alliance player. She can be stabby and dot grabby. She has the tactical side as well as the human side, the diplomatic side. And I think she's just a very complete player in that sense. And we saw that in this tournament, how she approached different rounds differently. Very, very impressive.
Yeah. I've got a couple of interviews that I've been given that I've been asked to play here at the end. The first of which will be from Jack, actually, who was on board A that we saw before this one. So we'll go ahead and start there.
All right, my man Jack.
Hello. Back at it again. Back at it again.
Back in the back channel. Another tournament game with me.
Another one. This time, a lot nicer.
It was a lot nicer. I topped the board, so maybe that's the reason why?
Oh, yeah, that's obviously the only reason why. You know, just having just a big, bulky Germany in the north. Oh, it worked out great, you know?
Okay, you seem like such a nice guy, but in all the games I've been watching, nobody likes you. Why is that?
I don't know. Because I'm crazy. I don't, oh, man, I'm not used to the...
I just make stuff up.
No.
Everyone loves you, Jack.
If you look at my 3 boards, I wouldn't know about that. No, I think it's just I'm getting used to the social aspect. You know, the public social aspect. So it's like you got to be consistent. You've got to be confident. You've got to have good, firm plans. And I didn't do either of those.
Okay, look. I'm not joking here.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Would you come to another tournament, or would you mandate that I have to be there before you go, since we've played so much together now?
Hopefully you're not there.
Okay. All right. You're a lovely young man. I'm going to introduce you to my daughter. She's great. So I think it would be fantastic. A love connection can be made.
As Jack runs away from Ed, I do want to say a huge thank you to Ed for getting some of these interviews to us. And I'm so thrilled to see younger new players and new faces like Jack. There is some getting used to. There is a learning curve with face-to-face. Just the timelines, the pressure, and the social aspect. It's a lot of talking. I'm a very social person, but I am exhausted after a weekend of diplomacy like that. But he spoke about places he needed to improve, and he mentioned a couple of words that I think really speak to the next person we're going to hear from. Consistency, confidence, and a good plan of attack going in. So with no further ado, we will talk to our most recent board topper, Saren Kwok.
Welcome to Back Channel, the hottest show on DBN. And I know I'm supposed to congratulate you on the near probable victory, absent something crazy happening. But you did it to me again, Sam. How come I'm always the bridesmaid and you're always the bride?
Because it's the bride who looks bad when someone comes in with like a surprise victory at the 11th hour.
How did you do it? Look, first of all, I haven't even seen DBN, but I know they are criticizing us heavily for our Game 1 play. And yet here we are, doing okay. I mean, we were in the mix. You won. I'm in the mix. Tell them how wrong they are.
I mean, that's just how you play. Like, if people help you without reservations, you help them back.
All right. We were in the mix of the tournament.
Yep.
We weren't a threat. No one saw us coming. And now champion.
Everyone saw you coming, Ed.
Oh, no. Come on, you won. You can't downplay it now.
Yeah, and like Kevin was like, Saren's the biggest threat on the board when Saren had not won anything in our second round game.
Okay, but this is your first face-to-face win. You've only been at 2.
Yeah, this is my first face-to-face win.
Do you promise the viewers that you will win 50% of the tournaments that you will be in? And if so, will you tell me the ones you won't win?
I promise the viewers that, as usual, I will disappoint you, Ed.
All right, that last game, I was really relying on Keith to stab you, but it didn't work out. He stabbed you stabbed him, and you got him. What went wrong between the two of you?
Nothing went wrong. I knew that was the kind of result I needed, and going into him was the way to do it.
She's a killer. She's a killer, and she rightfully is killed everybody. Fantastic champion, Alpha Weasel. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ed.
All right. So at the moment of that recording, it wasn't officially over. I guess there was maybe a board still waiting to draw. Before I pull up the official final standings, any comments on the interviews we just saw? Robert, I'll start with you.
They're great, very entertaining, and I still haven't played a board with Ed Sullivan yet, so it makes me regret that even more. I will. I just got to bump into him on a board at some point. He seems way too fun.
Alrighty.
He is fun. He is fun. But
And David, anything else?
Saren is a killer. She's a killer queen, and she's dynamite with a laser beam, would be my guess.
That was in my head as well.
Yeah, there's just almost no way around that. But, Saren is, you actually got a picture or a peek into the way she plays in that interview, which is downplaying herself. Now, Ed does that too. That's his shtick, is to downplay himself. Saren does it in an even more believable fashion than Ed does it. I mean, how can Saren possibly be threatening given the way she answered those questions? She really knows how to control her body language, her voice, which a lot of people who have played a lot of online games do not figure out how to do, at least not soon, not early in your face-to-face career. The fact that she knows how to control those things and how to talk is why she's winning this tournament. It's why she won last year's Summer Classic. It's why she has been on top boards of various things. She is a winner.
Yep. And without further ado, the official final standings of Weasel Moot 2022. Very huge congratulations officially to Saren Kwok. That was wonderfully played. We didn't give you that much grief about round one. It's the three-way draws. Sometimes they work for you, sometimes they don't. And this time you played the tournament start to finish perfectly. So well done.
I agree with all of that. And let me add in something. We haven't talked enough about Morgante Pell here, and we should, because Morgante is another person who does not have a long face-to-face pedigree. This might be maybe his second face-to-face tournament. And the fact that he was in the mix and, barring a good result there by Saren, was going to win this tournament tells you a lot about Morgante, who is, has had a lot of success in virtual, is another good player in the online world. And the fact that he's been able to recreate that success here in face-to-face is a testament to how much we're happy that he's back in the fold and playing in these tournaments.
Mm-hmm. All righty. And Robert, any final thoughts on this final ranking?
Not really. I mean, I just couldn't agree more with what David said. It's these are great players, and all of them are up there for a reason. For me, I'm sort of a child of the virtual hobby. I'm obviously always happy to see those guys and girls also do well in face-to-face. So it's cool to see that there is this transfer and that it is possible. There are new elements that you need to add to your play if you go to face-to-face, but I think this should be motivating to other players who have maybe started to play diplomacy in tournaments and leagues during the pandemic virtually, that, yep, it's possible. You will not just get slaughtered no matter what when you go to an actual face-to-face tournament. It can still happen to you, but you should give it a try. It's a lot of fun, and you can actually do well. If you are a good virtual player, then chances are that you will do well in face-to-face as well.
Hey, Robert, didn't you go to your first face-to-face tournament?
Yes, I did.
Didn't you win the bloody thing?
Yes, if I remembered correctly, that's how it went.
That would be good. That would be good evidence, ladies and gentlemen, of the point that Robert was just making.
Yep. I mean, we've all seen it. Those of you who watch DBN and those of us who have been in the tournaments recently, just the caliber of play that has been coming out of the last few years of the diplomacy hobby has been nothing short of outstanding. And there have been so many new faces. Thank goodness I was getting tired of some of you people. David, I am looking at you.
I knew that.
But It's just been really fantastic to see. And we went over some upcoming events at the beginning of the show, so you can always go back to the beginning of the broadcast after we're done to check those out. There's always the NADF website. There is our Discord channels. Any of us are happy to point you wherever you need to be. Dave Miletsky will chastise me if I don't say register for WDC at Carnage. Do it now. Do it today. It will be probably the most impressive cast of players you're going to see in quite a while. So before I sign us off, any last parting thoughts for our audience? Robert?
Thanks for bearing with me getting less coherent over the evening. It's pretty late. I had a blast, and yeah, I hope that everybody enjoyed the coverage. I think we saw some great diplomacy, very different games. I certainly enjoyed myself, and yep, thank you.
All right, and David, before I let y'all go.
Robert, I was going to say thank you so much for being on here. It was great. In fact, I would say it's aufgezeichnet that you did such a good job. But I will also, again, I think it bears repeating, thanks to Sabi Ahuja for putting on this tournament, for doing that. It is a lot of work, as those of us that have done tournaments before know. It is a lot of work. And Sabi did a great job of putting everything together and recruiting a good cast of characters. I know there was also a lot of help from other Weasels. Brian Pravel and Brandon, I'm sure, was of some help on some level. So I just wanted to say great job, Weasels, great job, Sabi, and great job, Siobhan and Robert. And most importantly, great job, Sarah and Quack.
Yes. All of the congratulations to Sarah and Quack. It was so well deserved. I very much enjoyed watching you play. I also want to say a huge thank you to the people at DBN who do all the work behind the scenes. I just get to show up and talk about diplomacy. I had to click a few buttons this time, but really the hard work that people like Brandon Fogel and Brian Pravel really put into making this everything it is. I saw a lot of comments about the new map and how much y'all enjoyed it. So let them know what you think. They love the feedback. Sabi, fantastic tournament. I believe their first one that they've run themselves. Someday I promise I will get back to Chicago in person for a moot. But until that day, I will say it is late, and we will let Robert go off to bed because it is the wee hours of the night or the morning at this point. And until I see the rest of you, thank you all to the viewers who stuck with us. Until I see you again, stay safe and stab well.